Make them feel the pain, too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Can't stop, nah, won't stop. Spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
That's pretty depressing for the side of DCG. They are going to slowly lose control of this top side. And that's going to allow PSG to start this up.
Okay, Arza now going back in, finds both the carries, and it's going to be Orchid going solo. Janjir will find him. Arza now in the middle of three. He's taken no damage, as we said. Hanabi, though, does get his Mega Gnar very, very late in his mission with 1 HP.
Now, damage on this tower. Not
Okay, paranoia is going to be used, and it's actually going to be the engage. Lava is gone golden, but he's in the middle of 5. He's not long for this world. His driver tries to find what he can, but it's nothing. Bruce, 8,000 shurikens, but will he have the damage? At least not for now, as Wako is playing out of his mind in phase 2. Driver's going down next, and it is going to be cleanly. He has to really misplay to be able to be killed here, you have to feel, and Shun too good to sort of wind himself like that. But here comes Chelsea again. He finds the protect. Oh my god, this guy's incredible.
This guy's the best player in the world.
Or even just put the heel down and let Ziggs deal with the wave.
Ooh. Really nice fight from Driver.
Yeah, Driver going to find a lot of damage onto God Tone. Now, Dragon almost dead, but it's Adios trying to find something. Driver flashes away. The Tristana instinct will not land. In fact, it's Driver who's finding so much damage. He's going to solo kill 1v2. Now, nothing else can really come. I think that was really, really poorly played by Hellpigs. I think they just need to run down mid.
Frank, and he's doing it again here. Has himself 5 kills, and that poke now, it's going to hurt, especially if he can land it onto Ash.
Eminem has the correct guns here. It is going to be that Ash ult landing onto Kenny-chan. Nature's Grass comes out, mission, does a lot of damage, is able to find the kill, goes golden, but so much damage coming out of this Ophelia. Solo kill looking, does not land the Q.
Take a look at how this started. So, Kenny Chan, he did get engaged on very early and took a lot of damage as a result. In solo kill, he did have TP, but didn't really have a great place to put it. And this bomb was actually flashed onto Pretender, which made him lose half his health. There was very, very low got out, and there was a shuriken on him, just barely missed.
个联赛加起来，可能大家就会提到当时有这个 Much 大哥上场嘛。对，但如果撇除以外的话，这位34岁的打野选手将会是我们在整个联赛这个10几年来，包含这个 LMS。
因为其他赛季都开赛蛮久了，那就让我感觉等了有点久，就当然还是很兴奋的。
就一如既往比赛紧张。
靠近了 Adios 也打不了，突然一个机器人又抓到，扑个球过，把那小 C 弹到比较危险的位置，小人这边非常的危险，右边高头被举了起来，在正面位置动不太了，最后这边给扣到。
那我其实就是在算双线走到哪里，然后就在那边发呆了一下。
其实我刚刚才知道，那蛮荣幸的吧。然后嘎痛是被我杀的，希望不要被惩罚。应该就小 C 的钩子嘛，就弹杆会夹娃娃，随便夹都夹到不烂。
我有预测，这是一个预判钩，泰的往右边滑的小 C 精准的勾中。这波想做操作，但没想到对面早就知道了。
我必须说他在偷。
34岁了，还能来职业赛场，感受一下职业选手的氛围，我觉得这蛮尊敬的，对。
感觉就平常心打，感觉遇到谁，大家都是职业选手，都差不多。
我觉得就平常心吧，还有当然会比赛会认真一点，相信我们一定是大于他们的。他们今年又加入了 LPL 来的选手吧，但我觉得都差不多，我们还都是非常强的。
那果然
撞到喽！
就在后面，飞叶盾营绑到谁的中路能够先靠，但 Gemini 是一阵的痛打，去了一个蓄力冲拳，直接挡了下来。
杰西过不来，这样伤害不太够哦。
杰西在路上，电磁脉冲远方的支援，
绑交闪吗？
但是展现过去的硬锤，一个风驰电掣准备要来打，
就还蛮开心的吧，因为毕竟他们也补强了打野，觉得赢下更强的他们，就加强我们的信心。
本来前期顺风就。前期蛮顺风，然后很优势哦，然后中间爆点被逆转，然后以为有可能要输了，但结果后来又赢了回去，这种赢的方式就觉得很惊险哦。
好，来一个8Q，
出来，然后还有鬼灵之握尝试握握看，不过在塔下的话，
后面有个 TP 哦，是2个 TP，
双 TP 有没有机会可以创造奇迹？往前一刷的话，目标应该会是顺他的闪现是差了一点点的，有太阳时间保护，但最后的话没有保到，
是他吞错人了吧？
顺已经倒地，接着的话有一个火步连击锁到吉米恩的身上，吉米恩现在是大哥，但接着后面套上了一个虚弱，吉米恩有没有机会可以来输出？但接着的话是锤出自己的 Q 技能，MAK 是打赢了这个反击的。
因为我前面看到了飞爱跟阿里在上路，他们要推上塔，所以想说可以推中路，然后结果有点忘记他们双 TP 绕后，然后我想去绑贾克斯跟阿里，然后不小心被小西吞倒了，有点尴尬。
中间什么乱流啊？主要还是中路压塔那一步吧。我们沟通没有预先防好2个双 TP， 然后就被抓到机会。就之后还是要多注意这方面的东西。
中路先进去，我直接把到 Pretender 开出了一个惊人，但惊人结束之后，突然间中路不见了。少掉了1名成员 ，CFO 开始全力的追击，一个盖火锅是盖到 Kenny 的身上，
锁但没人跟啊，
无可奈何的飞爱只能够绑到对方的吉因克斯，但紧接着是多名大汉。
就因为其实我们也蛮优势的，所以就算输了那波团，经济也没有差很多。加上我觉得我们后期比较强，就先拼发育，然后等对面巴龙时间结束。
掉大龙，其实我们都还蛮冷静的，因为主要我们还要控到小龙嘛，小龙4条都是我们的，然后就觉得我们团战也不会输，因为我们有冒开跟杰西，就抱一起就很好赢。
没有改变吧？就这2场我比较强硬的叫他，就我很确定对面打野的位置之后，我就一直报给他这样，然后再看他线上的优势。
跟说就感觉他还是一样厉害吧，就斗士的角色对线上感觉都是前2，就玩得很好。
这一周其实打得还不错，但是我觉得在打到 FAK 的时候，我觉得失误有点太多了，就是因为今天是赢的那一方，优势的那一方嘛，我觉得要改善就是给对方机会的一些问题啦。这个从以往都有一个问题，然后我们也会继续加强这方面的问题，就是完全不给对手任何机会，然后赢下比赛。分数的话，我觉得可能就60分吧，我觉得还有进步空间很多。
那些阿志是我没差啊，我有水龙魂。
但如果等下有一波真的对方欧印了，有可能会倒。
他现在就是不断的尝试，
总比都不出手，来了出手。
就是直接大招挡掉，而且进来撞到了，直接做到东山再一个巨幅毁灭，又是举到了对卡塔。后面的一个扫射，阿志还在弹出伤害，接着他掉到了半血，现在是超硬赛恩。红白刀这时候也没办法做拉扯，只有一个近战的本钱而已。选择直接开无尽梦魇往前飞，这边华哥一个人打3个，但是马上被抬起来。救急电话配到惊人拖了一点时间，这是后排的明星迅步挖口自己收忙，直接把 Lava 给收在了正面的位置。来看一下红白刀叠满的 Bruce 没办法再往前，敏智过来想偷伤害，但是正面的挖口又打2个，配到一个咒语爆破，再加一个惊人拖时间，车长竟然没办法换掉任何一个人。我觉得是因为平均上来，我觉得其实 PCS 的下路线不烂。
我有预测，这是一个预判攻，泰的往右边滑的小心精准的勾中，这波想做操作，但没想到对面早就知道了。
左边非常的恐怖，嘎痛去看一下，
有意识，他被顶了一波，
但是这9筒超痛，已经打到了半血，再炸了一个348，
踩不过去了，
生气想要推回来，但直接交闪甩大绝也没有甩到，然后在空中直接被接了一个 QQ PR， 但现在变成是这一个肚子，直接把对方给顶得迷迷冒冒。那 IC8 看起来也是跟着倒地，往前的一个拍地板，直接盖火锅把 IC8 给拿下。下半部的团战是让 Pretender 拿下3个人头啊，他现在已经跟中山是接近平装的，都是3片装。
2颗是有赏金的人头的样子。
对，往前还要再做 poke， 这是一个魔法水晶出手，再配上一个冰河龙牢，2段的 CC
要秒了，
回身打了一个鬼灵之握，但是正面的位置中山交了一个金额想推不掉伤害到 MN， 这是一个白刀，但是被回避设计给直接吹走了。
这波 DG 的阵型就保持得非常好，就是他们有确保就是朱女的大局甩在谁身上的同时，他们后续的 CC 以及伤害都是能够跟上的。但这首 MNN 太猛了，对，有猫咪的保护啊，最大程度让他能够在这样情况下搭配红白刀去做贴点的输出。
对，而且东山这波操作也非常好，他基本上是救了所有人的命啊。嗨，大家好，我是 Peter， 我们是 DCG 的战队总监。我们今天呢有一个非常重要的任务呢，就是因为我们今年搬来了一个新的基地，我们今天特别邀请到了一位远道而来，从我们香港远道而来的月巴来陪我们一起开箱我们这个新基地。Hello， 月巴 ，Hello， 对，那。期待吗？你也没看过嘛。而且我们今天是完全突袭，就是我们的选手啊、教练都是不知道月巴今天会来的。等一下可以看一下他们的反应是怎么样。
超大这里，超期待。
那我们就准备进去开箱我们的新基地。大家们一进来之后就是我们的1楼，1楼就是我们的客厅。然后客厅是我们英雄联盟战队的训练的地方，对，跟大家，大家来跟我们月巴打个招呼。
Hello。
怎么都这么害羞？知道他是谁吗？有看过他吗？你之前在看剧剧？关我屁事啊！不要乱讲，关我屁事。是我好不好？介绍一下，这是我们的教练 Refrain。Hello。然后这也是我们的教练 ENZZ。
你好，教练好忙哦，教练，摄影师我妹脚哎。
好，你的妹脚，还是你要秀两手，换他。秀两手。然后这是我们的饮水机守护神。
饮水机守护神什么意思？
对，就是我们的替补选手。
哦。OK。
还有665。
你好。
打个招呼吧。不要这么害羞吧，你平常讲话不是这样的，你平常讲话不是这样的，你怎么在那边这样啊？来看一下镜头啊，你在害羞什么？然后水精灵，我们的 AD，
我听说他的反差很大。
反差很大吗？
对啊。
他反差哪里很大？
反差不大。
看谁讲？哦，他反差很大。反差不大。那反差很大。你看他，你在水性，他都这样子。还有我们的超级新人，我们的第1年打PCS 职业的赌注。曹哥
，Hello，
曹哥你好。
曹哥最健谈了吧？
那肯定
聊个天啊。
你在聊什么？没有什么好聊的，
学升级啊。
这季有动画好看吗？
这季有动画好看。啊，胖哥你吃完了？吃完了。
胖哥煮什么啊？
你就煮蛋白质啊，对啊，就是健康餐，就是那种蛋白质健身餐。
这么健康？
每天3练跑。
每天健身房。
你去看他1年前的照片，就觉得现在的他不是他了。
对，应该拿个1年前对比照，看下。对比照，菜胖四花跟菜瘦四花，
确实瘦很多。
对，就是火龙，鼎鼎大名的太原。
这个上次就看过，我就不知道在干嘛。不知道在干嘛？
双石像在这。我那个时候不胖，你现在也还是，现在胖，我很胖脸，现在也还是。
这个平板支撑可以撑多久啊？
平板支撑可以撑多久？3到5吧。3到5分钟，来。
我不信啊，来，
我帮你手高，总共3队的训练跟住宿的环境空间，
超爽的，我就觉得。
你给他们住那么好，自己都没住那么好，你自己都住那个老50年屋龄的老旧房子。
真假？还是下去看你的房间？
下次有机会再去。谢谢月巴今天特地来参观 DCG 的宿舍。对，那我们去吃刚刚我们胖哥准备的优格了，拜拜。
拜拜。
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same thing. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same thing. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted, I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, 'cause I can't give you everything you want, make you feel, I'm so good for you, love being bad for you, 'cause I can't give you so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, 'cause I can't give you everything you want, make you feel, I'm so good for you, love being bad for you, 'cause I can't give you everything you desire, I'm so bad for you, say you're keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one who can rival. You try and try, but never find someone who's like. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one who can rival. You try and try, never find another me. cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
嗨，大家好，我是 Peter，我们是 DCG 的战队总监。我们今天呢有一个非常重要的任务呢，就是因为我们今年搬来了一个新的基地，我们今天特别邀请到了一位远道而来，从我们香港远道而来的月巴来陪我们一起开箱我们这个新基地。Hello， 月巴 ，Hello， 对，那期待吗？你也没看过吗？而且我们今天是完全突袭，就是我们的选手啊、教练都是不知道月巴今天会来的。等一下可以看一下他们的反应是怎么样。
超大这里，超期待。
那我们就准备进去开箱我们的新基地。大门一进来之后就是我们的1楼，就是我们的客厅。然后客厅是我们英雄联盟战队的训练的地方，对，跟大家，大家来跟我们月巴打个招呼。
Hello，
怎么都这么害羞？知道他是谁吗？有看过他吗？
你之前在看视频，
关我屁事啊！不要乱讲，关我屁事。
不是我啊。
介绍一下，就是我们的教练 Refrain。Hello。然后这也是我们的教练 ENZZ。
你好，教练好。好忙哦，教练，这里是夺命角哎。
好，你的被讲，还是你要秀两手，换他。然后这是我们的饮水机守护神。
饮水机守护神什么意思？
对，就是我们的替补选手。
哦，OK，
来到665，
你好，
打个招呼吧。不要这么害羞嘛！你平常讲话不是这样的，你平常讲话不是这样的，你怎么突然变这样啊？来看一下镜头啊，你在害羞什么？然后水精灵，我们的 AD，不要。
我听说他的反差很大。
反差很大吗？
对啊。
他反差哪里很大？
反差不大。
他谁讲的？哦，他反差很大。
反差不大。
那反差很大。你看看，
你这是
他都这样子。还有我们的超级新人，我们的第一年打PCS职业的辅助。
你们这台
曹哥
，Hello，
曹哥你好。
曹哥最健谈了吧？
那肯定
聊个天啊。
还聊什么？没有，有什么好聊的？
学升级啊。
这季有动画好看呢。
这季有动画好看。
对啊。
啊，胖哥你吃完了？吃完了。
胖哥煮什么啊？
你就煮蛋白质啊。对啊，就是健康餐，就是那种蛋白质健身餐。
这么健康？
每天3练好。
每天健身房。
你去看他1年前的照片，就觉得现在他不是他了。
对，应该拿个1年前对比照，我看下。对比照，蔡胖四花跟蔡瘦四花，
确实瘦很多。
对，就是火龙，鼎鼎大名的太原。
这个上次就看过，我不知道在干嘛。不知道在干嘛？
双十项在这。我那个时候不胖，你现在也还是，现在胖，胖点，现在也还是。有。
这个平板支撑可以撑多久啊？
平板支撑可以撑多久
？3到5吧。
3到5分钟，来。
我不信啊，来，
我帮你走高，总共3队的训练跟住宿的环境空间，
超爽的，我就觉得。
你给他们住那么好，自己都没住那么好，自己都住那个老50年屋龄的老旧房子。
真假？还是下去看你的房间？
下次有机会再去。谢谢月巴今天特地来参观 DCG 的宿舍。对，那我们去吃刚刚我们胖哥准备的优格了，拜拜。
拜拜。
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Strong calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Strong calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more. Ashes define, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and we're already now at the final day of week 2 here at the Summer PCS, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And I have to say before anything, if you missed yesterday, you're definitely going to want to check it out because a lot of upsets and a lot of exciting gameplay. I am of course your host Vestian, and alongside me once again, Shock.
Couldn't be happier to be here, and I think, it's close in the PCS this split. 5 teams currently tied for that first place, and it's pretty impressive because last split it was close as well, but it was all the, a lot of the teams within one game of each other there at the top, but now 5 teams tied for first place is pretty incredible.
Yeah, and I think the most important part is there's no real way to tell who's better than who, because Beyond looked insane yesterday, taking their win against PSG. I didn't even expect them to win, let alone just how hard they won, so definitely a game to go back and look at if you did miss it. But coming to today, I think we have quite a few one-sided affairs. A lot of those bottom 4 teams are taking on the top 6. We do have, I'd say, the first 4 games looking pretty one-sided, but if yesterday was anything to go off, there can be some upsets. And again, I think we're still at the phase really where Frank are still having to prove themselves because, as you said, top 5 all tied. Frank coming in at 6 at the moment, 2 wins only, looking for their 3rd today. And up against Duish team, definitely favoured to do so.
Yeah, and it would be really good for Frank if after starting 0-3, they can come into week 2 and 3-0. Obviously, they did have that very difficult schedule to begin with, and things are looking a little bit better for them now. As we'll take a look at yesterday's results, and if you kind of point your eyes towards games 4 and 5, J-Team, unexpected win versus TFO. I'd say this one was kind of, you were thinking it might be close though. But game 5, Beyond, they took out PSG and it was a stomp. It was like 18-1 or something. Never seen PSG lose that in that fashion. Importantly as well, Hellpigs picked up their first win yesterday over Duish Team, which now means Duish Team is the only team still without a win, sitting down at the bottom there with 0-5. And coming up against Frank in game 1, kind of worried. I don't think they're going to pick it up, but hey, who knows? Frank, they're only 2 and 3, but as you can see there, the top 5 all in first place, 4 and 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really just goes to show, I think the teams that are now in this top spot, like Beyond, as well as J-Team, have really, really leveled up. And actually Deep Cross from last split, which just means this split is really looking so competitive, which can mean a lot, not only domestically, but internationally as we get further and further through this season. But yeah, I want to sort of go towards Duish Team here and talk about them for a little bit, as they will be in our first game of the day, which you see on your screen here. But this team at the moment, at least, doesn't really seem to have anyone they can play through to look for a win. Because Pepero has remained fairly stable, but hasn't done anything that proactive that would allow his team to win. More or less is just staying somewhat even and then taking the brunt of what is losing matchups the rest of the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Duish Team are going to pick up their first win. We'll come back to that in a moment, but I think DCG versus J-Team is our game of the day. It will be our 5th game, of course, and both those teams tied at the moment, so it will be very interesting to see who comes out on top. But yeah, coming back to Duish Team, I'm not too sure how they are going to pick up their first win, because it does feel like, especially after a lot of the other rosters have leveled up, that they haven't really, and pound for pound, a lot weaker than other teams. They used to play a lot of creative stuff, have kind of been going back to the standard stuff, but I'm really not too sure like where we look at. Like you said, Pepro, he's been doing well, but it's never enough to kind of pull them over the finish line, and I'm worried for them.
Yeah, and I think yesterday's defeat against Hellpigs just really shows you really how far behind the rest of the sort of teams we have here in the PCS they truly are, because I thought that they had an opportunity there. I didn't think they were necessarily outclassed at all, but at the end, they did kind of look like they were. I mean, especially up in that top lane, we had JP getting absolutely demolished, as you'll see JP and the rest of the squad on your team there. But JP got completely demolished by Taco. And what was, you'd have to think, a fairly even matchup. Maybe not exactly even, but yeah, it just seems like there's not a whole lot of play here that Duish Team can look towards to look for their win. I still think that you really need to get WSL to just commit fully to playing these aggressive junglers. Because in the former split, back in spring, that was where they found their wins. They found their wins through this guy getting himself a massive advantage on these pressure junglers and just playing through him. But haven't seen that so far. We did see one Elise game, which was his best game so far, but I haven't gone back to it.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe if you do just pick a snowballing comp, obviously, if you don't get ahead, it's going to look bad a lot of the time, but eventually, it's got to happen, right? If they do just pick a bunch of snowball champs. And I think that Pepper and Enhal, they've been stable. It hasn't been enough to carry, as we said before, but if they can keep, the consistency up, and then if we can get JP a good game and somehow the mid-jungle pop off, I could see them picking up a win eventually. I don't think it's going to be here, though. Up against Frank, the other side, a roster that also looks maybe not as good as Split 1. It's kind of hard to tell. It could be that the other teams have just got a lot better. They did bring in Kenny Chan, and admittedly, his Poppy game was very, very good.
Yeah, he looked really good on the Poppy. And I'll say the other Poppy game we saw yesterday was Jinjia, and Kenny Chan definitely looked like he was more comfortable on that champion. And it's a good sign, because I said before their game yesterday, we haven't really seen proof that Kenny Chan's better than Hollow. And I guess we still really haven't, but it was a good start to ramping towards being able to see that in his Poppy game. But first of all, here are the matchups between these supports, and in all honesty, it is a massive diff in pretty much every single stat here.
Yeah, I think the bot proximity one is interesting, though. That kind of means that Kaiwing, I guess, likes to play in lane with Eminem, whereas Enhao maybe wants to move around the map a little bit more. And now I'm not sure if bot proximity means the lane itself or just that side of the map. Not too sure, because it could mean that Enhao is like very willing to look towards mid and top roams early, whereas, maybe Kaiwing wants to be kind of around bot lane river, maybe look mid if he can, but not too sure.
Yeah, I think another thing to consider from that stat is it probably means that Kenny Chan is more willing to spend a bit of time around the bot lane and play with Kaiwing in that way instead of roaming around to the likes of the Rift Herald. But we are going into Champion Select. Interesting. So Frank may be realizing that Duish's team only real play here is those more aggressive pressure junglers, banning Elise first. Pretty sure that's the first time we've seen that here in summer.
Yeah, Elise and Sejuani. So 4 junglers banned already. And I wonder if this favors WSL or not. I kind of feel like if it does go down to kind of tier 2 junglers, it is better for his picks. At the same time, though, Kenny Chan, he's looking like a pretty strong jungler now, so I'm sure he'll be happy to go down to maybe some of his pocket picks. Haven't seen anything, off meta really, except for the Poppy. Even that is pretty meta now.
5 jungle bans.
Yeah, I could see a 6th here. And that would mean a lot of the power picks get through.
Wow. We definitely have not seen 5. Now that is, I guess, technically 6. Although Nico, we've seen it played support, can be played
jungle.
mid, and it's been played jungle. So you could say that's 6 jungle bans, although Nico not necessarily. Tristana the first lock-in. I like this already. I think this so far is looking better for Duish's draft than often we see. But what is the answer back? We've got Kaiser already. I think you pretty much have to pick a jungler in the first 3 now with just how many have been taken off.
Yeah, I think picking the Poppy again is honestly pretty good. Obviously, it's kind of annoying for Tristana to play against, and it feels like it just does well against a lot of the supports that Enhao can play. So we'll see. I think Azir could be another champ that's picked in Tristana. Not very good for the first few levels, but after that, really kind of comes into its own. So we'll see what they end up going for. And with a lot of junglers gone, like you said, I think both teams should look to pick up their jungler first 3. Unless they want to play something really off-meta, maybe look for something like the Karthus. That Tristana does allow WSL to play some more of those AP champs. And Poppy picked up, I think, no surprises really. But I'd like to see Duish team go towards, something like a Karthus now. One of those AP junglers. Ivan would be good too.
Ivan would be good, but I'm not sure that it's going to help the cause of Duish team specifically. I think it does pair fine with the Tristana and pretty much anything you build around it, but is it really Duish's way in? Looks like at least for now it won't be, as Renekton will be the lock-in here for JP up in that top lane.
I think taking the Renekton here is a little bit of a bait. I mean, it does look strong, but I think if you're blinding Renekton without Sejuani into already a Poppy and then getting countered top, I feel like it loses a lot of its value. Obviously, it is just a strong top lane blind, but I feel like we could have done a bit better.
91% win rate at the moment,
yeah,
which is pretty
ridiculous.
Nautilus is only at a 12.5.
Yeah. Oh, I think the Jax is pretty destructive here.
Yep. And Solo Kill definitely pilots this champion like the best of them, so I'm excited to see him back on this champ. He has played it before, obviously many, many times.
Yeah.
Now, I have to say, I am definitely favoring Frank's team comp, at least thus far. I wonder if Duish team will go for that sort of Tristana, flex pick and put it as the AD carry and take the LeBlanc if LeBlanc stays open.
Yeah, it's possible. I think, though, that this Trist will go mid, and I think it will be a hard AP jungler like Karthus or Lilia coming out. I'd maybe like to see Frank target one of those. Just keep banning out junglers, make WSL's job really difficult. Yeah, Karthus. I think it's a really good ban.
Yeah. Karthus probably the best solo AP in the game, I'd have to say. Just the amount of...
Ban Alistar. Ooh. I think Lilia ban. WSL, I believe he played it last split. What other hard
They
AP
could
jungler
possibly
could
look
come?
for the Nidalee Renekton.
Yeah.
They have a lot of setup already for that champ.
Maybe, but it's hard to play in team fights. I guess if there's a not a... Yeah. I could
WSL,
maybe
that
see
was
it.
one of WSL's best games last split as well, was on the Nidalee.
Yeah, surely it's an AP jungler ban, though. You'd have to think.
Yeah.
Ziggs.
Oh, okay.
We haven't seen the Ziggs starting to really work out yet. I don't think that's because the combo is weak, but I do think it's a little hard to execute. But maybe they just think, okay, if Duish team don't get really ahead early, we are just going to clean them up. So now, what do you look for here? Probably could be mid or support, actually. Depends which one you want to counter the comp with.
I think you can just take the Leona. You're almost certainly just taking Leona anyway.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
This could be, what, so Kai'Sa mid into Trez. I'm not sure how good that is. Guess we'll see.
Well, it will just be both. If that is the case, I imagine it's just 2 static shivs. Okay, so...
Yeah, but that means Xayah or Khan can come in here, right?
Yeah, actually, wow.
That's a pretty ridiculous comp if they get that. So what do we look for? Oh, I don't think we want to be Varus here.
No, there's a lot of running at people.
Yeah, I mean, there just aren't that many ADC options available.
There's a strong lane as well against the lower ranged AD carries.
I feel like it's a lost condition, though. I don't know. Ultimately, they don't have a really good pick here. So they do go for the Varus. Maybe they can use it to get ahead early, but it's going to be so hard to play Varus in team fights.
It is also AP if they opt that route.
Yeah, it could be a Kindred.
Wow, 380 carries.
I don't think this is a good Kindred game. I don't think it's going to be... I think it has to be... I think it should be AP. Even if Varus can go AP... Ooh, take away the Rakan.
Okay,
and
so...
play Nautilus jungle.
Wow.
That's actually a good adaptation.
Exciting. Yeah, this is exciting.
Yeah. I think it's maybe still not good, but I honestly think they kind of had to do it. Because if you give over Xayah Rakan with this combo, or like with their comp, excuse me, it's going to be so hard to play the game. So putting the Nautilus jungle here, I wonder if this is something they had thought about, or if it was just a spur-of-the-moment adaptation, but if it was, I think credit to them. It's really trying to salvage this draft, but to me it feels pretty unsalvageable. Blitzcrank, though, for Kaiwing.
Okay, yeah. We've had a lot of Blitzcranks already. You can see 16% pick rate, which is very high for a Blitzcrank in any given meta. But we've seen Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank, and now it's Kaiwing's turn to really see if he can come anywhere near that performance. These drafts are insane, actually. We're like, Nautilus jungle, that's the first time we've seen that. First time we've seen the Kai'Sa mid. Yeah, and then the takeaway of the Rakan from the Xayah as well to adapt, as you've pointed out, as an insane adaptation. And Nautilus does work in the jungle. Has a bit of a slower clear for the most part, but the amount of CC it offers in any sort of ganks and skirmishes is insane.
I will be really interested to see how the mid matchup pans out, because we have seen Kai'Sa mid played a little bit internationally into the LeBlanc, where you just kind of go for the Shiv as well. You both get to trade farm evenly, and then in the mid game, Kai'Sa does very well into LeBlanc and blow her up pretty quick. But I'm not sure how it will go against Tristana. Feels like Trish should definitely get the advantage in the early game. But Pretender's pretty good at laning, so maybe he can just make up for it. And I don't think it's a matchup we've seen at all internationally, so not actually 100% sure how the matchup will go.
No, I think... Well, I mean, just the nature of how the static shiv works at the moment. I feel like it's just both ADs will... Well, mid laners, I guess, in this case, will play fairly passive. I guess Zhao 2 really should have the priority of if he wants to go in for trades. But I think it's mostly both of them are just going to want to get to the static shiv and try and find themselves some pressure in the side lanes to then group up, look for objectives.
Yeah, could see that. I wonder, what build do you think the Varus is going for?
I think it has to be AP.
Yeah,
Nautilus isn't going to offer you enough AP.
I actually like the AP Varus build more than Poker on here at the moment. I think it actually is the best build.
Yeah, well, you can really slice away these healths in an insane amount of time if you get that Blight up and an empowered Q. Absolutely destroys pretty much anyone. You can't really build against it so well. Obviously, magic resist goes a long way, but health certainly doesn't. So it is good, and I mean, it'll do a lot to try and take out the frontliners of Frank. Obviously, Jax doesn't really like being auto-attacked. Can't, in fact, auto-attack him for a lot of the time, but Varus doesn't have to worry about that too much, especially if the Chain of Corruption will land onto the Jax. Can do a lot to be able to take out solo kill.
That's true as well, and something you brought up in Champs League with the 380 carries into Jax feels a little strange. I mean, obviously if Varus goes that AP build, it's like a pseudo 80 carry, but I feel like
It's only 2 now, it's Nautilus.
Oh, true, they didn't end up going
Yeah,
for Kindred, yeah. I was going to say, Kindred obviously isn't good at that game, but then I remembered it is Nautilus. The Nautilus jungle will be kind of interesting as well. I'm not sure if there are gankable lanes here, because it feels like ganking the Jax is probably going to be too hard. Ganking the Kai'Sa, though, I think is really, really easy, especially with your Tristana.
Yeah, you have to find a good angle, though. Tristana doesn't really have setup. So,
I mean, she can just jump on it for the slow.
That is true. But even then, Kai'Sa does get a speed boost. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty hard to look even mid. I feel like Pretender should be good enough to realize that he isn't going to be having priority early unless there are some pretty heavy mistakes from Zhao. You could look towards bot. Rakan does have a fair amount of setup, as well as Varus can follow up from pretty much anywhere in the lane. So that could be an angle. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm excited though. We're heading now into our first game here for the final day of week 2. And it is going to be Duish team versus Frank. Duish team trying to get their first win on the board. And they're starting off by heading this 5-man towards the bot bush.
Yeah. Creative level 1 and a creative draft could be the way to do it. Some creative runes as well, as we've got the PTA on Tristana, so definitely playing for the laning phase. Wants to play for those all-in trades. And I think they might actually find something with this.
Yeah, Eminem might be forced to use a summoner here.
Yeah, it depends where he stands.
No one's been seen yet.
What? Okay, so he was going to blind hook that bush. So I wouldn't have ended up doing anything anyway, but he did hook the wall.
Does that do anything for his clear? Surely it does. I don't really know how a Nautilus clear works, but...
I think as long as he gets a leash, it should be fine. Obviously, impossible to solo start with Q, I would imagine. But we'll see. I think it's fine for your bot lane to leash here, probably. It's not like you're playing the Comet Varus that really needs to get ahead in lane. Needs to start kind of in that bot bush.
I think it will be AP with the Halo Blades.
Yeah, probably. And there just isn't a lot of AP damage on the team. I think especially PTA Trist probably will just be going a more regular Trist build. I mean, we'll see. And the Kai'Sa I would expect to be going pretty much straight AP after the Shiv. Would expect Ludens to come out later on, although I guess it could just be, you know, what we see, kind of the standard Shiv, Nashor's Raid Blade, but I'd be down to see the Ludens.
I think this looks more like a Ludens game to me. I think you have by far enough DPS within the Xayah as well as the Jax. I mean, even the Ludens Kai'Sa does so much DPS anyway.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, Ludens makes a lot of sense here, but all things considered, we have Nautilus pathing towards top. Now, that is definitely a possibility to look there. If somehow the Counter-Strike gets baited out of solo kills Jax. Oh, hold up. We do have a hook land already. Inhal doesn't have the dash to be able to get out of that, so it does take a fair amount of damage. But as I was saying, I think if you are able to get the Counter-Strike out, there are definite angles where Nautilus and Renekton can take out the Jax, particularly before Grandmaster's might of that Jax ult is available.
Oh, another hook lands. No
yeah,
bone
no
fighting.
dash still. That's going to be a root, and it should be first blood. Goes over to Kaiwing here. 2 from 2, making the Blitzcrank very worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely not how you expect that bot lane matchup to go. It was just 2 hooks hit back to back, and first one wasn't too bad because Zenhao did have the bone plating, but the second one, he's punished very, very hard for it. And I feel like getting hit by hooks here as Rakan is pretty unforgivable.
Ooh, okay, so we didn't notice this. Kenny Chan went and stole the blue buff from WSL. Looks like WSL looking for an invade here, but he has absolutely no bot pressure. Kaiwing will be able to scout him out.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's not going to be able to trade anything back, especially now that his bot lane died. They're just going to be too weak to contest. That's a really rough start for the side of Duish team. Now behind him both jungle and bot lane. It looks like mid's not going too much better. WSL, I don't think you can do this.
No, definitely not.
Is he really going to try?
Looks like he is.
He has no business being here.
Yeah, no, Kenny Chan is in the area as well as Eminem and Kaiwing. So this Nautilus is all by himself. Wisely is backing away. Kaiwing has flash available. Has been on point with those hooks, but...
Yeah, I'm surprised he even thought there was ever a chance of doing that, because with your ADC going base and the enemy AD coming back with an item advantage, there's just no universe you're ever going to be able to take that. By the way, though, at least he crosses mid and will now be able to get a top scuttle for himself. What it can do afterwards, though, it feels like it's not a whole lot. Ooh, jump comes out in the mid. That's the slow does not hit. Kai'Sa can get away from it. There's a lot of cooldowns burned. But Poppy, she's not close enough.
Okay. Importantly, WSL is spotted out on that ward there, so Pretender should be wise to the potential of a dive, honestly.
Ooh, Kenny Chan's looking probably just for
this
the
is
Krugs.
a massive wave.
They're full HP and full sums. I don't think they can be dived. I'm surprised they're walking away. I think they should have stayed under tower here.
Yeah, well, they're just losing so much. This is almost worse than losing the kill, as Tower Plate will be going over here to Frank, as well as the vast majority of that minion wave going down just to the tower. In fact, people are even missing once he does get here.
Yeah, I feel like I just don't think you should die there. I mean, if you have full sums, full HP, and you can still get dived, then your champs just suck. Well, they backed away and they didn't die, and maybe that's where some of the consistency from Pepper and Enhal, comes from. They're willing to give up things when they need to, but perhaps willing to give up too much as well.
Oh, okay.
Nice little bit of damage on Skywing there. Pepper, he will be going for the Shiv, so we would expect to see AP after that.
Definitely.
And trades in mid lane, they've been going to Pretender's favor, I think, despite Zhao 2 having the PTA.
Okay, solo kill. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Renekton should have Dominus up. Yeah, there we go. Level 6 now, so he's pretty undivable. Kenny Chan really no business trying for that, but looking to take some more here off WSL's jungle. Poppy, not really known as a pressured jungler, but I guess against the Nautilus is feeling really safe to just continuously walk in. Solo kill seemingly having constant pressure is, wow. Eminem half helping Inhal just by himself.
Oh, huge trades come out in mid.
Wow, Pretender definitely getting the better here.
Yeah, and there's no TP for Tristana. She will just have to recall. Kenny Chan, can he stop this? I think he will.
Yeah, wow, that's so annoying for Zhao too. But massive for Pretenders. He's going to be able to claim this wave, push it in. Kenny Chan kind of griefing there a little bit.
Yeah, Tristana's actually going to stay. But this is really good, and I think the reason Poppy is able to kind of have so much pressure...
Oh! Void Seeker only actually just forces out a flash.
Yeah. That's pretty unfortunate.
Probably not worth the minion wave after that happens.
Anyway, go back to what I was saying. I think the reason Poppy is just having so much pressure is mainly just because of these lane advantages. Like, you see Solo Kill was getting a lot of pressure up in the top lane, and bot lane obviously was going pretty well for Frank with their 2v2 kill early. And it feels like mid has been relatively even, maybe slightly to Pretender's favor as well, but ultimately it doesn't feel like either mid was really healthy enough to rotate and stop everything. So it's just kind of WSL playing with 3 lanes of no prio currently, and that's kind of just feels like player gap.
I feel like, especially in top, it feels like player gap. I swear when we see the Jax vs Renekton, Renekton's usually got himself a little bit, at least, of a CS lead and has the pressure in the lane, at least until the later stages. But here we see Solo Kill remaining pretty much even and sitting at JP's tower almost the entirety of the lane, which is a bit backwards from what we're used to seeing.
Definitely is. And 8 minutes in here, I wonder, will we start looking at the Herald here for Duish team? Probably won it with your Tristana. Can definitely get the ball rolling for her nice and early. But I feel like that's a fight that Frank should be willing to take. Both supports now around mid. Can Enhal get level 5 in time? We'll see. Ooh, Hook does go wide. I think WSL's starting this up. Ooh.
Yeah, wow. A bit too overzealous there from Enhal as the grab. Wow, that is unreal.
That is tragic. I mean,
Chain of Corruption goes wide as well.
Wow. But maybe
4 man, and Zhao 2 now rooted up is going to have to use that rocket jump away, and Frank getting everything they want. Hook only just out of range.
Yeah, so close. And Duish team.
The fight continues. Kenny Chan getting low. It's going to be claimed there by Renekton, but Pretender trying to offload as much damage as possible. Solo Kill not in the area, but is headed down here from the top lane.
Yeah, okay, they're going to turn back to it. And I think with that, Frank will probably give this one up. Ultimately, it did just end up being that 1-for-1. But I think this actually should have been a really good fight here for Duish team. Probably could have got the Herald just for free. Because what should happen, I think, is that you have a much stronger team fighter in Rakan. Blitzcrank needs to land some sort of pick, before it starts, and you're not expecting that to be on Rakan and Zhao2.
That's just going to be a solo kill.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty unforgivable. I really feel like Tristana should be winning the matchup early. Forced to flash in the 1v1 and now solo kill in the 1v1. As we'll get a look at how this happened and how just way too greedy with the pathing. I mean, just walking past the wall right in front of Poppy. I'm not too sure what he was thinking, but either way, he was punished pretty hard for it. And honestly, this was pretty much free. Ooh, nice dodge by Kenny Chan. It was pretty much free. I mean, nothing was really committed by Frank other than the flash ignite from Kaiwing, but probably could fight after that, but just overreached and were punished for it. But now Shiv on Kai'Sa, Kraken on Eminem Zaya. And Duish team, they're rushing 2 Shivs as well, but behind on the items, probably going to have to give over the first drag. Especially because they are going to lose a lot of priority now in both the mid and bot lane, just with those item advantages. That's going to make contesting this so hard. Kenny Chan, he's looking bot maybe? Ooh, Duish team. They're going to play for something. Eminem has sums and ulti, so he doesn't really feel like he's threatened here.
Yeah, we've seen this bush camp a lot. And it actually has worked more times than it hasn't, as Kenny Chan only just not going to be able to find that, but it's going to force out the Buster shot.
That's pretty nice. Just getting cooldowns all across the map. And JP, with that kill he got from that last skirmish, maybe he can make a little bit of headway, take a plate or 2 in the top lane. Be a nice little bit of gold for himself. Solokill has TP up though. When he does have item, probably will look for some sort of reset. And I'm a little surprised that Frank haven't looked for the dragon here at all. But I think also, I mean, you can just let this Kai'Sa scale up a bit more if you want. Maybe instead just want to play for gold though. Pressuring bot lane.
Another plate now going over to Eminem. Really important gold here for the Zaya. I mean, your Kai'Sa's already ahead. Already going to be a menace, especially once some more of these items can come online, as well as when she gets some of these buffs. But Kenny Chan looking for WSL here. It's 3-man strong. Flash is used. Kaiwing is going to look for the hook. Will land it here. This will be WSL going down. Is going to not use the ult, at least for now. Pretender picking himself up a 3rd.
Pretender is just getting all of these. And he's going to be so fed in this game. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. WSL was caught out of position there. It's pretty hard to dodge Nor hooks.
Oh, Eminem getting caught by everything, but Cleanse will come out for that chain of corruption. As Duish team should find a lot of damage here. I think the bottom lane have stopped this dragon.
Yeah, can they get Eminem's flash?
Pepero fast. Oh, okay, so quickness does come out of Inhow. It should be Kenny Chan maybe going down as the knockup comes through. But Eminem, he's turning it around. He finds one. He's looking for a second one. Inhow tagged up by that Void Seeker, and it is Eminem picking up 2.
And once again, I feel like just mis-execution out of Duish team. I think there probably was a way to get kills there. If you had stayed further away from the wall, maybe you can flash something afterwards. Instead, though, they managed to get Kenny Chan but go into Eminem's waiting arms, who's now 2-0. And we'll get a look at this, because I feel like there was probably a way to win this. So initially, knockup comes out onto Eminem. Chain of Corruption was cleansed early. They do a nice job to kite everything out. But I think here, if you just play further out, either Poppy commits really deep into, knocking you into the other wall, in which case you can just walk away after. But instead, they go so far. Picture in picture, though.
Yeah, well.
Zhao2's been hooked.
We come back. Zhao2 has gone down again, and Pretender has picked himself up. What I believe is his 4th. Yep, there we go.
And Pretender's going for the Luden 2nd.
Yeah.
So it's going to be poking extremely early. And that's going to be really hard to deal with, because there's going to be no lifesteal sustain whatsoever for Duish team for a very long time here. And perhaps ever.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, so this was TP from Zhao2. It was spotted, I believe, on the mini-map. Yeah, so they know he's here. Answering TP comes in, and Zhao2... Ooh, he still goes for it. I mean, he saw the TP come in from Pretender, so I guess he just thought he could take him out. Ooh, nice flash hook from Kaiwing. I guess just didn't know where the Blitzcrank was, and it feels like another aggressive play from Duish team just ends up propelling Frank ahead more.
It kind of feels like Duish team try and set up these plays, but they don't actually set it up sufficiently enough. Like, maybe you could have an angle there, but because you didn't find where the Blitzcrank is, it's just never going to pay out. But if you do know where the Blitzcrank is and he's not in range, you code for that, then it probably works a whole lot better for you.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult, I think, when you are behind. As another fight, looks like a nice start.
Ooh,
nice
really nice steadfast presence. As now it's all the damage coming in from Eminem. WSL will go down. It is going to be Pretender picking that one up. He's looking for another. That is a double kill. Should be the bot lane at least getting out.
Yeah, that was crazy setup. That was like Nautilus hook disengaged from the Poppy W into a ton of follow-up CC. I hope we get a replay because that was super well done by the side of Frank, and feels like they're pulling ahead to an almost insurmountable lead here. 6-0 on the Kai'Sa. Should have Ludens and maybe Sorks if she goes for them as well. It's going to be so hard to deal with her.
You know, out of considering we had 5, arguably 6 jungle bans in the first rotation, I think Poppy, maybe after Maokai, is probably the best champion to have against what is the Nautilus jungle, the Tristana mid, and also the Rakan in support.
Yeah.
Gets so much value no matter what it uses that steadfast presence on.
Yeah, I think it do be a bit of a draft diff. Ludens now picked up on the Kai'Sa. Gold difference has been in Frank's favor from minute 0 here. Minute 130, I suppose. 4.5 minutes on the next drag. Drag has been pretty slow this game. Haven't seen a lot of prioritization from it, from Frank, but they've been doing stuff instead, you know, diving lanes, winning fights. It's not like they've been inactive. And you kind of see that in the gold. Very far ahead. Another hook lands.
Is going to get hooked midway through that dash. He's going to get away for now, but that might cause WSL to go down. In fact, it's only going to cost them their flash, but...
Pretender. He's got one.
Oh, yep, there we go. Quick scoped.
Can he get the other one?
Doesn't look like he's going for it.
That was nice, though.
Inhal thought he was going to dodge out of that hook. Unfortunately not.
That champ is very annoying, especially when it gets this fed. You know, having a Ludens this early, not even going for that Nash's before it, makes it so hard to deal with.
Okay, JP wisely backing out.
And poor JP, I feel like he hasn't really done anything wrong this game, but he also hasn't converted into much, right? Like, I think he is sort of countered, but it's more of a scaling counter.
I think at least early he probably should be favored.
Yeah. Didn't really get much with it, though. Another Chain of Corruption does go wide.
Solo Kill will be claiming his tower there up in the top lane. So 2 towers now for Frank. Only this mid lane outer remains. As I think Eminem now is at the point where he's happy to just stay in lane even if it is 2v1. As long as that ult's available, should be fine.
Player Gold, Pretender is up about 3k over Zhao2, which is pretty crazy. But also, Kaiwing is up 1k over the enemy support, which is something you don't think about too much in League, but supports get very little income. So having a lot of kills, having a lot of assists is Kaiwing 105 here. It actually means you do have a lot more items than the enemy support. And sometimes that doesn't matter too much, but if your Blitzcrank's going for an Everfrost, it feels very impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see the Everfrost. Bit more aggressive in terms of the item builds, but when you are this far ahead and you're landing so many hooks, makes a lot of sense. Just going to have that extra bit of lockdown on whoever does get caught by that rocket grab.
Mid-tier 1 does go down. They have a lot of poke and a lot of pick here. Duish team, ooh, nice dodge. Oh, but ulted away, and that should be another one.
Yeah, see you later, WSL. It's going to be another charge. Not quite the tower just yet, but...
Oh,
wow, Pepero is going to lose half of his health.
Yeah, and there's more where that came from. There's another one on the JP.
Yeah, let's see how many you can hit. We've seen Eminem, his AD carrier, hit like 5, 6, 7 in a row. Find out who's the better Kai'Sa in the team.
Now, Pretender did go for the Berserkers. I guess does just need the upgrade. And Zhao2, he has a ward, just going to keep him safe, but he needs to be careful, because I think if he is caught by the Void Seeker here, there's a lot of damage that can follow it up. I wonder, is he going to try jump on him?
Zhao2, Zhao2, Zhao2.
What was he thinking? Okay, Pretender, can he get out?
It was a bait the whole time. Here comes JP. Okay, teleported in response here. Should be fine to get away, but Zhao2...
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. That feels a little bit like it's inting.
I wonder if he was just trying to bait Kai'Sa to dash on him early.
Zhao2 now teleporting mid, looking for Kaiwing, but in fact is going to be met with so much damage. WSL lands the hook here, importantly, but with the disengage coming out of Kenny Chan, should be keeping this Xayah nice and safe. There are a lot of feathers on the ground here, and WSL not long for this world. Solo kill coming around the side, does have flash available.
And once again, it's Duish Team's aggressive play that just ends up being a lead for Frank. I feel like Frank have obviously done a good job of punishing their mistakes, but Frank haven't even needed to really set up plays of their own because Duish Team just continually gift them to their opponents. And Medjai is now in Pretender with only 6 stacks. I think he realizes that, you know, he is in no danger of dying, and Duish Team, they're just going to keep running at them.
Yeah, okay. So Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. Likewise, the Baron will also be spawning, so I think Frank really have their pick of the litter. So much damage coming out of Xayah, Jax, as well as Kai'Sa, so Baron will not last long at all, but also they could just play it more slow, steady, go for the Dragon. I feel like it's a Baron angle. Dragon doesn't feel like a win con this game.
Yeah, I'd like it. I think they're ahead enough. Maybe now looking around mid again. Kaiwing, he's been hitting great hooks all game. Zhao 2, he might be next.
Oh, okay. Went for the predict.
Luckily, he did manage to jump out there in time. Looks like they will pick up this Dragon. Now, they could just be picking it up for the stats. Infernal Drag, even just for the 6% AD/AP, will be really good here for their team. But I would like to see them do the Baron. It's going to go down so fast, and I don't think there's any way the Duish Team can contest. And if they do, should be able to take them out pretty early. No, it's actually 5%.
I feel like no matter who gets hit by Blitzcrank Hook, they're just going to immediately go down.
Pretty much,
I don't think anyone
maybe
is able
JP
to survive.
can survive for 5 seconds or so.
Maybe, but even that I'm skeptical about. But here we are. Siege onto the mid lane. We'll pick up their first inner tower. Actually, it's not. They picked up the bot lane first. And Ping's now headed towards the Baron. This could very likely be Baron for Frank as well as Duish Team if they are to contest. I don't like their chances as the Everfrost as well as that flash knock-up comes through. Zhao 2 down. It's 2 more members going down as well. There's Inhao. Next up is JP6. He does go down as well. Pretender finding as much damage as he can, but ultimately Pepero trading one back for themselves onto Kaiwing.
This should be Frank now turning to the Baron, and I think with that, Duish Team's chances in this game are pretty gone. Maybe there's some way they can contest. I mean, they're going to try. Feels like they sort of need a Hail Mary, but it's so difficult. If WSL can sneak all the way around and steal it, that could buy them some time. Oh, Pepero was found.
Off screen, yeah. Okay, WSL is going to be looking for it. It's going to have to just go immediately.
Oh, he's too late.
Oh, he would have had the chance to do it,
He
actually.
almost went anyway. Yeah, actually could have stolen that. Unfortunately, didn't have any vision. And Pepero was just sniped by Pretender in there at some point. Now 12 stacks on his Medjais. And with that, I think Frank should be able to pick up this game without too much more difficulty.
Yeah, I think this is just a matter of grouping up and pushing. Maybe having solo kill on the side lane.
Yeah, now there are 2 shivs for Duish teams. That can make the siege more difficult. Makes it take a lot more time and makes you kind of need to sync your minion waves a bit better so that you can split the members up, try and attack these multiple points. Because if you have 2 shivs clearing 1 wave at a time, it's going to be really hard. Oh, WSL, I think if he'd hit that, would have actually been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think that could have been his demise real quick. I think at this stage, if you are WSL, you pretty much just can't throw out a hook. The only time you can really do it is if you're trying to peel for, I guess, Pepero. Pepero does have 2 items. The Nashes and the Static Shiv completed for this Varus. Once again, though, we see, really, this Duish team, everyone not looking so hot, but Pepero does hold his own. Down in CS, but that is kind of just the nature of the beast when Frank have their way with absolutely everything on the map.
Yeah, now Siege comes through and there's so much poke from the Kai'Sa. Look how far back Pretender can stand and still deal damage. That's ridiculous. He's at their top tier 2 and he's sieging with them.
Yeah, this is insane. Just a couple more autos on this tower should take it, but Eminem first prioritizing taking out that minion wave. It does mean you'll have the minion wave to follow you to take out this inhibitor, as the cannon will finish off. These constant Void Seekers, Yao 2 now low, WSL low, and Pretender pulls the trigger. Doesn't manage to find anyone and take them out just yet, but to show on just how manly he really is as focus now goes towards this mid wave.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long now. Hook comes in.
Yep, grounded, steadfast presence, again finding value as the fight does break out. Inhale trying to find as many charms as possible. It is going to be an Eminem going up into a Feather Storm, but JP finding so much damage. Eminem with the rip back finds 2, and it's a clean ace.
Not much to say, I think, about this one. It was just kind of a shellacking start to finish, but Frank, in clean fashion, 24 minutes in, are going to take the win here over Duish team, and it is a good look for them. Started week 1, 0-3, ending week 2, 3-0. So they've definitely turned it around. And Duish team, hate to say it, but it felt like they were outplayed, outdrafted, didn't really have a way into this game.
Yeah, no, it didn't ever really feel like they looked like they were going to be able to do anything. I mean, I want to say it again. No, I don't want to flame him too much, but it seems like just every single game Zhao2 makes so many both decision mistakes as well as mechanical mistakes where you really got to question putting him on these high skill cap champions, you know? Like, I think he looked better when he was on the Cassante, just more of a solid rock sort of in that middle lane. But here we saw Pretender just getting himself ahead, found the solo kill there onto the Tristana and what was perhaps a losing matchup. And the rest of the map as well, Kaiwing, absolute aimbot with those hooks and ultimately solo kill getting quite ahead of his own lane in the isolated 1v1.
Yeah, speaking of solo kill, I think before that last fight was 0-0-1, even though it was like 15 kills or something on his team. So the top lane experience of just the pure 1v1, you love to see it. And I think coming back to kind of the draft, I mean, you see it on your screen there, a lot of jungle bans, and they picked up Nautilus, I guess, as a flex pick, but it feels like, do we actually want WSL on Nautilus? Because it feels like we need him on an AP carry, you know, something like the Karthus, the Lilia, something like that, to really get this team over the line. And Frank, they clearly knew that, right? Like, they banned away the Karthus, they banned away the Elise, but I think maybe could have just taken something in that 2-3, and maybe even if it's not the most standard comp, I mean, we've seen what happens when Duish team play the standard comps, right? They just can't compete with those higher tier teams. And I think just honestly playing something crazy at this point, you might as well just try it.
Well, I guess they did try it here, and I actually like the idea of the draft. I think if you had it on a better team, you actually might see some great success out of it. I don't think Nautilus is a bad jungler, and I think, in fact, against a lot of team comps, he can do quite well. Like, if you're against a poke team comp and you have a Nautilus jungle, as well as an engaged support, that can offer a lot, and we do see heaps of poke comps here in the PCS. I mean, every second game is pretty much a poke team comp with the Jace Kai'Sa. So I think there is a place in the meta for this Nautilus jungle. Just unfortunately, I don't think that place is on Duish team.
I kind of agree. I mean, I think that Nautilus has potential, but I think it's just such a bad game for it. Like, I think after we'd already seen, you know, the likes of the Poppy, the Jax coming through, champs that you really don't want to be engaging on, it's going to be so hard to play that. So maybe we'll see it picked up another time, but for now, it's kind of, it hasn't shown us its full potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now over obviously to the winning side, Frank. MVP, Pretender?
Yeah, I think it should be. I mean, he was finding leads in the 1v1. He got solo kills. He was chunking them out. And then end of the game, 10-0-5, I think it was, with a 25-stack Magi's. Couldn't really have asked more from him. And I think also being able to flex the Kai'Sa mid, that's nice flexibility to have, because right now, Kai'Sa's such a strong power pick on the patch, but you're not really expecting it to go mid when it gets locked in, right? If you have the ability to put it mid, even in those matchups that maybe don't expect it, right, you're kind of thinking it's going to come through versus the LeBlanc, maybe, but versus Trist, definitely a surprise. Would it work against a higher tier team? Not too sure. It could just be Pretender is gapping Zhao2, because he has looked very good this split. But we'll have to see if it ends up getting flexed anymore, because I think it does have some potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he made that pick look really good. And I want to say credit as well to Kaiwing. Was actually just an aimbot with those hooks. I think I saw him miss 2, I think, which, in fairness, when I watched Xiao C, it was only the 1 miss. So I think not quite as good as Xiao C, but certainly was a really good play out of Kaiwing. As we'll take a look at one of his plays here. And this showing you the power, really, of the Everfrost. Being able to Hex Flash over, land that knock up, followed by the Everfrost, just locking down Zhao2 for so long. Take his way.
I like the Everfrost. I think it adds a lot of AP damage, and it allows you to get some more distance before hooking and kind of extend that CC chain, which is really, really nice. I think it's good overall. But once Frank was this far ahead, it felt like you could honestly build whatever you want in Blitzcrank, and you'd probably be getting the win. Maybe go for a Triforce next time. Oh yeah, I wanted to see this. So Pretender, oh, he just headed W. Was this a blind W? I guess he might have seen him. I'm not sure if he saw him come from the creep wave, maybe, but...
There might have been a pink ward and Pepero took it out, perhaps, because we did see the zombie ward still sitting up, so who knows, but damage graph here, it is Pretender pretty much doing more than the entire enemy team combined on that Kai'Sa, and we just saw how much damage it was putting out with those Ws at the end. It was quite ridiculous.
Yeah.
Void Seeker, broken ability, thoughts?
I think it's pretty disgusting. Honestly, I think AP Kaiser needs to go. Hopefully Riot will fix it. But 10-0-5 here. 39.7% and up almost 7k gold. Over at Tristana as well, a champ that normally does have quite a lot of gold, right? And I think, who picked up the first Herald? I remember Doish Team started it, but I don't think they ended up getting it.
I think Doish Team got it. I mean, no, Doish Team definitely got the first Herald.
Oh, I don't even remember seeing it get placed, but
I don't
this fight here, that was that immaculate CC chain. So what happened there? It was like Nort hook into the, or sorry, Blitz hook into the Poppy E into the Xayah feathers there. Just nowhere to go there for
Here we go.
WSL.
See a few quick scopes.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, so it was him taking out the pink ward.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate.
Yep.
It is really hard to respect it at this point because you kind of got to get there. It feels like if that Baron goes over, you already know the game is pretty much over. But how do you get there safely and still get there in time? You pretty much can't.
Yeah, and I want to say, I think Kaiser is one of my favorite AD carry champs to watch, but I don't really like watching it now that it's AP because it really does feel like you just sit 3 screens away, throw out the Void Seeker. If it lands, and you get it back in another 2 seconds. You throw out another one. Eventually, you go in and kill them. But definitely more of a fan of that AD Kaiser. But anyway, you hear the music. That will do us here for game number 1. But please do stick around as we have West Point coming up against CFO up next.
You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I drip. Can't stop, won't stop. It's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place. Seconds just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots. I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm. I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give
Hello everyone and welcome back here to the final day of week number 2 at the PCS. And if you are just joining us, we saw what is pretty expected but maybe a little bit more cleaner than you'd maybe expect. But Frank absolutely demolishing their Duish team, and Duish team still remaining there on the 0 wins, and now Frank picking up their third for a 3-0 week, very important. But coming up now we do have West Point against CFO. Now CFO lost yesterday, so a bit of a redemption game for them I'd have to say, but West Point on the other hand really looking to find some form.
Yeah, West Point, they haven't looked good so far. I think they've, I don't know, as a team, they might have some potential, but it feels like it's difficult for them to get it all together at the same time, and I don't have high hopes for them coming up against CFO. This is a team that likes to get stuff done early, and we've seen time and time again, West Point, they're not particularly stable. They can definitely be exploited early, especially in top lane, it feels like. Really often will fall very far behind, and Rest, he's a very dominant top laner, can go even toe-to-toe up against the best. And I'm worried for the side of West Point. Maybe they can do something in draft here. We saw some creative drafts in game number 1. And CFO, they also don't shy away from those creative drafts. It was the Zegs that they played yesterday, did not pick up the win. And I think they're going to come into this game with a vengeance, and unfortunately, West Point, they're going to be the victims.
Yep, they're on the brunt of it, but I want to say that yesterday's Ziggs pick is a bit surprising. I think Shun tends to be what you'd think of more of a traditional AD carry player, so seeing the Ziggs perhaps not what you'd expect, but I'm hoping to see Chelsea back on his hook champs. And then Shun, I guess, can play like the Xayah, the Kai'Sa, anything really to do with auto-attacking seems like what his strengths are. But West Point here on your screen, so far it's hard to find where they want to play towards. So I personally think 665 looks the strongest on their team. I know you have some positive thoughts about Nuli there in the mid lane, but definitely for me, I feel like if 665's not getting things happening, it doesn't feel like anything will happen at all.
Can maybe agree with that. Like, I think Nuli's been stable, but it's not normally him starting off the plays. I guess we can look towards the West Point mid jungle to maybe get this game going as a whole, but it still feels quite difficult because the way mid jungle plays right now is not often are you playing the likes of, you know, Rise Lee Sin or TF something that moves around the map. Typically, it's like you play a mid laner that sort of wants to scale, sort of wants to hit one item before they really start fighting. And you kind of see most of the plays early game sort of be around either bot lane or top lane. We'll get a stats comparison here though. Jimian, a 10-point KDA is actually only second. So we got some high KDA mid laners here. 1054 DPM though, and that forward percentage is so high for Jimian. He's been having a good split so far.
Yeah, wow, that DPM is actually insane. First, 754, wow. And I wonder, okay, bit off the topic of this game, but who do you think is first for mid lane KD? Pretender?
Oh, yeah, probably is Pretender. Also, they have the same 3 champs played there.
Oh, well, there you go. Just
It probably
copying
is
each other.
Pretender.
Dare I suggest, I think Jimmy has been piloting them a little bit better. I think this guy has started to look really strong and really does get this team advantages in his own lane a lot of the time, which is a really good sign, as well as Jimmy picking up a bit of the slack that maybe he didn't in the spring split. But headed now into the draft phase, Nico will be banned on blue side by CFO, as well as that Jace, so not likely to see the Jace Tristana matchup, of course. Kai'Sa the answer here. I like the Kai'Sa ban. It's starting to feel like Kai'Sa just has to be banned.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's looking like a super power pick here. And I'm really surprised that after all the games we've seen so far in Split 2, we've not seen a single mid lane Nico game, which feels really strange. I guess, I mean, it has been banned a lot, but sometimes it just falls through. Sometimes it even goes to other lanes. So I'm really surprised that we haven't seen that at all. But there's been a lot of surprises, right? Like LeBlanc seems like it hasn't really found much purchase here in the PCS, despite looking very dominant overseas. Vi will be that last ban, which means one of Maokai or Sejuani is getting through. Tristana could be up as well.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you just leave both of them up. I don't really see what else. Maybe you can just ban the Tristana. Or you could also look to ban one of those junglers, leave the Tristana open, because then you either get the jungle or the Tristana, but it will be the Tristana banned. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Maokai I would like to see picked up first, but Gemini has played quite a bit of Sejuani, so maybe he's preferring that champ. But I definitely expect jungler to be the first pick.
Yeah, probably will be. Quinn hovered here, probably a troll pick, but Quinn has been getting played mid and top in solo queue with Shiv, so it could be a champ that gets picked up, you know, maybe later in the draft. Would not expect it to be first pick though. And
Ooh.
Renekton first pick.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so Renekton is the lock-in.
Surely West Point now just go what? Sedge Jax? Feels like that's a really good answer. I'm surprised by the Renekton win rate is very high, and it has been looking very good, but I feel like it's so much better if you get it with the Sedge, and you know if you first pick it that they are just going to take Jack Sedge, so I'm not too sure. Now CFO probably will look towards the Maokai.
Ooh, okay. I like that. What do you pick into the Azir now? I mean, there's the Ahri. Should do okay. Like Poppy the Hover.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I like the Poppy here as well. I think it is feels pretty solid overall, and it is locked in for Gemini.
There we go.
And Gemini locks in the Azir. Okay, so what do you pick? Ideally, if you want to play for the 1v1, something like Victor or Syndra is very good, but the problem is getting ganked at level 6. Azir is great gank setup, and that lends you more towards, you know, the likes of the Ahri or the LeBlanc band, of course, and Orianna, the hover here. I think after the Azir changes, Azir used to counter Orianna, but I think now Orianna can do well in lane. I'd really be worried for Nuli at level 6 though. It looks like he's going to drop his mid, maybe needs more time to think about it. They pick up the Xayah.
Yeah, okay, so now we're into bans. I almost think that a CFO should just be banning out mids here. I mean, you might just be forced to ban out the Rakan as well.
Yeah.
But mids does seem like a good option. Give Azir a bit more safety in his lane, and we know what Azir can do in the later stages. Once he gets some items online, it's very, very hard to deal with them. We've seen what Pretender's been able to do as well as Minji yesterday. In fact, Minji did it to Jimmy, so maybe a bit of inspiration.
Could be. I think Azir also functions very well into this short-range composition. If there is no poke coming out, you know, the likes of the Kai'Sa, the LeBlanc, the Jace, it's very easy for Azir just to play in those team fights. His biggest weakness really is the poke. Now, something we could see, bit of a wild card, is the Corki up against the Azir. So you used to see it a lot, and Azir actually used to beat Corki in lane a lot harder than he does now. Obviously, the Corki builds aren't as good as they used to be, but I think you could go something like Shiv into AP. Could be a good build. Haven't seen it yet, but something we could see. It does give you mobility and allows you to scale quite well into him.
Plus, it gives you some of the best objective control too, as long as you're saving that package around the Dragon timers, Baron timers. Does offer a lot, but it is going to be a Aphelios and Varus ban from West Point, so limiting that AD carry pull down the bot lane for Shun, but he should be just fine. I don't think he will be too worried about that, as Rakan is taken away, so you will not see the Xayah Rakan matchup. Second ban here, I think should just go towards a mid laner.
Yeah, I actually think you should just ban out a hard carry mid like Victor or something. Okay, they banned Nautilus. I honestly feel like even if Nuli picks up Ari here, maybe it's okay for the matchup. Like, it's good early, doesn't get ganked. I don't think it's enough damage for this team. I feel like they're going to need more. And also, they've got the Poppy into it, Akali.
Ooh.
So this is something that used to get picked into Azir a lot, mainly because it gives you that mobility, so you're not getting ganked too much by the Azir at 6. And it's got very good skirmishing into Azir. I honestly think I would have liked the Akali more. They end up going for the Ari, so once again, this does get priority versus Azir early. It's got a good 1v1 and it doesn't get ganked, but I really worry about the lack of damage coming out from Ari Sejuani, because it doesn't feel like there's actually any pressure put onto Azir. And if they lock in the Jinx, CFO, they're going to scale so well into this game.
Yeah, just learning from yesterday, perhaps. Obviously, CFO's loss, first loss of the season, it was against an Azir and Jinx, and they have locked it in for themselves here, and I would like to see the Thresh, Chelsea, prominently playing these hook champions. We actually have, I think we haven't seen him on the Thresh yet. I could be wrong. Oh, lock that in.
I think he's just trying to scare him.
I want to see the Blitzcrank.
I think the Thresh is probably the best pick.
Me too.
But we'll see what they end up going for. If Shun's confident positioning against this without the Thresh, then I think Alistar obviously is pretty good. We'll see what the last pick is here. Have seen the entire composition. Kind of think you definitely need something tanky though. I'm not sure what it's going to be. I think it's hard to pick supports into Poppy, honestly. Just feels like Poppy's a really underrated champ right now. It kind of shuts down a lot of the meta picks.
I kind of feel like Rel might be better than the Leona. Ooh. I don't like that much. It's good for lane.
Yeah, I kind of understand why they picked it. Like you said, it's good for lane, and I think it is good against the likes of Poppy and Renekton. But the problem is, again, sure, you get more backline DPS with this, but you're not going to outdamage Azir and Jinx. It's not possible, not with what you have. And so I think West Point, they're kind of doing what they can to counter the comp without really having a strong theme or a strong comp of their own. And I'm a little bit worried about that. So I'm really liking what CFO have. If there is a way into this game for West Point, I think strong bot lane matchup, decent mid lane matchup early, and they do have strong skirmishing with Sejuani and Jax. But they really have to leverage that, because otherwise, CFO, they're going to run away with this one. The longer the game goes, the worse it gets for West Point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what we saw yesterday against CFO. Again, I know I keep bringing it up, but it really was. It looked like Azir and Jinx pretty much just was able to take over the entire game, barring a few mistakes. But you feel like Jimmy and Shun aren't the type of players to make positional mistakes, at least very often. And having Shun now on a hyper carry is extremely scary. I think Onus is here on the bot lane of West Point to try and shut down and not allow Shun to get ahead of his lane, especially knowing that you should have advantage just pretty much based on supports alone. The Xayah Lulu should be a little bit more powerful than the Alistar paired with the Jinx. But we'll have to see. I mean, Shun shall see. A very scary bot lane in their own right, and I have to feel like edge definitely towards CFO for this one.
And is Jimmy wearing his jacket backwards?
I think so.
I'm
bold. Pretty sure he is.
I like that. Shows the name on the front then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that.
Everyone knows who this guy is. Now, where do you think, if you are going to be West Point coming here to try take a game, with the current composition, what do you think you're looking for? What are you looking for 665 to do, as well as the laners?
I think if you can put Jinx behind, really take advantage of the fact that you have that winning bot 2v2, and then maybe slowly transition that into some early drags, I think you could take over this game early. Like, if you could do what CFO do and hit a drag cell around 24 minutes, I think that could be a way to win this game. But it feels so hard. I mean, are you really going to be able to do that against CFO, who, of all teams, are probably the best at that? Does feel tough.
More level 1 shenanigans. This has started to pick up a little bit more here in the PCS.
Yeah.
I think, as you've pointed out a couple times, it is simply because you are against that double range matchup. And Alistar, I've said it before, is an absolute pinata until he's at least level 2. But even here in this matchup, you're really going to struggle to find timings where you can look for that headbutt pulverize, because going forward into Xayah is a really, really hard thing to do. But I think all things considered, the bot lane should heavily favor West Point, but it is always going to come down to how they play the matchup.
Yeah, definitely agree. There is potential that if they do overextend, can be pretty hard punished for it. And CFO's bot lane just talking about the players, they're very strong in lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if this matchup somehow goes the way of CFO. Because we've seen time and time again here in the PCS, just the class of some of the laners allows them to turn around matchups that they should have no right winning. And it is Doran's ring for Jimian, so just wants to try and get push on this wave. And Nuli, he's gone for a bit more scaling. Has the electrocute as opposed to the Airy for the lane. Not sure what he went for in the secondaries. I didn't look. Punched away there.
Yeah, so good. All right, so, I mean, Ari definitely getting priority here. Jimian actually taking so much damage.
This is the worrying thing, I think, of taking the D-Ring versus the Ari, especially if she does go for that Airy. It's very hard to trade back. And I really like how Nuli is playing this. I think this is a great way to do it. All really Jimian needs to do, though, is hit level 6 without falling too far behind, and then he's in a very good position. And he has been able to trade back some damage, so credit to him, but wow. Yeah, Nuli's actually playing this very, very well.
Ooh. Jimian finding a nice trade back.
Yeah, Nuli has that corrupting pots, though, and the Ari inbuilt sustain. Big bot wave built up as well, so getting a little bit of damage under that tower, and heavy top trades, too. Just, 665.
665's in the area. Level 3 on the Sejuani. Arctic Assault and the Flash will follow up. Is he going to be able to learn the Permafrost? It looks like he will, and it's going to be Rest going down for first blood here.
Yeah, Relia picks it up. And I hope he can do something with this, because if Relia could bring out a big performance up against Rest, I think it would mean so much for his confidence. Ooh, 665, maybe being looked at by Gemini. They both have red buffs.
Yeah, okay. Gemini should have
No
damage
flash on
advantage.
Sedge.
Actually able to dodge out of that flail with the phase rush as, wow, Gemini is taking it to 665. It looked like for a second there Nuli's looking, but the flash hit into the wall. Jungle solo kill here, only 3 minutes in.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. Just abuse that flash deficit that 665 did have there. It's very, very nice. That's, I think, a really big pickup because now Sedge is going to have virtually no impact on the map for a pretty long time here. Now, has gotten Relia ahead, but Relia went and bought a Ruby Crystal. So it feels like he's not really going to be able to push this lead any. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I guess he was not quite enough for the Sheen, which is really important. And I think because he's got this Ruby Crystal, for the most part, the top lane shouldn't change that much, even though First Blood was picked up on Jax.
Yeah, I think I can definitely agree. Resty was pushed pretty far up, did have the ward, but it wasn't deep enough to save him. So I think it was a bit of a greedy ward. Probably could have placed it a little further. Almost got out.
Yeah.
And did burn 2 sums for it. So it's not the worst death ever, but speaking of worst deaths, I think this one was pretty bad. I think this is just really greedy pathing from 665. He probably could have just based and gone to bot side, but instead he wanted to cross through mid, which does alleviate a bit of pressure, but the problem is if you're found by Gemini, you are just going to be taken out. And that greed, it costs him pretty heavily. And top CS, it's not really going well for Rel here, despite getting that early gank and the kill.
Yeah, I wonder how many minions he's got built up there, but not well. I think it's an understatement if there's not many, because it's going pretty dreadfully. In last game, we saw minions remaining even between the Jax, Renekton, given I think maybe JP wasn't playing it as well as he perhaps could have.
Chelsea's taking a little bit of damage, but nothing he can't handle. And mid lane looks like both mids went for the reset. So I think Jimian's in probably a fine spot now. Just getting through that first few levels up against the Arya Azir can be kind of hard. Once you hit level 6, can start to take over. And obviously have some mobility to get away from some of those ganks that Ari can set up. I feel like Ari Sejuani, not that threatening. And this wave is actually pushing back to Rest. So he's going to have more creeps to farm. And I'm not sure how Relia is down so much, given that he had that gank and the first blood given to him.
I guess sometimes, I didn't see the wave at the time, or at least I don't remember what it looked like, but sometimes you do get that first blood, but you have to recall and the wave's in a really, really bad spot, so it can almost cost you more than you gain.
Yeah, I can kind of agree. Oh, Relia,
okay,
level
Grandmaster's
6.
Bite available here. Isn't going to be able to find anything off it though, and Rest should have Dominus soon, so lane advantage, especially with that cooldown down, should be given over to Rest, but Dragon, importantly, is found here for West Point. So denying CFO their favorite strategy of stacking early dragons.
Yeah, and I think stacking early dragons here for West Point is good as well. I would love... Oh, Nui.
Oh, Empress Divide used, Spirit Rush denied, as well as the ground. Gemini Does he have the movement speed to find it? It doesn't look like it, but my God, how well played.
Yeah, that was so nice from the side of CFO. Azir Poppy, it's a broken combo. You can even Poppy into the Azir wall, so kind of looks good. And I'd love to get a look at top lane because it looks like Rest actually managed to freeze that wave outside of his tower. So that should make it even better for him. Comes back to this lane and is going to have an even bigger CS lead. Gemini maybe now looking bot. Can Hex Flash over?
Hex Flash is available. There are flashes. Chart just uses his though. He will be going down. It is going to be picked up here by Gemini. His second kill as Chelsea headbutting away Prage on that Xayah to make sure he does not go down.
And look, we've talked about the PCS Viego, but have you heard about the PCS Poppy? Because why is every jungler in the league so damn good at it?
Except for Junjia.
And he was solid.
Oh, fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. This Poppy, Gemini finding himself a solo kill as well as what he found in mid. That ground onto Nuli so important. And now the Hex Flash over, finding himself his second kill. It's pretty crazy. I think Poppy, coming into week 2, looks like one of the stronger junglers.
Yeah, definitely seems like the go-to after those top tier ones are banned out. And maybe even with some of them left available. I think the Maokai, right, was up here. But they opt for the Poppy. And that does mean that your mid can play one of those stronger APs. And I think with Tristana and Jace off the board, there aren't that many strong AD mids left. So being able to pick an AD jungler and enable something like the Azir to come through as your solo AP as well is really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, I think lane and bot lane should still favor Prage and Char, but at least for the time while Flash is down, it is going to be a lot harder for this Lulu to remain safe. Chelsea trying to find himself some farm mid is 665 looking for his second objective of the game here in the Herald. Chelsea up topside though, it should not be legal for this to be taken eventually.
Yeah, okay, so they're starting this up. I mean, Rallia does have priority right now, and I think West Point should be able to get this, but what about the fight after?
Okay, so it's 5 members here. I think they'll just be given it. Gemini going to be stunned up. Importantly, is able to get away as Rallia, as well as the rest of West Point, do secure this Herald.
Yeah.
But what can Shun get on the backside? He's going to just send up an ult. Actually, massive amount of damage there on Char from the distance traveled.
And that was quite cleverly played there from CFO. Just need to waste a bit of time from West Point, allow Shun to just get more done in the bot lane. And I think even with the Herald going over, you're fine with this as CFO. You know you scale really well, and you've got a goal lead already.
Chelsea.
Yeah, he's in the wings. He's not close to level 6, so I don't think he's ever going to be able to get it and dive with it.
Yeah, Rallia does have flash, sorry. Oh, he's going to be here for a counter gank, actually. Dominus available, so rest while low should be okay. Flash forward, does use the Dominus in time. It's going to be Chelsea now, playing Peel. In fact, he's turned it around. Rallia's cleaned up. Cull the Meek. Rest now following up. Is he going to be able to get to 665? At least not for now.
Has ulti now.
Yeah, level 6 on Chelsea. No flash available. Is going to just turn and walk away, but wow, what a turn.
Yeah, that was great skirmishing there from CFO. Chelsea and Rest both played that really, really well. And the presence of mind as well to be up here knowing that there probably is some sort of top play coming soon is really, really nice. To see Chelsea, he waits here for a pretty long time. But I think you kind of know that there will be some top play. You know, the bot lane isn't in lane, and Sage isn't just going to AFK farm. So she looks top at this low HP Renekton and really played on their limits here.
Yeah.
The Rest, he gets out and then is able to flash back in with the empowered Q. Very, very well played.
How much health he gets back.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
I think there's a Triumph proc in there as well, but yeah, went from roughly 200 health to what looked like around 800. And in the meantime, Shun, pretty happy down here, just scaling up nice and slowly. Should have picked up a plate, I believe, while that Rift Herald play happened as well. So, bunch of XP as well as gold given to Shun. And on the Jinx, you feel really, really good about that.
Definitely do. Getting those items earlier on will make a big difference, especially if they need to end up contesting a third dragon. West Point, I think they should set their eyes on the second one spawning very, very soon. Should still be stronger by this point, for sure, despite those kills going over to Poppy. I wonder, Shuni's got a lot of gold. Will he base now? If they do, they're willingly giving up this drag, which should be fine. Hold that thought, though.
And let some time to think.
Yeah, I think he is going to stay, because the way CFO are positioning kind of suggests they want to fight. And maybe they can. I mean, Poppy has a lot of strength early. Actually, critically, Rallia has no TP and Rest does. So I think if CFO want to fight this, they can. Relia will probably walk down the map. Alternatively, maybe they just go back to pushing lanes, give up a second drag, and just take gold in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, seems good. I think they do want to contest the dragon. At least, even if nothing else, it gives them time to slow down that dragon stacking on the more late game centric team comp. Now, I want to ask you a question. Maybe you know, maybe you don't, but with the Azir ult, Poppy is able to slam people in that for a stun, right? So that just makes, I feel like, the matchup for Nuli now even more scary, because if what happened before happens again and Gemini's on a slightly different angle, can just look for that stun and then hold that W for later.
Yeah.
And I think at that stage, especially now with items coming through, Gemini should just have the damage to be able to clear Nuli off the map. Back into live now, though. It looks like Shun's staying, at least for the time being. As Prage walking forward. Deadly Blossom used, but is going to have to just back out. Gemini now going forward. It's going to be okay now. Shall see finding a knockup, but it's on to 665. I don't think they have the damage. In fact, Unbreakable Will here, used from Alistar. That is a massive cooldown. Gemini joining the fray. Could he look for a really nice Empress Divide? He certainly can. It doesn't land though. Char flashes out as Wild Growth is now used onto that Sejuani. Eventually they will find it. Teleport coming in from Nuli. Is he going to be able to turn anything? Ult forward. That's the first Spirit Rush. Charm lands. Gemini is going to go down. Nuli finds out it's a 1-for-1. Very much higher health bars here for the side of West Point as this Rift Herald will crash. Nuli now getting a nice shield there as well as finding some more damage. Charm will go wide. And that looks like it will be all as 665 headed back onto the map, down to bot side. Have to think he's going to start trying to contest for this dragon.
Yeah, I wonder who actually ends up getting this. Because West Point, they have a bit of tempo right now, but they haven't reset, so we'll be sitting on a lot of gold. And I feel like we've seen some very well executed skirmishes here, but I don't think this was one of them. Jimmy going in early. I do kind of like this. Gets the double flash out early, but I think maybe the Poppy stun wasn't the best. They have to commit very far ahead. And I wonder if Resh should have just TP'd to this. Maybe at this point when Ari's kind of committed. He probably was just busy top lane, but as we go back to live.
Yeah, fight is breaking out. Looks like on our screens at least, Prage has gone down.
Yeah.
Dragon was picked up by West Point though.
They did get it. Second Dragon is good for them. But I'm worrying about CFO pulling ahead in the gold, given that they do have this scaling composition. It was Rest who invested TP to get down here. So I guess this just ended up being a 4v5. And West Point, you know, after winning that last fight, they didn't have time to reset and get the Dragon. And it looks like they opted to try get the Dragon, but without the resets coming through, they don't really have the gold to back it up. We'll find out what happened to Prage. Kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, people coming from all directions. It seems like he was kind of left out to dry. Didn't really have anywhere to go. And I think you can accept this. You know, one death, I think TP used, got the drag still, is fine. But the ultimate state of the game, 2 dragons is good, but down gold to the scaling comp, not too good. Especially look at the ADC difference right now. 30 CS as well as 3 assists. And a lot of plates, I think 3. I guess it was the Herald drop bot too, but it was shared. Nuli.
Oh, Nuli. Nice going to dodge out of that. Really nice reaction times to deny any sort of kill there onto himself. Now I want to point out there is a bit of a saving grace for West Point, given they have the 2 dragons, and while at a gold deficit, the vast majority of that gold is looking like it's largely on this Renekton as well as the Poppy. And so it isn't too bad. Obviously, it looks like Nuli ahead at the moment. Gonna be Glacial Prison used there on Shun, just for a little bit of a chunk. Rest though, Rally are finding so much damage onto him, but with Gemini in the area, is safe enough to walk away. Honeyfruit as well, so we'll get a lot of healing from that.
Yeah, now crossing mid is 665. You mentioned all the gold being on the Poppy and the Renekton, but while that is better, I think, for West Point in terms of the scaling, in the short term, it's very scary because your Ari, you know, has a lot of gold, but has no way of killing tanks really.
Oh, Prage. Ult
He has
is
no
available.
flash.
Okay, Chelsea coming out. Zap will land. That's going to come the cleanse, and the follow-up will get out that Featherstorm. So massive, massive find there. Zaya no longer feeling safe, at least in this 2v2, but here we go on another Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, and I think, will Chelsea be sent up for this? It looks like no, so CFO have decided to give this one up. Maybe instead can start playing towards this bot tower though, which is very, very low, and no tower has fallen, despite that Rift Herald being picked up for West Point before. I think 665 has to base and get to bot ASAP, but I think it's already too late.
It's gone.
Yeah. So that will be the first blood turret that will go the way.
Rest versus Relia happens again. Counter-Strike used, but it will be answered with a stun of his own out of Rest. Looks like this matchup here is starting to favor the Jacks bit by bit. Divine Sunder, of course, picked up. See what Rest gets here. Don't think he can get much.
No, shouldn't have too many items. And 665, with that bot tower already gone, will deploy to the top side, but there isn't a great place really to use it. You know, mid tower is very healthy, and I don't think you get prio on that mid wave in that bot 2v2. And top lane also.
Rest is going to have to pop that dominance nice and early. Grandmaster's Might comes out of Relia, but walks away actually, paths backwards as he uses it. So it's just the ult trade. Rest, especially now that Relia is quite low on mana, should be fine to sit at tower, heal up with that Q. Or Drinker available too if Relia does get in range. In fact, we saw it just there. 665 though is going to be found by Shell C. He's now under the tower, stunned up. A follow-up from everyone, but his flash away. Maybe Jimmy's ult not really found correctly. Is able to survive. I don't think he should have.
Yeah, I think Jimmy was a bit too greedy there. Tried to hold it. Was maybe considering flash ulting too. And then unfortunately just didn't use it in time. Still though, I think it's pretty good for the side of CFO. They managed to disengage the Rift Herald play. It was a bot tower picked up by Nully, which is nice. I mean, having more gold in your Ahri is good, but it's not really going to help you again with dealing with its Renekton Poppy. You need some gold on Prage, otherwise it's just going to be impossible to kill the front line.
Absolutely, and Kraken Slayer, importantly, is here on Prage now, so we'll have a bit of damage, ult back up, as well as flash. Crown again on the Azir. We're seeing this fairly consistently. We also saw Victor yesterday pick up that crown. I don't know how I like it. I guess it gives you a bit of survivability, but again, against the Xayah, feels like Xayah can proc that fairly easily.
I kind of don't like it, but maybe he wants to use it to engage. We'll see.
True.
Oh, Gemini. Was that a real flash or a hex flash?
I think it was the real flash, yeah. Sounded like the real flash.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't realize it was not hex flash.
I've done that before.
Yeah. Okay, Herald has dropped, but as you can see, there's no way for it to crash. So all these Heralds have kind of not amounted to a whole lot. Just resets for Jinx. Does give one, right?
Yeah, it does.
And a level up, it seems.
Wow.
This is the third drag here, though, for West Point, but they are unable to contest, and this is looking worrying signs. I mean, they do trade some gold back, but I think you're definitely starting to get towards CFO's territory. When you complete 2 items on both these carries, I think you're already in trouble as West Point. And Mountain Drag is another one that's very difficult to deal with, especially with this Ahri and that really beefy front line.
Yeah, okay, so Phage picked up here from the Renekton. Now, typically we do see Black Cleaver second, but Phage not a component of that item, so what do you think he's going for? There's the Hullbreaker, Styrax would probably be the two.
Yeah, probably the Styrax.
Hold up, Gemini finding massive damage here onto Char. In fact, the Wild Growth as well is going to be used here. Ult available for Poppy as he's okay to just walk away.
Does just get out there. Testament to how tanky he is, but as you were saying, I think it will probably be the Styrax. We'll see.
Yeah, it would make sense. I think a lot of Xayah's damage, at least at this stage, will come from Burst, as Nully finding a nice fight here against Jimmy, and who is out of mana. There is still one Spirit Rush available as well. Relia waits in the wings. Flash for Jimmy, and he's going to have to flash the charm.
Ooh.
He will.
Here's the tower.
Now, yeah, okay, so now he's really stuck here. There's Chelsea coming to defend him, and is going to be fine. But I think, importantly, getting that tower out of Azir in such a bad place is quite important here. If they were ever looking to siege up, that tower can offer quite a lot in terms of defense from flank. And good fight, ultimately, I think, from Nully.
Yeah, I feel like Nully has really done what he can in this game. Had a good laning phase up against Jimmy, and nice TP on bot, and a nice play there. And it is difficult. You've got to pick a mid. Oh, Shun has plans.
Oh, okay. Well played by him to respect that.
Yeah, Shun, this is the second time he's been Sedge altered and not had to use the cleanse. Kind of feels like the engages just aren't quite there. Baron is spawning sort of soon. There's a lot of DPS from CFO. If they can find some picks, would not be surprised to see them head towards that whatsoever.
Okay, here comes the... Oh, Chelsea. Okay, the knock-up. There is no real follow-up to come through, though, so Prage doesn't have to commit any of his important cooldowns. And I think that is really, really important now that Baron is on the cards. Both of these teams should do it reasonably quick. Jax, if he's able to join as well. adds a lot, especially while paired with the Sejuani. And then, of course, Azir Jinx, some of the 2 highest DPS characters there are.
Ooh.
Wow.
Close there. Now CFO, they're going to be the ones to retake this top side vision control. And it looks like, most likely, we'll just be waiting towards this next drag, although CFO now sieging mid.
Sure.
Have all 5 members here.
Yeah, Gemini will be found out here by 665, so blank won't be possible, but a lot of damage found. Shun, obviously, on this Jinx, will absolutely tear through towers if given the chance to attack them.
Gemini's been looked at, but there really isn't the damage to take him out.
You know, I wonder if Rest is just going to go Hullbreaker and commit to constantly matching Rallier.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's good just to shut down any side lane win condition, knowing that you're going to win the 5v5 no matter what. Will be interesting to see what he ends up going for. And 665, he keeps looking towards this Baron, but unfortunately they don't have the damage, so just checking, clearing out vision.
Now, Rallier picked up a Black Cleaver now, so at least in the side lane, until we see what comes through second item from Rest, should have a huge advantage. Is constantly leaping forward, and you like to see this out of Rallier. This is probably the best game he's had so far, I'd have to say. Even though they have won a game, I think he's looked pretty consistent up against one of the Goliaths, you'd have to say, in the top lane pool of the PCS.
Sterak's was completed by Rest.
Okay, so Sterak. So team fight.
Yeah. I have to say, I think it is a decent game from West Point overall. Obviously, CFO, they are playing more for scaling, but even despite of that, I feel like we've seen CFO absolutely dominate some teams, even with scaling comps.
Yeah.
So West Point being able to, you know, keep this even, at least for now, and 2 drags to their name, it's a decent look, but now, once again, another chance at a 3rd dragon for West Point. I think they do need to fight these, because the longer the game goes, the worse it's going to get. And if they can't trade anything, you know, Barons or Towers, I'm not sure what else they can do. We'll see, though. 35 more seconds. You're going to see a lot of priority put towards this mid wave. Whoever has control of this has first move into that bot river.
One nice thing I just noticed about Jimmy is he's walking through these unwarded places and putting his soldier over a wall, so if anything does happen to him, he can quickly escape. I think there's a nice little tip there as Azir.
665, he's very tanky, but it's not going to last long once the team fight starts.
Yeah, second item, Gale Force available now on Shun. So I think still you have a good chance to be able to win these team fights. I think right now, Prage should be the stronger AD carry, but once some armor pin comes through, I think that scale starts to tip more towards Shun on the Jinx. It's all coming out just for vision around the Baron.
Yeah, so they're going to check it, and I'm not sure what West Point are up to. It feels like you needed to at least trade something for that if you're going to give up the drag. Maybe like topside vision or pressure towards that top tier 2. They have river vision, so it's better than nothing.
Oh, Charm landed onto Gemini as well as the Frozen Prison, but he's okay. He gets away on half health, so again, a little bit of pressure given here to West Point, as they should be able to set up a lot of vision and control around this topside river, which is the most important part of the map.
Yeah, oh, maybe looking at Gemini again.
Yeah, Gemini didn't go back. Flash does go, and they are able to, at least for now, survive, but Prage flashing forward. Nuli picks up that kill, and now Rest teleporting in. In fact, Chelsea's going in. He's in the middle of 4. Rest flashes in. 665 taking no damage in the wild growth on the Xayah. Prage finding so much as Chelsea limps away. But it's Rest. It's Rest in the middle of 4. He's found one. He's finding a second. 665 now the target as Nuli does negative damage with the Everfrost. It is going to end the fight there, 2 for 3, but Rest causing absolute havoc in the middle of West Point's team.
He's just unkillable. It kind of shows the weakness of the West Point comp there. Once the Xayah is gone and the Jax is in the backline, Ahri just doesn't offer enough damage. And I think it's a big issue again with the Ahri with the Sejuani. Feels like probably should have been something like a Victor that comes out here, even though it's a bit riskier. But we'll get a replay of it. So they find Gemini again. This is a great pick from West Point. And the flash from Gemini, I feel like he kind of has to, but also, you know, kind of secures, I guess, his death. Was flash forward used by Prage, and I really like what Chelseaa did here. He tried to push Prage into the fight. Unfortunately, it's just hard to click on him at that point. But take a look at Rest. They're in the 1v4 here, and there still isn't enough damage to take him out. He takes out Zaya very early. Yeah, and there's just no damage left. There really isn't, and he can just walk forward unimpeded, takes out another one. Would have taken out all 4 if they kept fighting him.
Yeah, I think that Core Drinker, as well as the Empowered Q and Styrax, just meant there was no way to take him out. And look at that damage.
5.6k.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, now Baron being started, in fact, being kind of melted by CFO. West Point responding a bit late. Here comes the Shirelias, and it's 665 in the front, but half health onto this Baron. Chelsea knocking away the Sejuani. Relia in the back line is not going to be able to look at anything for now as Rest does mark him. Nuli, though, looking for a charm. Well, nothing. It's just a free Baron. There's no follow-up able to be had, and CFO kind of sneak that one away for free.
Yeah.
Oh, all fight is happening, though. Relia finding a lot of damage on Rest. Now, that is a man who can take down the Croc.
Yeah, he does have quite a bit of damage for himself. Relia, we'll see. Maybe he can be the one to turn this around, but it feels like CFO's comp has already reached kind of all the breakpoints it needs. And up a pretty good amount of gold here. 2 drags to 2. I really don't think you need anything more as CFO. Can honestly just look to use this Baron, maybe take down some tier 2s. Would be surprised to see the base broken early, but the longer this game goes, the easier it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, I mean, what do you do now? I think West Point can look for picks. Zaya, Ari, as well as Sejuani is very strong at doing so, but all that means is that CFO, if they stay relatively grouped up, should not be any risk for them, at least coming into the later stages of this game.
Yeah, I can see that, and I think Nuli needs to be able to find some access to the back line because they're not going to win a front-to-back. Somehow he has to flank the Azir, flank the Jinx, and he has a lot of damage. He's got that Horizon focus and is working on the Rabadons. So a nice game played from Nuli so far, but will he be able to kind of bring this game into his team's favor? If he can hit a flash charm or something onto a carry, I could see West Point winning a fight, but it's so hard to get to these carries in the first place.
Yeah, work starting to be done here on these inners as Shun is not going to get hit. It's Chelsea who tanks it up for them, and with Sejuani ult down, I feel like CFO should be very, very safe here in pretty much all of their lanes.
Yeah, they get their bots here too. Alistair ult was traded out as well. And I wonder, will CFO just look towards the drag instead of this tier 2? I think can play it ultra safe here. Shouldn't really feel like they're racing the clock by any means.
Yeah, and it's third dragon for them too.
And the mountains make it even more difficult, I feel like. Because if these carries don't get bursted down, it's just impossible.
Nice out of Char. CFO setting up for a bit of a bait there, but Char warding it out. Will spot them. Now, forward goes Rest. He's going to get snared up, but it's now Gemini in the middle of 4. He's just going to get absolutely evaporated. Zaya doing enough damage for sure. There is not really any follow-up, though. Importantly, that Glacial Prison is down. Azir Tower comes out. Are CFO going to continue forward? I feel like you certainly can't. Not without that Poppy.
Yeah, and maybe could West Point somehow get the drag here? I'm not sure if they can. They don't have the greatest health bars.
Yeah.
So if they commit to this, you know...
Glacial Prison almost up.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I mean, they could probably get the drag, but I wonder if CFO can just run down mid with Jinx's ear and maybe take an inhib.
Well, they certainly are for now, and that is the Baron buff going down, so it will be a little bit slower, but Rest is going in. Rest is in the middle of 4. He's looking... No, he's not. He's going to slice and dice back out of there as inhib tower now taken, backing out, being respectful of the possibility of Relia coming. In fact, he is, but he... Looking like he's now the target. Zap number 2 lands, headbutt pulverized. Counter-strike coming out at just the time, but it's Rest who's going to claim that one for himself.
And Baron now gone, but can CFO get more? I think they can.
Flash available on both these bot laners as Jimmian perhaps not got the moves like Minji.
No, but did get both sums out of Char. Feels pretty good. So, all said and done, no inhibs fell. But it was, again, more gold for CFO. Now West Point, despite being down a significant amount, they do have some sort of win condition, which is hitting that 4th drag. Now, if that's enough, I'm not sure it is enough to bring them to a teamfight win. But if they can get another fight like the last one where they can get a pick early, maybe they have a chance.
And what do you think of Ari's build?
I'm not a huge fan of the Horizon focus, but overall, I like it. I think that maybe we could have gone for a bit more damage, you know, something like Luden's Shadow Flame or Leandri's Shadow Flame Rabadons. But I overall like what he's looking for. I think he needs to be able to deal damage to the backline, and mostly he's got that here. It still feels so difficult, though. If you're relying on Ari to be your big damage threat, feels like something's kind of gone wrong. But to his credit, he has played a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Relia now absolutely cannot walk anywhere near this Azir. Quickly loses a good chunk of his health. Okay, Nuli, Char sitting around. Char will take away that ward. The problem is the team of CFO just constantly have rest. Gemini and Shao see first, as we're seeing that in action here. And because of that, how are you supposed to look for a charm on an important member as Nuli? You've got to get first through the Poppy and her W. There's an Azir ult, there's Flame Chompers, Alistar Headbutt. It's just so hard to really look for any angle onto Shun or Jimmian.
Yeah, it does feel like an impossible task here for Nuli, but he's going to have to do the impossible if he wants to pick up his win. Hopefully he can get his Rabadons before Baron comes up. Baron should be spawning pretty soon, and Rabadon's now completed for Jimmian. If that guy's left untouched, he is going to absolutely destroy West Point's front line.
Yeah, Relia does pick up his Zhonya's. Seen that quite often here on the Jax, particularly post-rework.
Okay, Rabadon's now completed by Nuli, just in time for this next Baron.
Oh, there's a fight going on everywhere. Down bottom is the two tops, but up here it's 665 getting caught out. Nuli will teleport in, but have to look down bottom. If Relia is able to get the better of Rest, it could be really good, but for now at least, looks like Rest winning that one out, and Baron now the point of focus for CFO. Nuli coming across. A lot has to be found by him if anything's going to be stopped, but it's only him. He's looking for a steal. It's not going to happen. Rage and Char headed bottom, so Rest has to be wary.
Well, just like that, CFO, they get a Baron, and I think... Oh,
wow.
Jinx Rocket.
Wow, Shun has sniped Relia. Okay, that just makes things from bad to worse. That does.
Yeah. Now he's got 4 items on this Jinx. And it feels like now West Point can't really hold on. With the base already broken and huge items on the carries here, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to hold. They have decent enough wave clear, but it's so hard. You kind of want to engage on a team that's baroning waves, but can you really engage onto CFO's comp? It doesn't feel like it. Oh, they're pushing up mid. Now, do have to wait for Rest to push in that bot wave, so should play a little slow here on this mid wave. Have the Azir tower to defend them. Feels very good for sieging with Baron.
Yeah, now importantly, I think Prage does have the items to be able to deal some damage now. Finally is able to pick up that LDR, but is it going to come to fruition? In fact, no, it's not for now. It's Nuli going a bit aggressive on those charms. Flash stunned against the wall, grounded by the steadfast presence, and that is a 4v5 now for CFO. 665 finally land an ult there onto Jimmian, but with that ult comes their demise. It's Rest eliminating Prage, and Shun from downtown again. He's found himself a double kill. They're going to win, and just like we thought, the scaling comes through. CFO take it, find their 5th win here of the PCS.
And that was a sad way to lose, I think, for Nuli. He played really well all game, but unfortunately at the end was picked, and hey, once he was dead, there really just wasn't anything left for West Point. I think West Point, they did keep it even for a lot of that, but despite that, you never felt like they were winning, because CFO, they did have that outscaling comp the whole time, and with such a solid teamfight composition, I think West Point probably needed to get more than they did in the early game to get ahead. Part of it is I think that they were a little outdrafted. I'm not a huge fan of the Ari with the Sejuani. They kind of made it work, but didn't really feel that impactful.
Yeah, I wonder, had they have gone the Akali?
Yeah,
Akali
I would
pairs
like the
nice
Akali.
with the Sejuani, and then it does give you accessibility towards those backlines. I think Akali much better at finding sort of the Jinx, the Azir, than the Ari will be, especially as the game progresses. And as you said, I think Nuli played as well as he really could have. He had 1 death, and that death led to the end of the game. But to be fair, it was a pretty bad death, I feel like, but unnecessary to be standing that far up. But I think back over to CFO, credit to them. Bounced back from yesterday's defeat to J-Team, and they looked really, really good here. going for the scaling option, remained even during the early phase, gave over objectives like they needed to, and then once they were able to contest the objectives, contested them, and found them all, and eventually it just led to so many items on Shun and Jimmy, and as well as Rest, I have to say, and that was all they needed.
Yeah, speaking of Rest, I think if I were thinking MVPs, I'm definitely thinking Rest or Gemini. It felt like that top jungle did a really good job. Obviously, the carries were very fed, right? 107 on Azir, and I think 605 on the Jinx there. But I really felt like it was that top jungle, the Renekton and the Poppy, that kind of got them there in the first place. And that's so important. Obviously, if your carries are really skilled, they can make the best of a bad situation. But if your front line is that good, pretty much any carry is going to be able to survive there.
Yeah, I think I am sort of agreeing with you. I think it should be Rest. I think especially that one team fight. Gemini gets caught out and then Rest 1v4s and gets 2, almost 3. Pretty sure that in itself pretty much is an MVP performance. I think you don't really get to see that often. And part of that, of course, is the lack of damage that we did see from West Point. I feel like the Everfrost Ahri is just almost autopilot for these mid laners sometimes. I think there's a lot of times where Leandres can find a lot of value.
Yeah.
I mean, you're hammering constantly into the Poppy, into the Alistar, into the Renekton. What's the point in having the Everfrost? Because you're never actually using it on who you need to use it on.
Yeah, and I think even if you're kind of taking the Everfrost to set up for someone else, it's like, who are you really setting up for? It's not like you have a comp that really wants to get on that back line. And even if you were, it feels like if you're the solo person going for the back line, then you'd want the Ludens instead. So I think I agree with you. Either Ludens or Leandres, depending on what you want to go for, is probably better here. But ultimately, I didn't really feel like Ahri was the right pick. It's really tough, admittedly, to pick into Azir because you kind of need mobility. And there's just not many champs that do that, right? If you pick something that wins lane, like the Victor or Syndra, you run on the problem of just getting spam gammed at Act 6. And we saw what happened to the Ahri up against the Poppy Azir, and it would have been even worse were he in a mobile mage. So it's so tough. I think the Akali could have been interesting, or something like the Corki. Maybe an oddball pick coming through here, because Nuli, like we said, he did play well up until the end, but he needed to be able to carry, to get in the win.
Yeah, he did. And I think Prage didn't have a bad game in his own right. I mean, he was like 0-4, I think, at the end, but I don't think that really tells the story. I think a lot of that game, he was doing about as much damage as he possibly could, but because of how far behind his top lane and his jungle were, it was just impossible to meet. Like, I think Poppy's build was Frozen Gauntlet into Thornmail. Yeah. And that was the person that Prage pretty much was hitting the entire time, as well as Alistar with the Alistar ult. So really tough game to be that Xayah. As we'll take a look at the highlights. This is going to be that team fight out of Rest.
Yeah, would love to see it again. The Poppy out here was pretty good, gets 2 out, and admittedly, the flash forward from Prage did secure the kill, but kind of left him in a rough situation. But we'll see. It is, I guess, no cleanse on the Xayah here, so she's trying to deal what damage she can, but there's so much armor, so much tankiness, and once she's flashed on, it's just taken out immediately. And without the Lulu's sums and ult to keep her alive, once that damage is all gone, Rest, he would have taken all 4 of them had they kept fighting them, which is pretty ridiculous. And he did 5k damage in that one fight, which is, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I think like damage grabs don't really tell the whole story. I think for Shun it does, because all of his damage pretty much comes from auto-attacking, but in terms of the top laners, I think there was a lot of that game where they were just wailing in on each other to no real success in either way, so bit inflated there, but again, Nuli, even while not going for the highest damage build possible, did find a lot of damage for himself, and again, it's the 80 carries really taking over. It was really just a bit of a shame, though. I feel like West Point, even the earlier Dragons could have maybe contested, and it is going to be Rest. 27% as the Renekton.
Yeah, and I think, remember, this is in mind with this was a Renekton first pick, so could have been anything coming through from West Point, and he died for first blood. So
true, yeah.
Having this and still being able to turn around and just having that sort of performance really speaks to the caliber of player that Rest is.
And I think, importantly, it's quite a good turnaround from yesterday, because he did kind of get a little bit clapped by Driver up in that top lane, and so being able to come back, die for first blood, but then have such a great laning performance. And on your screen, you see Chelsea definitely did help that by finding one of the best timings for a support roam top that you've really ever seen. They gave over the Herald and then had Chelsea just sneak into that top lane bush, turn around that gank.
Yeah, I think Chelsea was kind of a hidden MVP of this game almost. He did very, very well. But all said and done, it is CFO that take the win. Now, something I will say is I feel like West Point are probably the strongest team outside of the top 6. Do you think you'd agree with that?
I think I would agree with that, yeah. I think it could be... It seems to me somewhat that this team has its on days and off days.
Yeah.
Like, I think this game in particular, Rallia played better than he generally does. So I think on any given day, if he's playing a bit worse, then maybe it could be impunity. But it definitely is between those two teams, no doubt. Ultimately, though, that will do us here for game number 2. Do stick around, because afterwards, we're going to have to see if PSG can bounce back against the 1-win streak Hellpigs.
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Hello everyone, I know you've missed us and I know you've missed the PCS, and we're here now for game number 3 of our final night of week 2. It's going to be between PSG and Halpigs. Now importantly, PSG is coming off a massive loss where they actually just got destroyed across the entire rift really. I mean, Betty went like something like 14-0 against them, but ultimately the entire map looked pretty poor. And Halpigs, on the other hand, coming up on their first win. So, retribution again this game here for PSG, and Halpigs really trying to start showing if they can pull off some wins.
Yeah, well, the way I see it, Halpigs on a win streak, PSG on a loss streak. Should be an easy win here for Halpigs. What do you think?
Well, if Godtone can mind control some Raptors, maybe it can happen.
Yeah.
But I think in reality, PSG probably the heavy favourites yet again. It's hard to find a real way where Halpigs can be favoured in this matchup. I mean, Taco's probably looked like their most solid player, but Arze, on the other hand, thus far in the season has also looked like PSG's most solid player. So, yeah, it's going to be hard. And I think importantly, Junjie had a bit of a quiet one yesterday. He didn't look so good, and it did lead to absolute demise across the rift. And Wako getting killed at level 1 as well didn't look so good. So maybe something like that. Maybe Halpigs trying to find some aggression early. Maybe that's where PSG does not fare too well.
Could be. I mean, it's just, it feels like when you're trying to find the holes in PSG, you're really trying pretty hard to find them, right? They're not very obvious. And it's also, I feel like Halpigs, they can look at the loss that PSG had yesterday, but can they replicate it? Because I would say probably not. The kind of performance that BYG put on was, well, it was very focused on individual play. And if you lack those individuals, I'm not sure it's easy to replicate, even if you kind of know what you have to do. For example, how often do you see the PSG bot lane just die 2v2 at level 2? Pretty much never.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was level 1 and it was an insane play really by Keres. A little minute thing, he autos the minion in the middle of a team fight. Oh, 2v2 skirmish, I guess, to get that level 2, to find the kill on Wako. And it is things like that you have to look towards, but they're not things that every player can really replicate, as you kind of said. And not sure that Hellpigs have the players to do so, but it will be important to see if they are able to. I think importantly as well, Adiox had a massive performance yesterday on the Victor. Yep. Not a pick we're typically seeing, at least at the moment, but considering how he made it look, could be something they look towards again. It did seem like he was quite comfortable on the pick. Received quite a lot of jungle pressure, but held his own, found himself some trade kills really early on, which, if you are the Victor, that's really where you struggle the most, is early on, especially around those sort of level 6 marks. But if you are able to get some early stacks into that core upgrade and you get the wave clear, it becomes a little bit easier for yourself. And Adiox proving that he does have quite a lot of skill on that champion. I would actually like to see him go for something a bit more unique like that again. It seemed a lot more favorable for himself, at least as an individual.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he ends up going for, but we will get a comparison for the two supports here. And WCPM, I guess that's wards cleared per minute. Not sure how much we can read into that, but something we can read into, I think, is the jungle proximity. So Woody is first and IC8 is 10th. And something I was saying yesterday about the synergy that Junjia has with its laners. We saw it last split with him and Nubao. We saw it this split with him and Junjia. And it seems like all along it's been there with Woody as well. They're just really good, PSG, at playing as a team. And you see that 89% KP as well for Woody. You know, normally I think a quieter member of PSG doesn't mean he's weak, but he kind of plays champs that aren't very flashy, I suppose.
Yeah, and I want to say the current meta doesn't suit what Woody seems to play towards. Like, he tends to like these enchanter supports. So when we did see him play that Milio along with the Lucian, looked probably a whole lot better than when he's on these initiation supports. Going into champion select, though, will be the Nico ban first from Hellpigs. Maokai as well. PSG taking that away from Godtone. Obviously had a pretty good game on it yesterday. I always wonder what these signs say, man. I just wish I knew.
LeBlanc once again banned on blue side. And that's after they picked it up yesterday and lost with it. So I wonder if they just don't want to play it anymore. They just want to stay away from it. Or if maybe they just want to look for something else early instead. Because they did pick the Tristana with it yesterday. Tristana is actually banned away. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Jace be kind of the next mid laner in order here for priority.
Yeah, we did see Jace banned already today. Haven't actually seen it picked yet today, and I think every other day it's been pretty much in almost all of the games. Very high priority over here in the PCS. Sejuani the ban though. So Maokai and Sejuani both off the table. I wonder if that means Junjia looking towards another game of Poppy. I'd say he didn't look so good on it yesterday, especially when you compare it to his usual performances.
Okay, Kaiser's the last ban. Something interesting here is Vi has been banned against Godtone a lot. Not sure if that's just because of the strength of the pick, or if Godtone specifically, you know, has been playing well in scrims or something. I have to see if he ends up picking it up later. Ooh, or perhaps they're going to take it away.
Early Vi. Okay, it is.
So normally when this is picked up, it's matched pretty early by Xayah. But if it's not, I could see PSG go for Xayah Rakan in the 2-3 and have a really strong comp.
Wow, this would be the opposite of last split if that Zeri got locked in.
Yeah, Jace is up still as well. Ooh.
Lock it. Oh.
Jace Gragas could be a possibility.
I really do want to see Godtone playing one of his champs. It's going to be Renekton. Taco looked really strong yesterday, so I do like them picking that up once again. I think with the Vi, though, it means you're pretty incapable of picking Victor.
Yeah.
I think out of every champ that you could be playing mid against in terms of jungle, Vi would be one of the hardest.
Yeah, I think Azir is pretty decent versus Vi if he does want to look for that. Aphelios. Okay, so they're probably going to play Aphelios Thresh, so they're not going to go for the Xayah route. I wonder, PSG, will they take that Gragas up against the Renekton? Or will they go for something like Xayah Rakan here anyway? Milio Lucian, still open too. PSG probably one of the only teams that would play it.
I wonder if he's hovering Godtone's champs.
I think he is.
Because I don't know about the Zed. I definitely know he plays Lee Sin Gragas.
Okay,
will it be Milio Lucian. Okay, that's exciting. I really like seeing Woody on Enchanters. I think he looks a lot stronger, provides more for his team, and also Wako just probably the best Lucian player here in the PCS at least.
Yeah, I think I have to shout out Eminem on that as well, though.
Yeah, that's
very
a fair
good on the
call.
last split. But yeah, okay, they pick up the Milio Lucian, and I like this. And surely you have to go Thresh here, otherwise Aphelios cannot play the game up against Vi.
Yeah, definitely. At the moment, hovering junglers.
Would they
if you
really
do
lock
take
one?
the Thresh, you do lose out on a lot more jungle pull.
Yeah, but I just feel like, isn't it just impossible? I mean, maybe they are going to pick the Gragas. I would be excited to see that in Rel.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about it. I feel like this is really hanging tight out to dry. Maybe if they can get a beefy enough front line, it's too risky for Vi to ult forward. But I would not be surprised if Tide is just getting ulted on cooldown.
Yeah, so one thing I guess about the Rel is it does offer you, if Vi does go in, you can really control a massive area with that Magnet Storm, which means it's not so easy to follow up on that Vi ult. So that's one sort of way you can play against the Vi. It's generally a lot less safe than just throwing out a Lantern for the Aphelios to click. But it is definitely a possibility. But to do that, you do need a beefy front line. You do need Taco to be at least even, if not ahead, as well as Rel to be reaching some of those item spikes on pace of Woody on this Milio.
Yeah. So now, Jax was that first ban. Poppy. Makes sense. I wonder, will Hellpigs target Kennen? Because I could see Kennen picked up here by Arja if it goes a bit later, if the picks start running out.
Yeah, Arja looks really good on the Kennen as well, so...
He has a few champs. They could ban the Gragas. Alternatively, they could pick it themselves on 4 and just play it in the jungle.
He also could just be fine to pick the likes of Sion. I've seen it already.
Yeah.
And you can just have a solo AP. Well, you don't even need solo AP so much because you do have that Lucian Milio, which offers so much magic damage just by themselves. So as long as you have a little bit of magic damage to help them, it's fine. Annie the ban, though, taking that away from Maple, is a fairly decent ban. Can follow up pretty well on the Vi ult.
Ivan ban, I think, is pretty smart. That's one of the few junglers that would be able to help keep Aphelios alive. So I think that was a really good ban, actually. And now what do we look for? I think the Gragas is still good. It provides some peel. Godtone's good with it. And it takes it away as the Renekton counter. I think they should lock it.
Yeah.
Do it.
We almost never see the Godtone champions. Actually, we haven't yet. Surely at one stage. Fiddlesticks. Okay.
All right.
Exciting. We've got a solo queue champion.
Yeah, I mean, that's different. I think Fiddlesticks is a very underrated champion. So, hey, if they can pull it off, I'd be very impressed. It gives very strong engage, and honestly, it's a hard champ to play against. I think the weakness, though, is definitely in some of those earlier skirmishes.
Question.
Yeah.
Do you think Woody takes cleanse here? Because that Milio ult against Fiddlesticks ult, as long as Milio's not CC'd and is able to cleanse everything, could dictate a lot in a team fight.
Yeah, I actually think oh, do you take it? Probably not. Maybe you can play out of its range. I'm not too sure, but I think you're right. If you can just have Milio ult to disable the Fiddle ult, I think it's really good. And this Gragas should come in through here. And that's why I feel like taking the Gragas away on 4 would have been a better pick overall.
There's a lot of magic damage, though.
Yeah, I honestly think it's... Ooh. Will they go back to this?
Okay.
Okay, well. It sorts out the damage a little bit.
Should lose out fairly handily in the lane at least, but I do somewhat worry about PSG's damage profile because Lucian Milio, while it is an AD carry, actually tends to do like 50 to 60% magic damage. Wow, okay.
Snare.
This is an AoE team comp.
Yeah, that is a comp if I've ever seen one. I mean, honestly, I kind of like it from Hellpigs. I think that if there's a way to beat PSG, just picking a group up as 5 teamfight composition that doesn't require a whole lot of execution is a cool way to do it. And that also means that Aphelios will be going mid up against Azir. Now that I'm a little worried for.
Yeah.
Because
okay, I think this is better. I think this is better. You struggle more on range, but if you are able to set up, you can pretty handedly take on the Azir. Should have a bit more DPS, at least the earlier stages.
Yeah, I think the 1v1 is not too bad, but the scary thing is, how can you survive against Vi Azir at 6? It's really not possible. You're going to have Fiddle cover you the whole time, but hey, this is something real new from Hellpigs, and I'm really excited to see it. If this comp gets ahead, it's going to be so hard to deal with, but if it falls behind, it's going to be completely useless.
Yeah, that really, really is. I mean, the one thing as well, we saw Woody has the highest ward cleared per minute, which, while it might not be the most impactful stat, I think against a Fiddlestick specifically is actually a huge thing. Because if you're Fiddlesticks and you're not maintaining vision control, the game becomes a lot harder for you to play. as well as just playing 280 carries on that same team comp as well. Like, it's not like you got the Tristana, who is very safe. You've got two fairly unsafe 80 carries. Samira doesn't really have an escape, has a wind wall, but then Aphelios, while left all alone in this middle lane, especially up against the Azir level 6, you're really worried as the Aphelios.
Hey, but we've seen Adiox play immobile champs before and get away with it when he perhaps shouldn't, so maybe he can pull another trick for us here and manage to survive. Okay, question for you. Adiog's death prediction. How many?
Oh my. You want me to flame him or you want me to...
I want you to speak the truth.
Okay. You're against Ornvi Azir. I'm going for at least 5. Like, I'm not even just...
No,
like, how do you play?
I think you're right. I think also he is the one who's going to be getting altered. You know, like, I guess they might save Viot for Samira, but if they're engaging first, I mean, that's the guy being targeted. I think 5 is... Yeah, I think 5 is fair.
I think he will play relatively safe, but you can only play so safe. I mean, against Ornn as well.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll have to see. I think jungle path, more than ever, is going to be pretty interesting here. Fiddlesticks traditionally having one of the fastest jungle clears in the game, but it does risk him getting quite low if he goes for a really optimal, speedy path. And I'm sure Junjie is aware of that, as Azi literally just walking up and placing his ward, doesn't care. Okay, headed towards bottom, Junjie is going to be.
Yeah, I think it does make sense. Don't really want to play towards that Ornn lane. I think doing what you can to enable the Lucian Milio as well as shut down Samira and the Rel from achieving anything is super important. Samira, just one of those champs that when it gets ahead is just disgusting. But has trouble snowballing to begin with. Definitely needs a little bit of help.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Lucian Milio very strong in that 2v2.
Oh, Godtone is actually going full solo queue. I love it. I think when you've got a guy with so many reps in solo queue, it's really good. But here, bot lane, PSG maybe struggling again. It's being turned around for now, though, as Wako finding a lot of damage on this Lucian. The weakest stage of a Lucian lane, and they are decimating in terms of health.
Yeah, that is not good here for Tide. He does not want to be so low on HP that they can't set up any ganks or look for any sort of all-ins. And while they get sums off Woody, I feel like it doesn't really matter. Because now Wako is just going to have a field day in this bot lane. And Fiddlesticks is not a champ that's very good at ganking early.
No.
You know, can show his face, but if it's counter-ganked, it's going to go wrong very quickly. Feels like Hellpigs needed to just play that a little slower. Honestly, if they can just wait for 6 on the jungler and play around whatever Godtone does with his first ult, could be in a favorable situation.
I think first ult is really the important part of Fiddlesticks. Similar to like the likes of Nocturne and Twisted Fate, but Dive coming through. Tide outplaying first blood there for Tide. Wow.
Ooh, that's pretty important. I mean, was going to die and lose that entire creep wave and the play. Would have pretty much been GG right there, I think, had he not managed to trade a kill back over, but at least gets himself a little bit of gold. A consolation prize.
Yeah, definitely. And Godtone reaping the benefits of that, picking himself up quite a hefty wave down there. Junjie actually has gone for the invade. Godtone not going to be aware of this. Will be now.
Yeah,
should
he's
have
probably
spotted it out.
Ooh, yeah. That's a little bit unfortunate for him, though. Lost the buff while he was covering bot.
Down Woody. Okay, this is actually really bad for Fiddlesticks. Did pick up that bot wave, but because of it, lost a lot of jungle creeps here. Obviously, the bot lane scuttle as well as the blue buff is ahead of level, at least for now, as he does head towards the top side. Now, what build do you think Fiddlesticks is going to go for?
I think it's going to be Protobelt Zhonya's. I think Zhonya's for Vial is good. I think Protobelt as well. It's a lot of damage. Good when you're the solo AP. And just the active is really good. So I would expect that to be the pickup. Junjie maybe now looking bot. There are no sums on Tide.
There are wards. Wako going forward. He's going to find a lot of damage, and it isn't the Windwall available for now. IC8 having to turn around. Does have flash available, so should be able to get out. But Junjie realizing the opportunity, takes away yet another summoner spell from this bot side of Hellpigs.
Yeah, and that's just so good. Even the gank, just for pressure, makes it so hard. If you can stop the Samira from getting away into the game, it feels like Hellpigs will really struggle. Taco, he's getting some nice trades up here.
Yeah, Taco really has been the biggest pillar of hope, I have to say, in this team. Hasn't really had a game where you think, wow, he should have played better. A lot of them has just been him being pretty solid in his lane. Things around the map not going so well. IC8, though, trying to find something a little sneaky. Godtone in the area, but Ford will spot him out there.
Yeah, and it's tough for Godtone because I think he kind of needs to show to break this freeze, but I'm not even sure he can break it because Fiddlesticks is not particularly strong early. It looks like he's just going to walk away. I mean, Wave is now pushing back to the side of Hellpigs, so doesn't need to invest any more time here.
Yeah, okay. Ignite's now up for both bot laners. Exhaust should be up really soon, so perhaps for a little bit of time there because of Summoner spells, there will be a slight advantage given to the Hellpigs bot lane, but I think that window is fairly hard to try and find to utilize.
Adiogs, he's come back to mid, he's got himself a Zeal. Ooh,
so
nice
annoying.
stop. That's very good. I'm a little worried now for the Aphelios. Azir has hit level 6. Now, Vi isn't there quite yet.
What is Aphelios building?
I'm not sure.
Got a Zeal.
Yeah,
that
we're
certainly
gonna
doesn't
see.
build into static.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think Stormrazor is something he sometimes gets. Gale Force. This doesn't build into any of those.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like if anything...
Rapid Fire Cannon?
No shot. There's no way. We'll see what he's cooking, though. Jinjia, he's going to walk into that bot river. Only just ticked level 5, so still a little bit away from being able to gank somewhere with 6, but maybe another gank towards bot.
Yeah, okay. Fight started by Hellpigs, but they're not going to want that. Windwall comes out as Jinjia finds the first. I see it now running away, but he is not going to get out, and Wako picking one up for himself. So 2 kills now afforded to this bottom lane.
This is really, really bad for Hellpigs. They really needed to be more stable in bot side until Godtone is level 6. You have to know there's going to be no pressure coming out of your Fiddlesticks before then. And to play as if you're going to get that would be a mistake, and it feels like you're almost at, you know, an unwinnable bot kind of situation before Godtone can really impact it. Now, he still maybe has a window to gank bot when he hits 6, before Milio hits 6, as we'll get a look at this. So once again, the wave is not good for Hellpigs. They try and punish for Waka going forward, but with Jinjia in the wings here, they go on a tide. Had no flash, so had no way to get out, and ICA also no flash from the previous gank from Jinjia. And Jinjia is doing a great way of playing around this. And Godtone, you can see he's frustrated, and I think for good reason. There's too much loss here from this bot side. They just need to be stable. Admittedly, it is difficult, especially up against the likes of Jinjia, but I feel like they could have done a better job.
Yeah, look, mate. They may be losing down in the bot lane with that 80 carry, but they've got a reserve 80 carry here in the mid lane. He's cooking with his build too. But
Yeah.
Taco is, again, doing really, really well up in his isolated 1v1. He's up nearly 20 CS. As the fight comes out again, but Tide does not have the damage. It's Wako. Wako looking for a second even as IC8 tries to deny it. It's going to find the stun, but it's going to be Wako picking up his 4th. He saw a scoreline yesterday and he's trying to turn it on its head.
Yeah, wow. I think if Tide had managed to pick up a kill, maybe that could have been a turning point in this game. And Godtone, he's starting to herald. There is no vision of this, so I think he might actually get it. But I would be very worried about Adiogs on this mid wave. Vi is level 6. Azir obviously has ult as well. And at some point, this Aphelios is going to die, and I think this could be the wave. Pings on the mid wave on the minimap.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if
coming up
Adiogs
as
can
well.
survive. Ooh, Vi moved away. Adiogs, I think he didn't show on vision there for a while. Ping's back on mid. Looks like Herald will be picked up by the Hellpigs, though. And where is this going to go? It feels like, in theory, you should be using a bot, but I almost feel like you're never going to get the opportunity. Dash forward from Wako into a big creep wave. You almost feel if Hellpigs are going to win a fight, this would be it.
Yeah.
But speaks to how far behind they are, because even with all that, it's honestly still not that close.
No.
And I think if ICA had somehow picked up this kill, it really wouldn't matter. Wave was frozen. Would have been disastrous no matter what. And Kraken Slayer now for Wako. That guy's pretty fed.
Yeah, I want to see Adiog's recall, man. I want to see what item he's building.
Yeah, I actually just don't know. Maybe it is the Stormrazor.
I don't know. Stormrazor doesn't build out of...
Oh, it doesn't?
No. That builds out of the carrot. All right, Taco now looks like he's going to be the focus. Call of the Forge God available. Knock-up lands here from
Ooh.
Arze. Actually going to be the cease and desist as well. Adiox, though, the roaming Aphelios is here, as well as Godtone. They've turned around too. And out of the mid laners is actually going to be the Aphelios picking up the first kill.
That is really well played there from Helpix. And the first Fiddlestick ult, it finds value, which is super important. I have to say, a little questionable from PSG. I feel like investing Ornn and Vials into killing this Renekton probably isn't even worth it, because it alleviates so much pressure everywhere else on the map. So they use a lot for it, and ultimately they don't even end up getting the kill. Really nice flank here from Godzone. And that Fiddlesticks ult in these skirmishes is so strong, especially before people get tenacity.
Adiox queued backwards in that.
Doesn't matter.
I wonder if it would have been better, though, after that, for Godzone to just place down the Rift Herald top. I swear you're never getting it down mid. Azir should always have pressure. Sorry, you're never getting it down bottom. Azir should have pressure in mid, and the Rift Herald would have secured first Blood Tower.
Oh, it is a Gale Force picked up from Adiox.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So having the dash could be helpful.
Yeah.
Ooh, another gank.
Okay, yeah, it's going to be Arza getting quite low here, and with this, he doesn't have teleport available, and it will be the Rift Herald used top here, so a lot of gold will go over to Godtone as well as Taco.
Yeah, this looks good.
I almost feel like Godtone should just claim himself the first gold, the first blood bounty.
So much damage.
Yeah, Junjia. Oh, the fight starts here for Helpix. They're trying to turn it around. Tide, he's not able to get that ultimate up. But Woody's living on 1 HP. Junjia's trying to find what he can, and it's going to be Maple coming through with that Emperor's Divide. Another 3 kills found here for Helpix. I mean, sorry, PSG.
Oh, tragedy, though. So many low health bars. And I feel like, again, Helpix, they need to play around Godtone. This Fiddlesticks is so important to this composition. I think bot lane probably just needed to cut their losses, leave the tower here. They know they were getting a lot top. Instead, though, they decide to fight, knowing that they're hard weak-sided, knowing that their jungler is showing top. And after taking all this damage, I really think should have just left now and could be fine. They have no mid priority. They have no jungler around. They decide to go for it anyway, and it just results in disaster.
Yeah, I wonder if that could have possibly been different if the Deadly Flourish comes out, but ultimately wasn't to be, and it's just another 3 kills, and I think there you do get to see a bit how useless Aphelios is at teleporting into something.
Yeah.
But second Dragon taken, it's going to be the first for Helpix, and so they are not going down without a fight, and still I think a lot of the power for this team is currently sitting on the Renekton in top. And so maybe when he joins, if Wako slightly mispositions, we've seen what a Renekton can do in team fights already today. Could be an opportunity.
I think the Renekton in combination with the Fiddlesticks as well, there's a lot of things that need cleansing. And Woody, he's not going to be able to ult them all. So if they do layer their CC correctly, it could be very tough. I have to see though, I think so much lies on the shoulders of Godtone and Taco in this game.
Night Harvester, by the way, for Fiddlesticks.
Okay. Interesting.
It does give you, I guess, a little bit of mobility in the fights, as well as slight amount of extra damage in terms of burst.
Well, there won't be any Dragon up for a while. Helpix, they managed to keep the gold fairly even, which, considering the insane deficit their bot lane is at, is very impressive. Because bot lane is so astronomically behind.
Yeah, pretty much all of that's on this Renekton, though, I feel.
Yeah, probably. Some of it's on Fiddlesticks, too.
I think Fiddlesticks has more gold than Jinjia?
Maybe. He got a lot of plates off top.
That's true.
It's hard to say, though.
But ultimately, yeah. Okay, I think you had to use that there.
I feel like so much of this, by the way, if they hadn't died at level 2 in bot lane, I think they'd actually be in a decent spot.
Yeah, Helpix would almost be winning, right?
Yeah.
I think one important thing is, while Samira is obviously very far behind, she's going lethality. So if she is able to get on those squishy members, actually will still offer quite a lot in a team fight. And the amount of AoE, I mean, Renekton, not typically thought of for his AoE, but when you combine it with the likes of the Fiddlesticks and the Samira, as well as Rel, it can quickly add up.
Definitely now. Pings around mid again. There's this vibe waiting in the wings. Mid priority though for PSG, and this should mean bot lane getting dived or forced off their tower. They reset early, but this will be the tower picked up from Wako. It was pretty inevitable. They're even more going to him. Samira still does not have her first item. I think maybe she's waiting in base for it. Yeah, okay, so you got it now. Has the Dust Blade. But you've got to think that Waka will be picking up his second item here as well.
Yeah, very shortly, if not already. Now, I wonder, with this Aphelios and considering all the elements of their team, if when it comes to fights, do you think he's going to prioritize it, having the Infernum gun over the...
Yeah, I think he should.
Yeah, I think so as well, which is not typical. I mean, the ult, oftentimes we do see the ult used, as Jinji are looking, but oftentimes we do see the Infernum gun used, but I think it's more common to be using that Infernum gun on the Chakrams to build those up and look for more DPS. But I think, at least for the Halpigs here, the main objective is to just straight burst out the other team with AoE.
Have to agree. And now, 2 minutes on that next drag. That should be the place where they look to just group up, hit all the ult buttons, and they could probably still win that fight if they can somehow kill Wako, because Wako is a large part of where this gold is, 6-0, and has his Navori now. If they can somehow kill him, I could see them winning a fight. If Samira can get some shutdowns as well, if she can be the one to pick up that kill, it could find herself back in this game.
Yeah, this Samira will be so annoying in fights too. If she does get a kill, goes untargetable for a little bit of time, and you're still dealing with AoE coming from everyone else. It's going to be hard though. You're going to have to really try and set up God Tone for a really nice fiddle ult. And that's a lot easier to do in solo queue than it is in these organized professional games.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will be on PSG to make sure they can scout out the fiddle beforehand. Wako definitely knows that the top side is very scary right now, wisely hugging towards that bot side vision that his team has set up. 45 more seconds now, and I would expect both teams to want to 5v5 this. Question comes down to, can Godtone find some sort of flank or some sort of angle? Because it all starts with him, finding an ult in here. RG will find him early, and as long as they get confirmation of where Fiddle is, if they can find him early.
Oh yeah, Junjia getting quite aggressive. Now, I think importantly, no stopwatch available for Godtone.
Yeah.
So, that, I mean, so much of Fiddlesticks is reliant on being able to get in there and go invulnerable, because you do want to just keep going forward.
Yeah, ooh, I like Taco's
yeah,
flank.
Taco's got a really nice position. Wako, no cleanse, does have Woody's ult, but using that for a simple Renekton W feels terrible.
Yeah, and Wako, I think he might be getting looked at here. I wonder if Godtone will ult flash. Or he wants to, but it is difficult. Needs to be careful.
Godtone. It's going to have to be IC8 protecting him, and for now at least, is going to be just that as Arze now joins the team. Looks a lot better for their 5v5. In fact, if Arze finds a really nice call of the Forge God here, could be pretty problematic.
Yeah, as long as they can keep vision of this Fiddlesticks though.
Even the Rift
fine.
Herald, not able to afford them pressure.
Yeah. Oh, maybe looking for an engage now though.
Wako really aggressive. IC8 finds the flash. That's going to be a lot used onto him, and he has gone down near on immediately as now Godtone's the focus. Again, there is no status. He's just taken down. Double kill for Maple.
Unfortunately, big misexecutions out of Hellpigs cost them. Feel like the fight always has to start with Fiddlesticks ult. Rel is just not tanky enough. I mean, look at her items. Look how behind she is.
Yeah.
And I feel like with that, PSG probably crossed the threshold of being the ones now, pretty secure in this game. Before, I think, obviously we're ahead, but it could be dicey. You'll see how it happened here, though. ICA, I guess he felt like he needed to make something happen, but it's just not it. Even if you get the stun, I feel like Fiddlesticks is so far away. I mean, you can see he's showing him vision here. And the Vi ult comes through, followed up by all the other CC. Yeah.
And importantly, 2 kills now onto that Azir, so you're not only having to worry about the Lucian, but the Azir getting himself a fairly decent amount of items too. Sitting at 2 items, at least for now, Adiog's only at the 1.5, but is going to recall now. See how much gold he has in his back pocket. Okay, Kraken Slayer is completed, so actually all things considered, mid lane remaining somewhat even. I almost feel like the biggest gold deficit in this game is support.
Yeah, support items are pretty ridiculous right now. It's going to be so hard for Rel to do anything. And so much of the stem just from that bot lane 2v2 getting outplayed.
Adiogs, you're in trouble, buddy. Cease and desist use, and he's just going to be found.
Had
Caught
the flash,
lacking at the
but-
red buff.
Yeah, had flash. Think he probably would have died no matter what. You predicted 5, he's at 2 already. We'll see how much longer the game goes for. Stopwatch now on Godtone. But it's so sad that he didn't have it for that fight. Honestly, wouldn't have made a difference in that one, but it feels like that was really a chance for Hellpigs to find a way into this game. Because they weren't that far behind at that point. Really, all that gold was centralized on Wako. Now that the gold has been nicely spread out, it feels like PSG have multiple win conditions, especially with that Azir. Maple starting to come online.
Yes, Junjie just relentlessly walking forward, channeling Vault Breaker. Really just has constant pressure over wherever he is on the map. And Radiant Virtue, Black Cleaver completed for him, so he's very, very tanky. And he's okay to just walk in here. ICA's going to be found, actually having to dash away as this culling getting him so low. And it's Maple coming down, taking a big chunk out of Godtone's health bar as well. Junjie looks like he's walking forward, but silence does come out of Fiddlesticks.
Wow, but the tower's getting this low, even without a Baron or a Herald, is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Top tier 2 already fell, and mid tier 2 feels like it's not far behind. Junjie maybe looking at top.
Godtone dodges out, does have stopwatch, but he's not going to be able to use it. He is just eliminated. Now, I think this is just Baron.
Yeah, I think it will be. Hellpigs feels like without that Fiddlesticks to start the fight, have no way to contest this. And there's so much DPS that can come through from this Fed Lucian and the Azir. They're going to try, but I think it's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, if you are able to somehow find Wako, perhaps, but look at Maple, he's just not even in the pit, and he's doing so much damage. Dominus pronked early, and it's going to be stunned up on the Junjie, and he's actually just been annihilated. Taco tanking up what he can. Magnet Stork comes down, will land onto both the bot laners here for PSG, but they are relatively untouched. It's going to be ICA going down. Tide finding what he can. He's going to get the Duskblade proc. He's going in, but Exhaust comes out. 180 carry down, 1 left to go as Adiox runs for his life. He is going to get that Gravitum and use the Snare, but I think a really good job from Hellpigs there being able to stop that.
Yep, I think that fight was a lot closer than it should have been, all things considered. They stopped the Baron, which is a pretty big win. I think that fight was pretty mis-executed from Maple. I mean, it felt good DPSing this over the wall, but when his team decided to turn, was just so far from the fight that he couldn't DPS for so long. And also, I think Junjie, maybe goes in a bit too early. Probably could have just pulled off the Baron first and then looked, but dies instantly, and you can see Maple on the top side so far away. Fortunately, Wako is strong enough that he can kind of deal with them for this long, but ultimately, I think it was pretty badly executed from PSG, and it still ended up being even, which kind of just speaks to the state of this game. At least the Baron got stopped, though.
Yeah, Godtone's just getting caught again. He's going to have to use the stopwatch right here, but can they protect him? It doesn't feel like it. You had to know that's coming.
Yeah,
There's no way you don't know that's coming.
Godtone, I feel like, is just kind of desperate at this point to find something. It really feels like there just is nothing to find, though. PSG, too far ahead, too in control, just really closing out all those windows.
This will be their Baron. There's no way you can stop this one, although... Junjie, walking forward, has flash, but cease and desist, importantly, not available for this Vi. And you feel like now, there's no tanky members of Hellpigs, there's no wave clear. It should just be PSG walking forward and ending. I think Junjie, Azir throwing out their ults, pretty much no way for Hellpigs to win a fight here.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for Hellpigs to fight in the base too. They don't have a good place for Fiddlesticks to hide. Although, maybe he's going to try to get into that base gate. He doesn't. Ooh, maybe he'll get it. Could try find something here. He's ulting.
Channeling. It's going to be ICA going down before he can even get there, though, as Maple dashing on away. Godtone next. Woody picks up that one as Adiox. A lot of chakrams, but he's not going to have the damage. They're just too weak. Taco last alive, trying to do what he can, but ultimately what he can do is nothing, and it's going to be PSG making up for their problems yesterday and picking up the win.
Yeah, unfortunate loss there for the side of Hellpigs. I really think their comp had potential to deal some damage in this game. Unfortunately, the Hellpigs bot lane just outclassed, fell far too behind, and I also think that as a team, a little bit of damage padded there. As a team, Hellpigs didn't do a great job of waiting for Godtone, right? It feels like Fiddlesticks, so central to this comp, they need to wait for him to hit 6. They need to wait for him to start the fights. but they don't really play around it. I honestly think if PSG had played Hellpig's comp, you would have seen a very different look. Right? I think that comp actually can be very effective, but unfortunately Hellpigs, like they said, fell too far behind, didn't play around it, and PSG, they're too strong. They come up and just show their individual prowess again, take out the Hellpigs. I think it was 20-6.
Yeah, I want to say that it almost felt like not Hellpigs not playing around Godtone, but Godtone wasn't playing around Godtone. That guy got caught out like twice in a row in the weirdest ways possible. I mean, that one, not at the very end, but around the Raptors, it's like, you know, you've seen Junji is there, and you're still like walking back and forward, and all Junji has to do is queue over the wall, ult you, and you are going to die. And that's what we saw happen. I think when you have the Fiddlesticks, the only member of their team that could ever tank anything is going to be Taco. And a lot of the time he's spending in the bot lane matching up against the Ornn. But if you're not grouped together with the Renekton, you're just conceding, which is fine. But it's like you have to have the Renekton join early so you can walk forward and set up for your Fiddlesticks. And it wasn't happening. It didn't happen a single time. I think the only ult I actually saw him use was at the end there, which achieved absolutely nothing. So I like the idea, but certainly how they did it was terrible.
Yeah. I will say, good game for Taco there in the top lane. Played very well, I think, and did what he could. Unfortunately, what he could do was not much with a 10-0 Lucian there at the end. And I think the Milio Lucian looks really good. I mean, obviously it's against a lower tier team here, but it feels like Woody is the only person that really plays Milio. And there aren't that many really good Lucians either. It feels like only really Wako and Eminem. So I think it's a combo that should probably be seen a bit more, but just maybe not enough players play it here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Wako definitely the strongest Lucian we have. Even bringing it out on the international stage, so something he's comfortable with. You know that if it's open and available, he will pick it. I think we have seen quite a lot of Milio banned against PSG, which makes sense again. Just noting what Woody and Wako are like. And I wonder, because you know of how good these guys are on the Lucian and on the Milio, nothing's really happened to Nami. So like, it's sometimes, like I feel like they can just opt to go the Nami Lucian. It's going to be a little bit weaker than the Milio, just Nami isn't quite as strong. Has other bonuses, like the follow-up I think you get from the Nami is better. But I feel like this team can still absolutely play that combo and make it work.
Yep, I think that is true, but I also think that in the current meta, there is so much threat, and having the Milio to disengage that is significantly better than the Nami. I think, yeah, damage-wise is very similar, but I mean, if you look at a comp like that, Nami is not going to be able to disengage anywhere near the same way that Milio can, and I think that Milio is just a very overloaded champ, to be honest, and I'm very surprised that it doesn't get picked more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has received quite a lot of bans.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we've seen only PSG, and there was one other team did play Milio. They didn't play Milio Lucian.
It's Milio Jinx, I think.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think it was. And I mean, it has looked good every game. I think it's still sitting at a 100% win rate. So it just shows the power that this champion does have. And it should be utilized more, you'd have to say. Yeah. But alongside the Milio, I believe Azir is still sitting at a 100% win rate too.
Yeah.
And we didn't see him for the entire first week, only finally seeing him when Pretender picked him up. And then from there, he's been picked quite a few times. And he has looked by far the strongest mid lane champ we have, I think.
Yeah, I think Azir is so consistent. He adds a lot to the comp. He's strong in lane, got mobility. He kind of checks all the boxes, right, that you need from a mid laner, and I think also does well against a lot of the meta matchups. As we'll get a look at, I think this is when the Hellpig's bot lane gets chunked very early and they decide not to leave. I honestly think if you leave now, you're getting this top tower. You're actually fine if you just leave, but instead they decide to try and outplay it. And it goes horribly wrong as both of them die. They don't manage to trade a kill, and Adiog's even TP's down, only for Maple to use that mid priority, come down. I'm not sure if there was flash. I guess there was no flash on Aphelios there. So very unfortunate. And I think that's when the game kind of blew apart. And you can see 27k damage compared to 7k.
PCS Viego.
Ooh.
What about the PCS Fiddlesticks?
Okay, well, in Godtone's defense, his first ult was very good, and I think after that, his team was so far behind that it's always going to be difficult. I don't think that's representative of Fiddlesticks.
No, fair enough. I want to, on the whole team being behind thing, I want to bring up one thing. That is now the second time we've seen Tide and IC8 just run it down essentially in their lane. Obviously, first time against CFO and now against PSG. Given those are two of the strongest teams we have here, are both really, really formidable sort of bot lanes as well, but almost 50%.
That is pretty absurd. The only time I think I've ever seen above 50% is with those really heavy pokers back in the day, stuff like Cogmore mid, Corky mid, another big one. So hitting 48.7% as a, not really poke champ, as just an AD is very impressive. And you'll see this fight here. I mean, he was pretty much 2v4, I think, for a while here.
Yeah.
At this point, and I mean, just so much damage coming out of him with that Milio. Never really feels like he's in danger. Exhaust even comes out onto Waku there, and it doesn't stop him.
No, continuously running forward, forcing out more summoners, and have a look here in the isolated 2v2, I believe.
This one was close, admittedly.
Yeah.
I can kind of see why Hell Pigs went for this. They had that big wave. And I think, honestly, if they'd been in this situation, having not died 2v2, there's a good chance they get a cheese kill here.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, it was another double kill for Wako. I think it was 4-0 at this point, and he just feels unstoppable from that point.
He definitely does. And again, after what happened to him yesterday, even though now he's gone against a definitely weaker bot lane, it's a good confidence booster, I think. Even though you're expected to win, you're expected to stomp, but going 10-0, doing 50% of your team's damage, it is going to build his confidence back up because, I mean, yesterday he did truly get absolutely annihilated, dying level 1, which is so uncharacteristic for this guy. And then, yeah, turning it around, I think that's massive for PSG, especially as they're going to go up against some more tough opponents coming up in next week. So yeah, I think that's huge.
Couldn't agree more, and it's really good look for Wako. You mentioned bouncing back from yesterday, but also he really wants to cement his place as top dog, right? He was last split, and Betty really showed him up yesterday, so he's going to be itching for that rematch. I can feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit again to Woody and how Woody plays these enchanters. I do actually want to see maybe some more of it. We've seen some Lulu, we've seen some Milio, but I think Woody just looks a lot better when he is playing those champions. However, game number 3 now is in the history books. We will go to a break, but once we're back, it's going to be Impunity versus Beyond.
was begging for your help, but you let me down. Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do it for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we're doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop.
Hello everyone and welcome back here for game number 4 of the PCS tonight. Now, Impunity vs Beyond. I want to quickly give it over to you, Shock. I think we both believe that Beyond are going to win here, but if Impunity are to do it, what are their avenues in?
Ooh, I want another crazy draft. We've seen a few crazy drafts today. That last one had a Fiddlesticks and a Samira in it. And I think in game 1 we also saw... I can't even remember what it was. I remember there was something weird. Do you remember what it was?
I don't remember what it was. That was a whole 3 games ago.
It was something weird, and I think that could be the way in for Impunity. I think a must-do for Impunity is to ban Kai'Sa or pick it away. I don't think we want to see well, I want to see it, but I don't think they want to see Betty having Kai'Sa again, because every time he gets it, he drops double-digit kills. And I think when Impunity have looked decent so far, it's been kind of... it's been that one carry performance from Shera, so maybe they can look for that again. I am a little worried, I think, here for the bot lane, because I think BYG's bot lane, they have to say probably the best at the moment, or maybe the second best. Probably the best, I think. And I think Impunity's bot lane has been a weakness for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It does sort of appear that way. I want to say maybe on Impunity that Ashira has looked possibly the most reliable in terms of performance. He doesn't really play poorly, I don't think. It's just... I don't know, the whole map generally collapses, and as you said, there was a massive performance out of their mid laner, but unfortunately, on that Tristana, which was his best performance, the next game he played it again and had one of his worst performances. So, a little bit of a question mark around that guy. Don't know just how good he is or bad, but taking a look at Beyond, I think this team now, especially with the addition of Betty and Kerez actually, is just looking so well-rounded. The bot lane looks pretty undefeatable, and especially, you said it, the Kai'Sa. I believe Impunity, sorry, will have blue side here, so they can opt to first pick it away, as Beyond typically do first pick it too, or they can just opt to ban it if they don't want to see it at all.
Yeah, surely it does not get through. Take a look at the junglers here. Arashi up against Kongyue. And Kongyue, he spent a lot of time in the enemy jungle this split, 28% there. Damage percentage is a bit higher for Arashi, probably comes from the Maokai. I think Maokai does inflate that damage quite a bit. But Kongyue, he's been playing a lot of the Viego and the Wukong, so he's not really on the Maokai Sejuani Vi duty that everyone else is. And you kind of think that about Kongyue anyway. He's more of a resource-heavy jungler on a team of, honestly, just resource-heavy players. Whereas Arashi, he's willing to play a bit more of the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is actually pretty good for Impunity. You do... it tends to, at the moment, be better for your jungler to be less resource-heavy, but we do see Kai'Sa banned here. So that's going to be good. Maybe something different has to come out of Arashi here as the Maokai, as well as Sejuani banned here, first of all from Beyond.
And it feels like Beyond kind of just have to ban Maokai and Sejuani because they don't really want Kongyue to play it, and they just want to open the floor for some of those, more carry junglers to come through, which I like it as a stylistic choice, but I do worry about that if the meta stays like this for longer, because having 2 of your bans just be fixed every game is pretty rough, I think, when you head into playoffs. But that's a long time away, a few patches away too. What will be the last ban here? Nico, perhaps? Ooh, Jax. Okay, so Nico and LeBlanc and Trist all available. Renekton is the first pick.
Yeah, I like that. I think that is one of the best power picks still available.
Yeah, with Jax gone as well, even better.
So Lakai, definitely, I'm kind of interested by the Jax ban actually, because Lakai, that has been traditionally his most played champ. Now Quinn would be interesting.
Quinn would be good.
Quinn does do well into Renekton, one of the few champions that pretty consistently beat Renekton throughout the entirety of the game, but I think for a team composition standpoint, Cassante more logical. Does pick it. Now I want to see what his build is. I'm a bit of a hater of what most people do go for on this Cassante pick. LeBlanc the Hover is left open. Tristana 2 can be used in response, however.
Yeah, I think might need to pick LeBlanc over Trist just because there's not many AP junglers left. I don't think Kongyue plays many AP junglers either. So now, 2-3 for Impunity. You've got the likes of Tristana and Nico available. I think Tristana plus AP, if you can get it, is good, but I'm not sure what AP jungler would come through. With both Maokai and Sedge available, I feel like that drops the value of Trist a lot. Now, that being said, there are some AP carries you can play. Lots of Shiv builders, or even just something hard AP like a Ziggs. And finally, yes, I think this will be Nico mid.
This has to be, surely. This champion is so strong internationally, but we just never get to see it. Now, it has been played support and jungle thus far in the PCS. Both times it did lose, but I think its real power is in the mid lane in general. Excited to see if Shearer can make it work. Is Jarvan the current hover?
There's no way we go Jarvan here. Poppy looks a lot better. Jarvan until LeBlanc Cassante wouldn't have been too good, but the Poppy does look good. And now what do Beyond go for here? Feels like picking up a jungler for Kongwei could be good. Ooh. Not Viego again. I mean, admittedly, he won on Viego, so against PSG no less. So I guess if he wants it, we'll give it to him.
He is 1-1, I believe, now on Viego.
Yeah, all right, I'll give him a pass.
I won't. I hate the Viego still, but admittedly, a lot of these junglers have been taken away. Viego seems like one of the better ones left, but I wouldn't have even hated the Kindred necessarily. Would struggle, I guess, against the Poppy and the Renekton, but
I think Viego kind of does too, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heading towards second phase, though. We'll see what comes out next, as it feels like it should be bot lane. Ooh, Milio banned away.
Yeah, okay. Looks like supports might be targeted here, at least for Beyond. Xayah going to be taken out of this draft. Another one of those strong AD carry picks. There are quite a few left remaining, though. The likes of the Aphelios.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of things available. And Betty, he's been around for a long time, have to feel like he's going to be comfortable on just about anything AD carry related. Ezreal ban. Don't see that very often.
No, Blaze has played it once. It was in their only win. Admittedly, that was mainly Shearer's doing, but I guess taking it away, just something you know that Impunity do pick, makes sense to take it out.
Now, what will this next AD carry ban be? Because this can very well be a denial from yourself, so you have to be careful. Okay, they swap it to Nautilus. I think that's smart. If you ban too many AD carries here, you end up with nothing left to play. Varus. So if they go for this, they have a very strong comp, but it's very hard to play. The likes of Varus and LeBlanc on the same team as well would mean they are very lacking in terms of DPS. Now, it could be on-hit Varus, but I feel like it's more likely AP Varus? Maybe not. I mean, we'll see what he ends up going for.
Absolutely, and as you see on your screen there, 0% win rate so far for Varus here in the PCS, and it's pretty similar to what we saw in the spring split. Although Betty coming over, picking Varus from the LPL, you do feel like it's probably going to have a better showing. Okay, so Lucian locked in, and it's going to be Nami. Yeah, okay. This lane was played quite a lot into the Varus last split. Oh.
I feel like the Nami is better.
Yeah, I think it's just usually better to have the Nami with the Lucian. I mean, you pretty much always want an Enchanter with the Lucian these days anyway.
Well, they've made it so as long as you have CC, it's fine.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
This is going to be the Nami. I like this. I actually, you know, nameplates off. I quite like Impunity's draft so far. I actually think I prefer Impunity's draft.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I feel like in the PCS, LeBlanc, Viego, and Varus, even in isolation, have not looked very good so far. And all three on the same team, this is a very, very hard comp to pull off. I do like the Rel coming in. I think that adds a lot of engage, a lot of team fight potential. And I'm very curious to see which build the Varus ends up going for and how well Betty can play around it. Because what often happens is if you do go for the on-hit Varus build, it puts a lot of pressure on your AD carry to position well. Now, there isn't a huge amount of threat. You know, it's not like we're versing a comp with a Vi, but there is still a lot of CC, right? The Renekton, the Nico, and maybe even the Lucian dashing forward. So it's not an easy game for Betty to play either way. I think Beyond probably still will come out on top, given they are the stronger team. But I think you're right, Impunity's draft, at least in terms of 5v5 and ease of execution, I think I prefer it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of owners here on the bot lane yet again. I think Lucian and Nami need to find themselves a bit of a lead. I will say, depending on the Varus build, maybe after the sort of early level ones that we typically see the Lucian Nami losing, I think priority should be given to the Lucian Nami. They should be able to find fairly reliable trades, at least onto that Rel, which can lead to quite a bit of an advantage. Now, question mark around the Nico. We have not seen it in mid lane yet. I think it should do fairly decently into the LeBlanc. I don't think it's necessarily favored either way, but more of an even matchup. But a lot of the Nico comes down to how well you can sort of deceive your opponents, I think. You can't really look for the just straight up going invisible engage. It's not so easy. Turning into a minion, turning into something else funny and trying to make it happen that way could be the best opportunity here. And we'll have to see just how Impunity do that.
We will, and I think in regards to that mid matchup, like most matchups, it becomes hard once LeBlanc completes the Shiv. But Nico does have a lot of CC to kind of punish LeBlanc for dashing forward in a fight. If she does go too far in, can find herself chain CC by Nico, who has one of the longest CC chains in the game. Not to mention the rest of the CC that can come through. We'll see how it goes. And Nico also has a strong laning phase, so it does slow down LeBlanc getting that Shiv in the first place.
Okay, so Halo Blades on the Varus. I think it's going to be lethality. The reason I think it'll be lethality is because then you essentially have a double poke comp.
Yeah.
Because LeBlanc, right now, definitely a poke champion more than anything. Smurf has to be careful. Kerez has found himself in there undetected. Might be just an early flash here. Smurf's going to have to. There's going to be flash committed by Kerez, and the chain will land. Smurf's just going to commit to the death, and I think Lakai should not have taken that.
Honestly, though, I think it could be okay. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. Would have been better on someone else. But I think getting it on Cassante, depending on what he ends up building, could still be pretty solid. And I wonder, will BYG try and split the map? Don't think so. They're just going to drop a ward. Yeah, I wonder if he will go lethality on the Varus or not. Because I feel like having more DPS for objectives and just for chewing through this Renekton and Poppy is probably better. But, like you said, if they can commit to playing for the double poke comp, it is good. It's just we haven't really seen it ever executed well here in the PCS.
Yeah.
But beyond, I mean, if their game up against PSG is anything to kind of go by, feels like right now they could be on another level.
Yeah, and admittedly, the double poke comp has worked when it has been the mixed damage between the pokes. So obviously here we'll have that again between Lethality Varus and the AP LeBlanc. And it has been very successful. Given, generally it's been the Kai'Sa as that secondary down the bot with the poke, but Kai'Sa does have a lot of DPS, whereas Betty on this Varus should not, assuming it is going to be this lethality, which makes a big difference. But I want to bring your eyes towards Lakai's items. Now, I know he gets exactly 400 gold, which is the same price as a Ruby Crystal, but he could be going Barmy Cinder.
I really hope he is. Surely he watched RJ play this matchup.
Well, he played it against RZ playing this matchup.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but RZ got destroyed. But I don't think that was because of the items.
No. He probably realized that it was better overall. Raid comes out on top. And CS is actually going 1-1-1-6's way in mid. So Shera is actually starting to fall behind. Not what you want to see.
Ooh, bit of pressure down bot might not be so bad, especially given there's a massive minion wave. There should be priority given here. Yeah, okay. Smurf already at this blue buff. It's going to be really hard for Betty to want to leave with such a massive minion wave at his tower. I think this was a really good invade timing, and that's just going to be the blue picked up. I think probably the best proactive play we've seen out of Impunity yet.
Yeah, that was very nice. Use that bot priority to just walk in there and sneak that away. Maybe now, looking on mid, should have the W here.
The snare doesn't land. Arashi, though, this is going to be 1-1-6. Oh, he is actually playing with fire, and LJW is in the area. Flash going to pick up that kill, so...
Wow.
Arashi, so far, very impressive.
Yeah, what a start here for Impunity. Really, really good, I think, slowing down the LeBlanc as well. That's so crucial. There's such a big difference between if she gets Shiv at maybe 9 or 10 minutes compared to something like 12 or 13. And this death could be the difference. I think W wasn't cooldown at the start, so it was forced to chain, and it came up, but by the time it did, it was so low and kind of went the wrong way. But how often are you expecting a Renekton to just be there? Was punished for it. The flash comes out. 300 gold. Now a pickaxe.
I think one thing that's really impressive about that is top and bot had priority, mid the only lane without any priority, and that's where they found the kill. So something that could even potentially change how this lane starts to look is Shera now is slowly making his way up the lane. It looks like minions should push it back, and Kongyue in the area.
Yeah, it looks like he will just cross. I don't think it's going to be in time to do much, though. Rashi, he got some of those.
Yeah, wow.
He's doing a great job.
He's finding quite a lot of Cloud jungling as we'll take a look down bot. Kerez does go for that trade. Cops a tower damage for it. Ooh. LJW very comfortable up here.
It still has the TP here for Lakai, but with that item advantage, LJW is taking some good trades.
Okay, so Betty does hold himself a slight minion advantage, which isn't too surprising as, whoa. Jera manages to connect with the root there, stopping a lot of potential LeBlanc damage. Now, has hit level 5, been able to take that minion there. Do you think he looks to do anything middle? Is there ever like, you know what Sion does where he just goes down a side lane and surprises like that? Do you think he could look bot? There's no cleanse available for either of them.
It's pretty hard because LeBlanc can push waves really a lot quicker with the build she has here, because it has damage from the autos and then obviously the base damage from WR.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty hard. We'll be playing more towards those team fights. But if you're right, if they get a window, if Shara can go down there, it probably will be a kill.
Okay. Teleport now coming out of Lakai, so teleport's matched in the top side. Is the Bramble Vest, so.
Disappointing.
I guess he was able to pick it up at the same time as a Giant's Belt, but
yeah, it's
still
not the worst.
I do feel like the Thornmail is just not that valuable in terms of going up against a Renekton. Again, Renekton, all of his healing comes from non-auto attacks, or Drinker along with Q. So can just heal just as much in any case.
Narashi, he's going to find Kongwei here, but is down a level.
Down a level, yeah. And there's going to be Kyrus who goes forward, going to land a lot here onto Smurf and Blaze, as Blaze is going to have to flash out, but it's going to be Arashi arriving first down this bot lane. Massive trades coming out. It is Impunity feeling worse off for wear.
Yeah, and I think Arashi's going to try to stay around and crash this wave. Now, I'm a little surprised that BYG didn't kind of commit more to making sure that wave doesn't get crashed. Because I think if Lucian Dami can't get a good reset here, would be in a lot of trouble. Instead, though, things will just go back to normal, and I think Kongwei has spent a lot of time farming while Arashi's been pressuring.
Ooh.
Ooh, and they're actually going to stay. I think Betty will just
reset,
reset,
I think
though.
Betty has to just reset here.
This could be good, though. If they stay and push another wave, Betty will end up losing something. See if he commits the recall. He actually cancels it. A little risky, but he wants to get all the CS. If Blaze uses all the mana on the wave, which it looks like he will be fine. And Arashi trying to find something mid, but I don't think it's going to be possible.
No, this LeBlanc extremely slippery. Is going forward nonetheless.
Maybe he can use this mid prior to invade, but...
They are.
They have very good 2v2.
Okay, Kongwei kiting the minions. The jungle camp away. It's actually going to get a reset, so a bit annoying as Arashi copping a lot of damage, actually committing the flash, and it's going to be Kyrus who arrives, able to claim that kill. Is there any CC to follow up? Not just now, but importantly, nice roam there. Good timing from Kyrus to come up and find that kill there onto Arashi.
That was pretty important, Arashi. He's been doing a great job, but bites off a little bit more than he can chew, and that chain CC literally coming out from LeBlanc makes it so hard for him to get out. Even invested the flash and still went down. Betty's gone back and he's bought the Shiv component, so it will be Shiv Varus. Where he goes from there, we'll have to see. But I think Shiv, you know, going a similar build to the Kai'Sa would actually be quite good here. You know, offers him a little bit of that AP, a little bit of poke, and quite a lot of DPS too.
One thing I guess that's worrying is pretty much all of your damage now is magic damage.
I think
Cassante
it's
offers
still
a bit of true
fine.
damage, but I mean, we see the numbers that Viego puts up. It's really pretty pathetic most of the time.
Yeah, I think it's okay though. There isn't that much MR that can really be bought early here. Right, like Nico can't get it, kind of needs Zhonya's no matter what. I don't think Lucian will get it. Maybe the top jungle though. We'll see.
Yeah. We will as the game progresses. So both supports actually opting to stay in their lane. Kira's now headed up. The Rift Herald has spawned. We saw Kongwei started up, but Arashi's presence was enough to get him off.
Oh, 9 minutes in. The Shiv is completed for LeBlanc.
Wow.
I was saying there's a big difference, and I thought that early death would stop it, but getting some assists back and still has a CS lead in mid. Oh.
Magnet Storm finds two. It's going to be Blaze's cleanse having to be used here. Chain of Corruption still be available for Betty. Actually, it is not, so it's just a culling coming through. Smurf getting extremely low, but all things considered, that's really good for Beyond. Now, up top side, it's Lakai. He is the focus right now, but now Impunity looking towards this Rift Herald. Static Shiv, importantly, has been completed here, and it's this Nami that is, in fact, not a Nami. Is going to get low. Nico comes out, but it's only going to be landing here onto Lakai on the Cassante, who admittedly has gotten extremely low. Cassante does manage to get out as well as Viego, but Heartstopper is going to have to be committed. Now, this should likely go for Impunity, but 116 doing his best to just continuously poke around. eventually will be Rift Shield now.
It finally does go the way of Impunity. I think Nico just a lot better at skirmishing early here than the Shiv LeBlanc. Needs more time to scale up. But gold is going well into BYG's favor. They've got CS leads. And that CS lead in top lane is pretty important, because oftentimes we see Renekton being the one that gets ahead.
Yeah.
The full Thornmail now completed for Lakai. And it looks like first drag will be traded by BYG, so they did lose the Herald, but they get something for it. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this go mid. LeBlanc should be getting that tower later on. It's quite hard for Nico to keep up with the wave clear. The wave is always going to crash before she can really get rid of it. But is completely even in CS here. And a much slower game than BYG have had than previous, but honestly, there's just very strong lanes from Impunity. Right, they have the Nico, the Renekton, and the Lucian Nami. So how much advantage can be really gained here from BYG? Feels like not too much. Shiv completed on the Varus as well. We'll have to see where he goes item-wise from here. Probably will be the likes of the Kai'Sa build though, the Nash's Rage Blade, something along those lines.
All these plates going to go to Arashi, unfortunately.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a lot of gold picked up.
Lakai, pretty confident in this 1v1 now, to the point where he is just okay proxying. Of course, did see that the Poppy was on the bottom side, so shouldn't have any problems. Now, Nico returning to base, to lane. There is no minion wave, so will not be any shenanigans of that design.
Tower is getting kind of low.
Oh, Arashi should not be spotted here. Oh, okay. Going to find the stun now onto Kyrres, who will admittedly be finding it difficult to get over, but a slightly late timing on that Poppy knock up, and Kyrres, will just walk away.
Was kind of close though to getting him there. Everything else though looking kind of normal. Maybe double chain. It comes out in mid lane. It's a lot of damage. Ooh, didn't quite get the mark. Did dodge away from the damage. Interestingly, Stork Shoes picked up by LeBlanc, which I think is very greedy into Nico, Poppy, Renekton. Now, maybe if he can just play on his range well enough and just keep poking with autos, but I wonder if he'd be able to get more aggressive with the Mercs. Feels like even though Storks is more damage, you might be kind of playing too safe.
Oh, Kongyue is going to have to commit that ult, and again, there's a couple times now Kongyue's been found out, and without ult, there is no real way for this Viego to reliably get resets. Just has to continuously rely on his team, but I don't believe the damage will be coming through as of yet to find those. And when the games go this slow, you do feel like Viego slowly does get outscaled by these tank junglers. We constantly do see it here.
You do feel that way, but I also feel like Renekton, Nico should get outscaled. That being said, I don't think their scaling is necessarily bad in this game.
No.
Just not quite as good.
Yeah, I think this is more of an execution-reliant game than the likes of the CFO game, where they can just wait till 30 minutes.
Could be.
Okay,
Ooh.
it's going to be Shearer finding a lot here onto 1-1-1-6. Is he going to be able to find the kill, though? For now, it doesn't look like it. He's actually going to go down. Magnet Storm onto 3. Blaze running for his life, and I was talking about it's hard to get resets, but Kongyue is looking to find some. Doesn't manage to. It's going to be both flashes as well as the heal from this bottom side of Impunity. Really, really struggling right now, especially against Kyrres, you have to say. They're trying to defend this tower, but it could be a little bit harder than they perhaps think.
Viego has ult soon.
Yeah, Arashi in the area. Shearer does have teleport too, so I think it's a bit risky to look for anything in particular like that, but important solo kill found from 1-1-1-6.
TP was used mid.
Yeah, okay, TP used mid, so now Kongyue looking. Betty takes a tower shot, and Arashi just ensuring no dashes can come through. He's actually going to get stunned up as Kyrres will land another stun. Blaze, no matter, will not be able to get away. They're trying to find what damage they can, but it's not enough. Kongyue not willing to trade the 1-for-1 under the tower, but do importantly find another kill here onto Blaze.
Nice execution once again from the side of Beyond. With that, they're getting even further ahead on this bot side of the map, and that solo kill that came out in the mid lane looks like it's really had its benefits on the mid tower, and we'll see what happens. Feels like Nico has a lot of CC, not a lot of damage yet though. Didn't have that mythic completed, I don't think. Gets the ulti, but there just isn't enough damage. And you can see LeBlanc with this build especially, sustained damage out the wazoo. Bot side skirmish, very nice engage found by carriers. If Kongyue had ult, this would have maybe been a 2 for 0 right here, but wasn't quite. And that mid tower did fall there. So now 4k gold lead for Beyond.
Yep, things definitely getting a little bit out of hand here. Got some magic resist starting to be purchased from this Poppy. I think importantly, if LJW can maintain somewhat even and get towards some of these magic resist items, I think a more could do a lot for this Renekton in particular. Can start looking a lot better in this game. Now, dragon spawning should be second dragon given over to Beyond.
Should be. Lakai doesn't have TP though, and LJW does. I wonder, is there any chance he TPs into this? Lakai's going to start walking down. There is a TP flank if they want it.
Okay, there's going to be chain of corruption landed here, but Arashi is taking no damage. Slow onto Kira's, and LJW does arrive. He's gone the long way, but his presence might just be enough to confirm this dragon for themselves, as 1116 being an absolute pest with those auto attacks in the back line. Lakai has arrived now, so it is going to be a straight up 5v5. LJW quite strong, but with Dominus going down, loses a lot of potency in the 5v5. Now, not going to land anything for now, and it's going to be Shearer looking for something, but it's going to be nothing. In fact, Lakai, the only one found by that Pop Blossom, and it's going to be the dragon. Kongyue trying to find a stun over the wall, will not for now, as 1116 continues to be an absolute pest. But disengage should come through here. It is a 1-for-0, but dragon picked up here for Beyond.
And nothing ends up happening really. But BYG pulling further and further ahead. And that TP can now come out of Lakai, the top lane, who managed to get there without TPing. Oh, actually, it comes out of 1116, so that should be the top tower now falling as well. And that's a lot of gold going onto this LeBlanc. Gonna hit her spikes very early, which is very important, I think, for this sort of champ. And Betty, he's working on the Nashes as well, gives them that DPS and the way to deal with the tanks. So I really like Betty's build this game. I think it's much better than going for the lethality.
Yeah. Even Shroud now completed for Arashi on this Poppy, as well as Hextech Protobelt. Damn, look at all the damage that can come through.
Yeah, can't quite deal with the Renekton just yet, but with the ability to push the waves that fast, gets a lot of tempo and can do what she wants. And this will be the second Herald picked up for BYG. Didn't get the first one, but with that, can maybe break some towers. And he carries, he's looking. First chain hit, second one should come
Chain
through.
will land, yeah, that is the second one, as well as a lot of CC following it. Betty picks himself up that one with that piercing arrow.
I wonder if they just drop Herald now.
Yeah?
Or are they going to hold it? I mean, they could hold it for next drag, maybe? I'm not too sure. I feel like just dropping it for a tier 2 tower is probably better. Oh, Lakai has a flank. Maybe they're going to look for a mid dive?
Yeah, and LJW will not spot it out. Kongyue, constant usage of this Dark Passage means you don't really know what's happening. It is actually going to be the Herald used up here for this top lane inner. Are they going to be able to get it?
Yeah, it
this
should go down.
Does it take it?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You're right. Now, one tower picked up from this Herald. Pretty much exactly what you'd like.
And LeBlanc should have Night Harvester off this, I think. She's going to be so much stronger now.
Yeah.
Nash is completed as well. Yep, got the Night Harvester. Player Gold really tells the story. Almost 3,000 there for 1116 in the mid lane.
Yeah,
and Lucian Nami has been basically invisible in this game. Stark difference from the Lucian Milio that we saw in the previous one.
Yeah, I think a lot. I mean, again, if Impunity can sort of draw out this game a little bit longer, get some magic resist, I think they can start to look to perhaps win fights, because 116 doesn't offer a whole lot of sustained damage, and while Betty does, they are pretty loaded into magic damage. Lakai teleporting in. Chain of Corruption will land here onto Arashi. He is channeling that Poppy ult, will manage to find it onto Betty, probably the optimal target, but it's going to be Kongyue finding one. Pop Blossom comes through, does manage to find a lot of damage here onto Kira's, but not the kill, and Kongyue now becoming that Nico. They're going to be able to find so much. The Viego is going to spot out the vision, comes through with the Heartbreaker. Arashi goes down, it's 4 for 0, and how much can they get?
Well, they're going to be able to get a Baron, and with that, it's going to be basically impossible, I think, for Impunity to ever come back in this game. Feels like they've already been outscaled. And beyond 2 Dragons to 0, now at 9,000, about to be 10, I think, when they grab this Baron. Gold lead. Feels absolutely unstoppable at this point, and it was such a good flank there. Engage found by carriers and a proactive TP from Lakai really sealed the deal. Yeah, now about 10,000. Take a look at this. So carriers, he finds this really, really long flank. Bet he was forced to flash, but Impunity just walked up too far. Big TP. And the flank. There's people just on all sides and with nowhere to go. Impunity try and take the fight, but just feels like they're in such an awful position. You can see the Lucian did not last long there. And Shera hasn't really found anything with the Nico all game long.
Yeah, it's been pretty problematic. This was so well played. This shows why you should pick Nico. Unfortunately, it's the Viego that was playing the Nico extremely well, but using that vision that you get from the clone pretty much to perfection. Oh, here it is. It is going to go in, just go straight in, and all the damage loaded onto LJW, who is completely blowing up. 3 people in an instant, and it's the 2 carries left alone, but they have no damage really to speak of. And with Baron, we're going to start getting some inhibs down here.
That was crazy. Decisive from Keres. The moment he sees them, just launches himself at them. And I think with that, this might just be Impunity's Nexus going not too long after it.
Yeah, it should take another fight at least, but you feel like the power that Beyond have, they probably just handedly win the fight. There is only really the Cassante ult left up, so...
Well, Monksy Ping.
Yeah, teleport is coming in. It's going to be Cassante. Lakai here getting targeted quite long, but the knock-up from Lakai. 1116 finding himself the first one. Everyone's in a pile. It's going to be LJW managing to turn one around, but it's 3 people, 4 people going down, and LJW not long for this world either. In fact, he's just running away, trying to save a bit of that KDA, but with this, it should be the game as long as attention does go more towards the Nexus.
Eventually, oh, maybe not. LJW, I think he got away. 2-1 and 0. Escaped with his life.
All right, 1116 is going to take this matters into his own hands.
Yeah, did eventually get him in the end.
Oh,
Smurf.
that's another one.
Oh.
That was a one-shot.
Yeah, not long for this world. And that was a weird game. I mean, Beyond, it felt like it was close until it wasn't. They just suddenly just blew the game wide open. I think it was only 22 minutes there. And Beyond, I think they must have the quickest average game time here in the PCS.
Maybe. CFO got a 19-minute win, so they'll be up there.
True.
Oh, I don't know.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, but I want to say props to Impunity. Arashi especially, early game, played the jungle, I'd say, better than Kongyue did. He used timings really, really well. He found the kill there pretty much onto 1116, as well as being able to pick up that blue buff early. But then from there, a lot of mistakes. He got caught out a couple of times, and I mean, him getting caught out led to a lot of these team fights, as well as Dragons going down and the likes. But I think early game showed some promise.
Yeah, unfortunately, eventually I think just outclassed there was the side of Impunity. Maybe a little bit question marks around the Lucian Nami bot lane, because it felt like they never really found anything for themselves. Not sure how the matchup was meant to go. Obviously, the Varus is a pretty strong early champ, but you feel like Lucian Nami, at least after first base, should be able to find something there. Unfortunately, did not. And I think from that point, you know, if they don't snowball early, if they don't manage to get some sort of team fight win, at least on that kind of first item mark, eventually Beyond will just pull ahead. And I think that's the first game LeBlanc has felt really, really impactful. It was very hard for them to deal with. Not much lifesteal, obviously. Had a little bit of sustain from Nami, but wasn't enough to stand up against the poke.
Yeah, absolutely. And importantly, Betty, no deaths that game, so is maintaining an exceedingly high KDA on this 80 carry role. But I want to ask you, obviously being a bit of a mid lane connoisseur, what are your thoughts on 1116 so far this split, especially when you compare it to last split?
I think he's been playing really well. I think towards the tail end of last split was starting to kind of come into his own, and that was a big reason why I put him as, you know, my most improved player coming into split number 2. And I think part of it is just, obviously it's a lot easier to look good when you're surrounded by a winning team, right? Like if you're losing a lot of games, it's not going to look as good. But I think that one thing that 1116 did well last split was he was kind of like similar to Yubao, one of the few players that would play things that really played around carry junglers. And Kongwei, he pretty much only plays carry junglers.
Yeah.
And I think that the meta right now is very good for 1116. And maybe not so much for Kongwei, but I think for 1116, it's very good for what he wants to do, and he's been doing a great job of it.
All right, and in the race for that most improved player, you selected 1116, I selected Kerez. Now, this guy was on the last place team last split. Do you think that 116 is doing well enough to be argued as better improved than Kerez?
Well, I think Kerez was really good last split.
At Zaya.
True. No, but I mean, I don't think Kerez was bad last split by any means. I think Kerez probably has been playing extremely well as well. So it'd be like, what do you really count as improvement, I suppose? But both of them have been doing very well. And hey, they're of the same team. So maybe we'll give most improved award to Beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. I think honestly, for me, Kerez is, well, I mean, he was obviously playing fine on CM9. The team was just losing everything. But now, Kerez is going pretty crazy. Like how decisive he is, the angles he's finding, given he's with a better AD carry now, and that does help a lot when you are the support. But I just think the angles he's finding is really impressive. And honestly, it's looking like he's a competitor for one of the best supports here. As we take a look at these replays, obviously on your screen, this is honestly Kerez surviving more than he possibly should have.
Yeah, and you bring up the Kerez effect of just finding all those engages, and for me, he's the MVP of this game. I mean, he found even the level 1 kill and so many others with his engages, and this was a nice Nico play.
Yeah.
Kongwei must have played it in the jungle a little bit.
True, yeah, it is able to be played in the jungle, but that was probably the most impressive Nico play we've seen in the PCS so far. It was by the Viego. But here we have a look at the damage. It is going to be Varus winning out on the damage stat. I think it's not too surprising because he doesn't have to go in and auto-attack like the LeBlanc does, can just throw out some Qs. Plus, when he does land that Chain of Corruption, whoever he's empowered queuing is going to be pretty much one shot, so not too surprising to see that. And I think I agree. I think Kerez deserves the most valuable player here.
There's a few people you could give it to, though. I feel like
you could pretty much give it to everyone, I think, but I do think Kerez maybe, the things he was finding, especially when it came to those team fights, and as you said, that level 1 invade, I think that led to really where they got their advantages.
I have to agree. I'm glad at least to see that Nico pulled out in the mid lane. Unfortunately, I think pretty big team disparity. Not that Sheriff had a particularly good game, but I mean, the score's 18-2 and Beyond. I mean, they took out PSG, so Impunity, certainly one of our bottom 4 teams here, weren't able to stand up to it. MVP does go over to Kongwei, and I don't think it's necessarily bad by any means, but I would have gone to several other people before I went to him.
Yeah, I mean, 1116 did get caught early, but he also found the solo kill there in the mid lane to really extend their lead as well. And I don't know, I do think that Kerez got a bit robbed.
Yeah. Even this play here, I think, was set up by Kerez. We'll have another look at it. Was admittedly nice playing on range from Kongwei to kite in and out, but it was Kerez who found the engage and then just followed up by that Heartbreaker. Allowed him to get some kills.
I think importantly, we're going to get to hopefully see the Nico one again. Yeah.
Another huge engage comes out of Kerez, and Kongwei, he just kind of reaps the rewards as he goes in and gets the resets. This was a nice Nico play, though. I would give it to him.
I think this is looks like someone who's played a lot of Nico and utilizing that along with what Viego does. I think there's more in it than just the Nico, obviously, but yeah.
For sure. Yeah, that
really
was nice. I can kind of understand why they gave it to him if they base it a lot off that play, because it was a very impressive play. But I really feel like Kerez found so many Smurf engages and even the Smurf engage at level 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all around, I think the whole team looks so much stronger this split than they did last split.
Definitely.
Obviously, Betty probably adds quite a lot to that just in his veterancy and just how good he is. But I think a lot of it just comes off the individuals leveling up around the map. Lakai, Kongwei, everyone is really leveling up. But ultimately, that's game number 4 done. Last up, we have probably the game of the night. It's J-Team versus DCG. A battle for who's going to fall and get their second loss. Please stick around.
I'm I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one who can rival. You try to find, but never find. No one's found. Keep looking for it, but you can't find. Can't find another one who can rival. You try to find, never find another me. cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. Black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello everyone and welcome back here for our final game of week number 2. Now, game of the night, going to be J-Team against DCG. Importantly, both of these teams still sitting at what is 4-1, and whatever team wins here is going to tie up for a 4-way tie for first. The other team will now be second place. Now, so that means it's very important. I think the narrative here, Mission versus Driver, obviously different lanes,
yeah.
but former teammates, both looking really, really strong this split. What are you thinking?
It's tough. I definitely agree. Those are the players to watch. They are kind of the linchpin of their teams and bring so much lane power and consistency. DCG's roster on your screen, and oh, it's so hard to choose. I want to give the edge to DCG, but I really wouldn't be surprised if I'm eating my words not too far from now.
Yeah, myself personally, I think that Driver up there in the top lane is going to slap around this Hanabi guy. No dramas whatsoever. That is my take. I think he's been doing it pretty consistently this split. I think even more consistently than last split. He's got the only pentakill so far and the most exciting pick, I think, out of that gangplank. I'd love to see him do something a bit more exciting like that. And Mission, he's pretty much stayed true to what we know of him. He's played a bit of Tristana, he's played a bit of Orianna. Nothing too surprising. I think, importantly, though, when it comes to the draft phase between these two teams, it is going to be J-Team on the blue side. Minji looked phenomenal on the Azir for the most part. Maybe got caught out once too many times, but his teamfight impact was outrageous, really. And Mission, our premier Azir player in the league. So I think that could be a pick to really watch out for when it comes to draft.
Definitely agree. Would not be surprised to see Azir either taken away in the first 3 or maybe even first picked for J-Team, taken away from Mission. And like you said, Minji, he's been looking a whole lot better this split. And on the Azir has looked phenomenal. And I wonder where Driver will go for. What kind of picks he's going to look for. Is he going to go for something, stock standard like their Renekton? Because we've seen that no matter what Driver picks, he's always going to do well. But I feel like up against Mission, up against DCG, Driver's going to have a lot to prove. Or he's going to want to prove himself. And I think that for that reason, he's going to try and get a carry. But it's going to be difficult because he is blue sides. We'll get a stats comparison between these two supports. And I almost kind of wish they just compared Mission and Driver. But either way, Orca, first and forward percentage at 45%. That's an alpha.
Yeah, no, I wonder what that really tells you. I mean, death percentage as well there. Looks like Enso doing really well at staying alive. It does make sense when you look at his champion pool. A lot of enchanters there in that. But I wonder what the forward percentage means. Because it could mean that Orca tends to go for these, rotations around the map, look for things in other lanes, whereas Enso wanting to pressure. And that would make sense when you compare sort of the champions that were picked, Rakan versus the enchanters. As we do head now into the champion select, it is J-Team on the red side banning out this Azir.
Yeah, okay, so my bad. I thought J-Team were on the blue side, but on the red side actually. So Driver, he can look for some sort of counter pick, which would be nice.
I almost feel like that's what you have to do.
Yeah, I think it would be good. LeBlanc banned by DCG. We've seen them do that many times. Seem to not want Mission to play it. Ban the Emilio as well. Tristana, another mid lane respect ban comes out of J-Team. And what do we look for next? I mean, Maokai and Sedge still available. Jace as well. Feels like both teams would have a lot of priority on the Jace.
Jax banned. Okay, so now do you just ban the Renekton?
Yeah, I wonder. If you ban the Renekton, do you potentially give over a Jace for free? I mean, I guess you can trade Kai'Sa for it. Okay, they banned the Kai'Sa. So
Okay, so now
Jace
you
is
can-
up, Maokai's up, as well as Renekton.
I almost feel like that kind of favors J-Team. You might give over the Renekton. I feel like it could just be a given, but then on the other side, you are able to pick up sort of that Jace and Sejuani or Maokai, whichever you'd prefer.
Yeah. I think you take the Jace, and then you just pick Sedge with it. I like it. Okay, so now, or do J-Team just take away Renekton Sedge? Because you don't want to give Sedge Jace.
No.
Yeah, I feel like taking Renekton Sedge is probably the best.
Yeah, and I feel like you're winning at that stage. I think there are answers
Should be,
to the Jace.
especially with the Jax gone.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
I like that better.
Yeah, me too. I think you just pair the Sejuani and the Renekton. Although, admittedly, Driver does play a lot of these melee carries up in top lane, which Sejuani does pair well with as well. So might just let the Renekton slip through and find something better for himself. Although I'm not sure exactly what would be better.
Yeah, I mean, they could pick a mid laner if they really didn't want to pick top. Ooh, maybe Ashe. Okay.
Okay.
Freljord synergy, I suppose.
Does take that away from Chris Carter, who has oftentimes liked to play the Ashe. Did play it in one of their wins previously already in the summer split. Now, coming over to these next two picks for DCG, I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see an Orianna come in pretty early here. I feel like Mission pretty comfortable to blind pick it.
I think it'll probably just be on the Jace, though.
Oh, actually, yeah, sorry. Sorry, mind
Okay,
blank.
so they go for Maokai, looks like. Lock in the Maokai. And maybe you just take your ADC here. Because you don't really need to blind top. Okay, well, they're going to take it.
That makes sense.
I guess they can't give over Sedge or Renekton. They're going to take it, but that gives Driver the opportunity to counterpick on 3 without any more top bans coming through.
Ooh.
Or are they going to go for something different? We'll see.
Rel's looked really good today so far. Perhaps maybe not in the Hellpigs game, but that aside.
Yeah. All right, they pick it up, and this gives J-Team an interesting choice. You could go top into 2 bans, Renekton into 2 bans. Alternatively, pick up a support of your own. Or maybe pick a mid laner. I mean, it's not super clear which one to go for. I have to see what they think is best.
Yeah, I wonder... I was going to say maybe they'd look towards the Heimerdinger. They've already played it. Heimerdinger Ashe, an extremely annoying bot lane to try and go up against. But it's going to be Braum.
The Braum is interesting.
Like
I think
Freljord.
Yeah, a lot of Freljord champs. Sedge Braum works very well together. And I do think the Braum is good against Rel. Now, the only thing I'm worried about is maybe it's not that threatening onto Jace. It kind of feels like when you do get these poke champs and they are unthreatened, they will just poke your team down. Obviously, they have the Ashe and the Sedge ults, but Braum doesn't really add a whole lot to that. Interesting choice, though. We'll see how it goes. The Gnar ban. So that kind of... I think it's more just a Hanami-specific ban.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played the champ a lot. They ban away the Yone.
Wow. Okay.
I wonder what that's for. It was played once, top lane last split, I think, but I can't remember what the matchup was. I feel like it might have been Yone into Gnar, even.
That would... Ooh, was it? I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
I know it got played mid once
Yeah, I
last
remember
season.
that game.
It was horrific. Almost nightmare-worthy. Now, I mean, this is a very interesting... We've had really interesting drafts today, and this is following suit on that trend. Varus now banned away.
I like the Varus ban.
Me too. It takes away another AP option in that bottom lane.
I think also, when you've got that Braum, it's much harder to threaten poke champs.
True.
Of which Varus is one of them. And now second ban, I mean, maybe something like the Gwen could open up some more blind picks in top lane. Or maybe they need to ban away the Renekton.
Yeah.
Ooh, they banned the Gangplank.
Wow, I don't know what these top bans are leading towards. I guess the Gnar probably has a good time into the Gangplank, and so their response was to ban the Gangplank.
Ooh. A
Flex?
Dragon's Flex could be really useful. I really like it.
Yeah.
I think that means that worst case, Driver can just take that and be completely fine, but it also means it's one of the better top lane blinds taken away, and it's not super easy for Hanami to blind now. I wonder what he's going to go for. I'm expecting, you know, maybe he does still go for the Renekton, but I mean, you don't want to pick it in a Gragas. Alternatively, what else could he even go for? I'm not too sure. Ziggs. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Ziggs, I have to say, but I think this is a pretty good game for it. Ziggs with Jace, I think, is good. Ziggs up against Braum, I think, is good. And they do go for the Renekton, and will that just be Gragas going top? Or does Driver have a better counter pick?
Right. Okay. A lot of magic damage.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Ahri. I think Minji should play something with a bit more damage to it.
Oh!
I like that.
Okay. Wow. Wow, it is such an exciting day here at the PCS.
Yeah.
We have had so many different looks at how to do a draft phase. Now, we are going to have a Zeri mid here against the Jace. Likely to be an AP Zeri with that Lich Bane. And then, sorry, not Lich Bane, the Static Shiv. But you start to sort of throw out those Ws and they start hitting like Lux ults eventually, so... Wow, what are you thinking? What are you thinking in this draft? I think this is such a hard draft to read.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I am a little worried about how much magic damage J-Team have. Maybe, depending on what Minji builds, that can be alleviated. We'll see, because it does feel like if you're picking Zeri, it's to play AP Zeri. But,
yeah,
I mean, yeah, you wouldn't expect them just to have a full AP comp. I mean, they have an Ashe, but it's not exactly the highest damage champ. I mean, it can be.
Yeah, if you do go not the Triforce build and more into sustained DPS,
Yeah.
it can offer quite a lot.
It's hard to pull off, though.
As an AD Zeri, you actually have a fairly good time this game because the only real threat onto you is a Maokai. And even then, there's not a whole lot of follow-up that come through. Renekton would have to be in a pretty good position to be able to do that, especially when you're going through a Braum as well as a Sejuani. So I think you actually do have the option to go whichever way with it. Of course, you do have Sejuani Gragas for AP damage, so you're not lacking.
Yep.
Interesting draft. I mean, who are you favoring?
I'm not even sure. I feel like... I honestly want to see Minji's build before I decide, but I don't know. I guess purely based off champ select, I think it might be slightly better for DCG just because I feel like their comp's a bit more cohesive and I like the Jace Siggs combo. I'm a little worried about the Braum in this game, but I'm just so excited to see these. I mean, these are two very different comps, not just from each other, but also just from what we normally see in the PCS.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we do load in here, of course, we are now on to Summoner's Rift for our final game of the day. An important one. Stakes are quite high. Only one team will remain in that top position, tied with 4 other teams. but you know, only one of them will get that. And as the first round robin starts to get towards the end, it is very important maintaining a high sort of win rate there. It's good not only for being able to make it to playoffs, which we're pretty sure we know who will, but the standings in playoffs and who you're going to be facing up against.
Definitely. Now, level 1, will there be anything interesting coming out? Sometimes you see the Braum invade on the bot side. Obviously, it was very strong at level 1. Doesn't look like it'll be the case. And I would expect both junglers to want to play around bot. Feel like Ziggs getting ahead is important, obviously, and stopping Ziggs from getting ahead is important too.
Now, I think importantly, traditionally, Ashe is probably one of the best AD carries at laning against the Ziggs.
Yeah.
It's really easy for you to go if you need it, which I don't think you really want to this game, but you can get a wit's end if things are looking a bit bleak. It pairs well with what Ashe likes to do. But also just the range that Ashe has keeps her fairly safe, and it makes it easy. You don't have to stand in the minion wave to farm, and so Ziggs can't land those Qs as easily on you.
Yeah, there are actually several other reasons as well why Ashe used to be picked into Ziggs. As Hold That Thought, we got a little bit of a level 1 trade coming out, lots of damage on end. So another big reason is that Ziggs is basically forced into taking TP, which means you're always going to have no cleanse versus the Ashe ult. And basically every other ADC would always take cleanse. And one other reason that maybe isn't the case anymore is Ashe ADC used to always rush Bork, and the lifesteal was very useful landing against the poke champ. Maybe now, can't go for the Bork. But I think there are still enough good reasons to pick the Ashe into the Ziggs.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you remember back to yesterday, we actually saw this exact matchup between Gragas and the Renekton. And Gragas ended up being something like 40 CS down in an isolated 1v1. So I think I want to look to see how Driver plays it against Hanabi, two very strong top laners. And you do expect probably Renekton to get a little bit of a CS advantage, but I think it really want to see Driver not falling so far behind. And, you know, this guy, an incredibly skilled player. You don't expect him to in any case.
And knowing Driver, he'll come out 40 CS ahead somehow.
No, well, his last Gragas performance was pretty incredible.
Well, Hana actually ended up pathing up the map, which is a little surprising. I mean, maybe just feels like he can't get prio on bot side and wants to get that top scuttle. But I feel like there's not much to be achieved topside. We'll see. Probably going to be a very slow early game here, I would expect. At least until probably around the Herald. Before that, though, it's quite difficult to make plays in the lane. And Zeri versus Jace, not a mid matchup I've ever seen before. But it feels like Zeri's actually the one getting the prio.
Yeah, I think it's just not having to use mana to push a wave helps quite a lot. Now, Fleet Footwork is the pickup on Minji, when traditionally I know the AD Zaya's, Zeri's do like the lethal tempo. Still doesn't mean it's not lethal tempo, it's just that Fleet Footwork pairs well with Static Shiv, and you can go Static Shiv into AD builds, like Tristana tends to do.
Yeah, I wonder what it will be. I feel like Static into AD probably is the best for their comp.
Yep, I would tend to agree.
We'll see. Lava maybe making a pass at mid here. Mission, he's pretty low.
Yeah, it could be a 2v2, but should favor J-Team based entirely off health bars. As he's actually looking for Hana. Sejuani definitely should be the victor in terms of this 1v1. Is going to land that Arctic Assault, but nothing more comes of it.
Minji maybe being looked at again. Looks like the plant narrowly missed Hana there, but obviously they're very aware of him. I'm not sure what's happening here. A little bit of a standoff.
Okay. Down bottom, Bruce is getting somewhat low, has two bickies in the back pocket, but he's just keeping the Ziggs at bay. And now with Ziggs being pretty much out of mana, is fairly free to just stay and do whatever he'd like.
Yeah, Kriskana, you'd have to think, would be close to the lost chapter by this point.
Yeah.
Could just base and TP for it. Recalls will come out of the J-Team bot lane. Kind of have to. Normally when you're playing against TP, need to recall before they do. Otherwise you come back. TP comes in and your wave is frozen. The Ashe is actually going for the lifesteal.
Yeah.
So I wonder if she's just going to sit on that. Do you think there's any chance she still builds Bork?
I think she could.
It's a good game.
What makes me think she might go Bork is that I do think that Minji might go for an AP build.
Yeah.
And the Bork on Ashe adds a lot of physical damage early game, especially when you are going to mainly be hitting onto this Renekton as well as the Maokai. It does add a lot more physical damage that you wouldn't otherwise have in just sort of these items without the passive effects.
Would be pretty interesting. Obviously, having the lifesteal early is very good up against Maokai Jace Ziggs. Even just in that isolated lane is good. So I think very smart pick. And that's kind of something you see when you do kind of have... It's just like a little itemization difference, right? Ends up having a really large impact on the game. So I can imagine if you played a regular Ashe build in this game, could have a lot of trouble. And remember, this Ashe was actually picked early. So normally Ashe is picked as a response to Ziggs, but taken so early, And we haven't seen a whole lot of Ash to split.
Ooh, Orca. Dangerously close to being pounced on here by the Sejuani, but doesn't face check the bush. And up top, looks like Driver is maintaining even CS's. Mission Shock Blast will go wide here, but Lava still not spotted. Is actually going to be Minji jumped on first. So fights around the map, but it's Minji, he does have that ult, is looking for the trade. Mission not able to land the shock blade there, is going to be going down. It's going to be Enso picking up that first blood. Permafrost not able to be used on Hana there, but first blood over to J-Team. Magnificent start.
That's pretty big. It does go over to Enso, so not the best recipient. But I think killing Mission and burning his flash, very important. I think we should take a look at a replay of that fight because I feel like Minji probably should have died, and I think Mission should have got out. So we'll see. And Driver, he went for the grass, but he is going Rod of Ages, it looks like.
What if it's a really early Abyssal Mask?
I did think of that.
I don't think it should be.
I mean, it could be, because he's got another Ruby.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it just
Maybe
is.
you could go Catalyst, Catalyst Sunfire, and build the
Thinking
Abyssal
about
later.
it, if you are going to have the Sejuani and Zeri both AP2, the Abyssal Mask does make a little bit more sense, even though you are laning against the AD threat in Renekton.
I mean, I could see him just sitting on the Catalyst and now building Sunfire and then upgrade Abyssal second. I think that could be a really good build. We'll see. Driver, I like, he does little smart itemization things too, and I'm very happy with J-Team's itemization so far.
Yeah, so it will be the Shiv first on Zeri. Still, we don't really know what the build's going to be, but I do tend to think, based pretty much entirely off fleet footwork, it's likely to be AP.
Probably. But I think with the way the early game is going, this is really nice for J-Team.
Yep.
No Herald, obviously, has been picked up just yet, only spawned 20 seconds ago, but no plates even falling bot lane for that Ziggs is very good, and I think J-Team, if they can stop this, it would be good, but it feels like they might not be able to. Instead, could just trade on bot side and make it difficult for Chris Scarter to walk up to the wave. Obviously, it can be altered, but if you can make that Ziggs all be used defensively, slows things down a lot. Dragon will be started up, and this again, it means that DCG won't have that Dragon win condition.
Yeah.
I think this is looking better and better for J-Team.
I think J-Team really hard outscale as well.
Yeah, I think so too. It's very difficult for Ziggs to play from an even point of view. Ziggs does scale well.
Yeah.
But when he is up against lifesteal and up against like tanks and stuff like that, it can actually be quite hard to be useful. All things considered though, it is still very even. But I think it's kind of like, it depends a lot what gets done with this Herald. If this Herald is dropped bot and they get a successful dive, then suddenly DCG could pull very far ahead. But where they're at right now, definitely happy.
Yeah, nice little sneak away of the red buff there too from Lauva. Doesn't look like it will be answered on the other side of the map, so bit by bit, little bits of advantage here. Bramble Vest now picked up from Lauva as well as a Giant's Belt. I'm interested to see, the static shift now completed of course, but I'm interested to see what Driver does do with this build. I think either option of keeping it here as a Catalyst and going towards a Sunfire Cape, or upgrading it into an Abyssal Mask. Neither is too bad, but I think if you do go Abyssal Mask, you're probably going to be aiming to be with the team a bit more than in the side lane.
Probably. I wonder, he might feel comfortable just rushing a straight Abyssal since Renekton had to go for that first item Mercs up against the Gragas Sejuani.
Yeah.
So there's a lot less pressure coming out. Ooh, did just manage to get it there.
Valve are doing a really good job of taking away camps from this Maokai.
I'm very impressed by J-Team keeping this game so stable because it feels like, you know, especially with the Maokai going around the map early, the Ziggs, you know, with potential to speed this game up a lot, and the Rel even to have some impact. The fact that everything's been just so even in spite of all that really bodes well for them, I think, going on this game. Could definitely see a repeat kind of the CFO comp where, you know, it looks close, but in reality it isn't because they're just outscaling so hard.
They are actually at a slight deficit, but that is entirely because Lauva has literally every single one of his jungle camps available. Ooh, Driver, nice stop there.
Ooh, needs to be careful though.
Yeah, okay, he's a bit overextended now. Gonna have to flash. Explosive cast will be available. Hits the Renekton away as well as Hana into the tower.
Ooh,
if that
so
body
close.
slam hurts.
Yeah, imagine if he had Flash there. Obviously, was forced to use it.
Yeah.
But if he'd had it, I think he probably would have turned that around.
Rift Herald top for the Renekton.
Oh.
Driver's going to be in a lot of problem here, but Minji teleporting in. This actually could be turned around. Ashol does go wide, so ultimately there's just going to be some plates over. I think very necessary teleport there from Minji. Stops any potential dive. And you don't really want to be using this Herald away from the Ziggs.
That was questionable. I feel like the reason they used Herald there was almost just to have it tank the tower to keep those creeps alive, but it felt very forced. And I think Minji investing his TP to essentially just negate Herald completely is so worth it at this point.
Yeah.
I think things looking better and better for J-Team. Obviously, a lot will come down to that first fight. Any comp with Ziggs has the potential to snowball crazy out of control at any moment.
Rod of Ages.
Okay. So he is going to go for the Rod. That kind of makes sense for Driver. And
Yeah.
I guess he is just going to sit on this Ruby and build it into
Ooh.
something else.
Oh, okay. Larva does recall. Like this. I mean, I don't think you can actually dive.
No, he looks pretty unkillable. Yeah, so he does go. So he just bought, I think, the Ruby for even more tankiness early game.
Yeah, and 4 people coming up to this top wave. Driver, though.
It's just undiveable.
Yeah. Hanabi. Hanabi going to be taking a lot of damage, actually. Minji doing so much.
Yeah, Sork Shoes and now a Darkseal as well on Minji.
If that Winter's Bite hit, there's a chance Hanabi does just get chased down.
Okay. Well, second Dragon is coming up sort of soon. And I think if DCG can't get this one, they will never have a Dragon win condition in this game. And I think given their comp, they probably need one. It would make closing this game out a lot easier. Alternatively, if J-Team have it, feels like they will have all the cards.
Hanabi
could be in trouble
does
here.
have Flash.
No TP for Mission, but there is TP from Cascada.
Okay, I think Hanabi should just be going down. Glacial Prison does miss. It is going to be followed up, though. Flash away, and the teleport does come through. But importantly, no teleport now available for Cascada as this dragon spawns in just 15 seconds. Driver, he's not keen to let Mission recall.
Yeah, if he can stop it one more time, there's no way Mission will get to drag. He does not have TP. TP comes mid out of Hanabi, so they definitely want to fight it. Okay,
No.
DCG, they have the control.
Yeah, there is also so much engage from J-Team. There's the Ashol you can go through with Sejuani. Driver is also an option, but right now it looks like they are content with just giving over Dragon, and it does make sense. Their team will really get stronger as the game continues, and for now it looks like it won't be the Bork first on Bruce's Ashe. I don't know what exactly he will go first, possibly just the Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, I think it will just be Vamp into Kraken. But Minji, he's going more AP now.
Ooh.
Which could be a little worrying, to be honest.
Mission does not want to take that fight.
Oh, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, does have Flash, but there's so much CC. The Ash Arrow will not hit, but Mission, how's he going to use this Flash? It looks like he might not even get to. Oh, it is Orca coming in with the save. So many ults coming down. The explosive rocket, but Driver's not tanking the tower. And so many low health bars. Mission getting away. Global ults galore, but nobody going down.
Nobody going down at the end of all that. I feel like that was a pretty big misexecution from the side of J-Team. I think Ashe being in River can just react with the ultimate rather than throwing it out so early. And I think maybe if the CC had been chained a bit better, Mission could have gone down. Nice play from Orca though, defends it. And getting a second Herald, that would allow the mid tower to be broken and maybe start to get Zig snowballing. I am a little worried again about the triple AP topside from J-Team. Because I feel like Bruce, I mean, he can put up the numbers, but
Lava.
It's a lot all on him. Can he steal this? Oh, TP comes in.
Okay, I don't know exactly who got that just yet, but Hana now definitely the center of a focus as Orca also coming in. But Minji comes in, that's one. Hana now getting chased down. These slows on the Ashe are so painful as Bruce will flash forward and pick himself up one. I don't know who got the Herald, but
I think Hana got it.
J-Team ultimately coming up better.
Yeah, so it looks like DCG did get it. Hana picked it up, but it's not worth it, 100%. As now J-Team starts to pull ahead. we'll see. I'm not committed to this. And Mission's bot, I think his TP was up, but he definitely doesn't want to... Okay, so he did TP in, but it's already too late. You can see the fight's already decided by the time he gets here. And Hana, he tries to make it out, but just so much CC comes through. Braum putting in a lot of work in this fight. And Lava even got out there.
Yeah, 1 HP, manages to get out. Importantly, kill over to Bruce. I think that is pretty much the only person here you really want the kills to go on. It's not very easy to itemize any armor against the top side here of J-Team. Driver, maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew.
And I think that is the thing that you mentioned. It is very hard for the side of DCG to build armor. They can get a lot of MR, and that will really neutralize the J-Team top side. But if somehow Bruce ends up getting a lot of kills, it really won't matter. There's a lot of magic resist already. But to be fair, there is a fair amount of mixed damage. And I think Bruce is strong enough to carry some of these fights. The further ahead they can get as well, the harder it becomes for DCG to continue to itemize defensively like this. They just won't have the gold for it. I wonder, will this Herald just get used mid or maybe goes top again? I mean, they could put the gold onto the Jace, but I feel like opening up the mid tower would do a lot.
Yeah, okay, it is just going to be... It's going to get the top tower, but...
Yeah.
I think it's really weird. You've managed to get both Rift Heroes with Ziggs on your team, and neither of them have gone to the Ziggs.
It does feel like a real misunderstanding. I think a lot of people think Ziggs scales really well. And, I mean, he does damage-wise, but the problem is the damage just starts becoming irrelevant. You know, like if Ashe does go more or wits and has lifesteal, it won't really matter.
And it is a fairly easy game to get one of those, because as the game progresses, Jace will do a lot of damage, but you should be fairly safe from the Jace. And then you're only really worried about damage coming through from the likes of the Saplings and the Ziggs.
If the Ziggs loses here too, it feels like it would be in similar fashion to, I believe it was CFO that lost with it.
Yeah.
And kind of same thing, where it felt like the Ziggs didn't really find anything in the early game, and it almost feels like the ADCs playing it might just be better off playing traditional ADCs, because they're just so much better at them.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it was also the Ziggs picked against J-Team yesterday, so...
Oh, true.
They're getting a bit of experience to get it now. Ooh, okay, so Minji is going for the LeBlanc build here on the Zeri. Night Harvester looks to be the next pickup.
Okay.
And one thing you do have to watch out is while you do start doing a lot of damage with your W, if you're able to find a nice ult,
yeah,
it will
does
chunk
a lot of damage.
so many people. There's a really, really big AP ratio on that ability.
And is Bruce building towards the Wits now?
End,
yeah, I think it has to be, right? I guess, does Bork build out of the axe thing? I don't think so, right?
It's recurve bow.
Yeah. Now, Mission's got 2 items, and the second drag is up and available. Looks like both teams will be contesting. Ooh, nice poke.
Yeah, definitely.
Comes out
Very
of Mission.
important. Is Bruce going to be able to sustain enough off this wave? At least it's
gets
not
a
too
little
bad.
bit.
Oh, okay. Minji not doing too much damage to Hanabi yet, but not to be too surprised as the ult will come out here, and it's going to be Orca finding a 4-man with that Magnet Storm, but ultimately the turn here from J-Team, there's so much lockdown. They find 2, one of those onto Bruce, and Dragon not long after.
Yeah, just another team fight win. Goes the way of DCG, or the way of J-Team, excuse me, and they will grab the Dragon afterwards. And I think this is a big limitation of having the Ziggs, because when you play that double poke with the likes of Kai'Sa, you still retain a lot of teamfight DPS. But when you play it with the Ziggs, you really have to land poke before the fight starts for it to be successful. And they did land some on to Bruce, but not enough. The rest of the J-Team full health. And in just a straight up 5v5 like this, there's no way DCG's comp can win. Not unless they're very ahead. And I don't get why teams make it so difficult for themselves. Like, I really don't think the Ziggs is worth it.
I think especially where they took that fight, though. They took it down on that little ramp towards River where Braum just puts down his ult and your back line can no longer access the fight. So yeah, more kills here and gold given to the side of J-Team. And at the moment, if not for one tower, are playing a perfect game. Oh, and a dragon, actually. I'm a liar.
It's basically perfect, though. I feel like I'm willing, whenever I'm talking about perfect games, I'm willing to give over 1 tower. I guess maybe not the drag. for the one tower, because it feels like a tower always gets traded. You know, it's like correct to give up the tower. But either way. Oh. Nice little stop there. Getting towards Luxalt territory. Probably another item coming in. Do you think it will be the Lich Bane?
I think he might just want the Void Staff.
Yeah, I think
you need a Void Staff now.
It's almost good to buy preemptively as well before more comes through.
Well, I think even at this stage, it's not even preemptive just because how heavy they are on magic damage. There's just so much MR coming through already. I think you are forced to just go for the Void already. One thing the Ziggs does do is get you to that next level and constantly clearing these waves. It's also pretty hard to do a Baron against the Ziggs.
Yeah.
If you're not able to find a fight, take him out. He can just sit there throwing bombs at you.
I am a little surprised that Cryscata went for the Shadow Flame. Because it feels like you know there's going to be a lot of MR coming through from the Sedge, Gragas, Braum. And when you're up against that, you almost always want to go Void second, Rabadon's third, or the other way around. Because otherwise, you know, you're stuck in a tough spot here where either you go Void or Rabadon's third, and, you know, delaying the other one to fourth, you might not even get it in this game.
Interesting. Driver has gone for obviously the Rod of Ages, followed by the Sunfire Cape, which not the traditional build.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit different.
Yeah, does have the grass, so you expected him to go tanky. I guess his tank item in the health in the Rod of Ages, but surprised it's not just the likes of the Sunfire first into Jack Show or whatever tank item you prefer.
Wood's End now completed for Bruce. So next fight, I feel like, should be so good for J-Team, especially before any Magic Pen comes through.
And how does anyone get to this Ash? It feels
I'm not sure.
Pretty impossible.
I feel like this game is really up to DCG finding some Miracle Engage or maybe Mission landing a lot of poke before it starts. But not getting anything out of the Ziggs for so long feels like just such a misuse of the champ. Really liking J-Team's chances.
As am I. Now, I like to ask you this question. If you are, let's say, Mission in this game, how are you playing to better your chances? Just Mission specifically.
I think you got to probably land poke onto Minji because he's the carry that doesn't have lifesteal. That's probably the best. It's pretty difficult though. Maybe if you can follow up engage from Rel. It feels like it's not really up to you that much, which sucks because, well, Mission's probably the best player on the team. Wants the game to be in his hands. Minji, it looks like he's going towards a Shadow Flame, which I think is very bad. I hope he doesn't build that. Maybe he's building a Rabadon and is just sitting on the Amp Tome. Mission.
Oh, Mission going to be caught out here. That is going to be the Glacial Prison. Minji does pop his ult. Mission trying to get away, but with Driver coming in, should not be able to. That is a kill given to J-Team. 0-6 in their favor, as it looks like they will turn towards Baron.
Ooh, will they start it up?
It's so hard. I actually feel like you can't, but
they don't have enough engage left, I don't think.
They have Driver with the explosive cast. Well, that's basically it. They are going to save this middle tower.
Well, maybe they're going to try it. I think it's difficult, though. Yeah, they back off it. I think just not enough engage tools left and too much poke. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
I think that was too early from Cryscata there. I think you should wait for the Gragas ult to be used before flashing. It was just a Q, and I guess he flashed it preemptively, but that will be the third dragon, now going the way of J-Team. And I really don't know how DCG get back into this. Cryscata is going for the Rabadon's third, but with how much MR is already completed, he's not doing damage.
Driver now. Let's see how this 1v1 looks. I feel like it starts to favor Gragas a little bit. That guy just becomes so unkillable. It looks like it's going to be Force of Nature as well.
Yeah, he's going to be very strong. We've been talking a lot about builds this game, but Minji is building both Rabadons and Void at the same time.
Done.
Okay.
Wait, yeah. What is Minji doing?
He probably started building Rabadons and then realized, you know, we need some Magic Pen.
Yeah.
I like the adaptation. Or maybe someone just flamed him and said Shadow Flame sucked, which was true.
Yeah, I feel like if you wanted the AP, just finish off that mid-eyes. You're looking pretty good at not dying here. Not a whole lot of threat on you.
4 minutes now until DTG are going to be forced to contest that dragon. I think they are forced to contest. Once that's given over, I think
Zeri
virtually
with-
impossible.
Zeri with Air Soul.
Yeah. But DCG can delay. It's not easy for J-Team just to start up the Baron.
It isn't too hard for J-Team to look for a dive, however. And at the moment, that looks to be the angle they're going for as we have Lava and Driver.
Even through the Ziggs wave clear, they managed to just take the tower.
Oh, Driver? He should be okay.
Well, he got pretty low there. That
Got
was
his-
scary. He was shaking, I'm sure.
How do you progress the game, though? I feel like it's really hard. They are, for that tower, they are able to push through the Ziggs wave clear, but that more or less is because of the dive threat. Now that you get to the inner towers, that dive threat does get slightly taken away.
No flash Ziggs. I think that's the way you can speed up the game.
True.
If you can somehow find them. But it is hard. I think it's kind of up to DCG to fumble. It really should just be J-Team. Wait for the drag. Oh, no flash Ziggs.
Found onto Ziggs. It's followed up. How did he see him? Was that from Ash E?
Shot, maybe? Yeah, I'm not too sure. But however they found that, that's incredible. That's the speed up they need, and they should turn the Baron.
Yeah, only Jace Poke left, and you have a Braum alive. You should be okay to tank this up. And you also still have Engage with Driver coming from the backside. Will be spotted out on this ward. Corralling DCG into this river as Driver well positioned behind them. They're going forward. The Arcane Assault will land. Nature's Grass, though, for the disengage, but Driver again staying comfortably on this backside. Hana looking to slow him down slowly. Minji does have ult available, and as soon as that's popped, you feel like things are over. Magnet Storm used. Bruce finds one. Big ult there from Driver, and it's going to be Minji picking up himself one as Hanabi in the middle of 4 people will be taken down. This should be Baron with it, with only Hana and Cascada. You don't really have the damage, but they are seemingly looking.
Maybe Ziggs ult can steal it. I don't think there's any way to stop it, but if you could get a Miracle Steal, that could be it. They don't have any vision on it, though. They don't check the health. Oh!
Bomb comes. Nice smite there. Secures it. That's Baron now, and all of a sudden your Ziggs wave clear is not so important. And we can have a real speed up on this game. It looks like it's going to be the Triforce from Bruce here. Kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, it is a little weird. And yeah, okay, it was revealed by the Hawkshot, and Cascada didn't realize. He had the eyes, status effect on him, but he didn't notice. Thought he was safe recalling on the pink. Was very hard punished for it. We said there's no way J-Team can start this up. And they can't really progress the game as long as Ziggs is alive, but they somehow find him, and they know what to do. They know they can start this up. DCG, they play in the river, they try and contest, but they're already committed. And they want to try buy time for Cascada to TP in. Even if he does, I think it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But eventually, they kind of just run out of space to kite to, and J-Team just chase him down.
Yeah, wow.
Orca having to use ult defensively and just run away feels pretty bad. Credit to Bruce. He's putting in a lot of damage. I think he's playing pretty well.
Flashed.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe just one of the kills.
All right, 0 to 10. Bit of a clinic being put on here by J-Team of how to slow down a game and take it nice and slow. Arcane Crystal Ammo will go, arrow even, does go wide. Should be the inhib going down though, slowly but surely. There it is.
And now looking towards their bot tower and maybe the 4th dragon. And J-Team, I think they will just slaughter DCG in a fight. DCG, I mean, they kind of have to contest the drag, but realistically, I don't think they have a chance of winning the fight. Maybe if they can get these health bars a little bit lower.
Minji going for the flank on the Zeri. Honestly, we'll find a lot of damage. Explosive Cask, it's actually going to be Hanabi found before the fight even begins. Now Minji, is he going to look for something? This would be a... Oh, didn't even hit the ult, I'm not sure, but he's going to found 2 kills anyway. Now Cascada running for his life as J-Team march down this middle lane. This should be it in theory. You're not getting... Wow.
That damage.
That was a one-shot.
And that's going to be the game along with it.
Wow. Well, okay. What an absolute performance by J-Team here. Did you notice at any stage of this game a mistake?
Ooh. Honestly, no, not really. I think J-Team played this game very clean. I think their itemization was very good. I like the draft overall. I do have to say, I think DCG, and honestly the PCS in general, I don't think they play around Ziggs whatsoever, and probably just shouldn't play it.
Yeah, the 2 Rift Heralds going top.
Yeah.
into the Renekton Gragas lane. Bit questionable, but ultimately it is Taipei J Team who now...
Not sure what...
Look,
Gragas...
he used to do champion dances.
He just does whatever he wants.
Yeah, he did. Who did he punch out that time? He punched out someone.
This is Jungler, wasn't it?
Lalva. He was just punching out Jungler. Anyway, looks like he had a seizure now, but that guy did play very good. I mean, he's Gragas, not too much he could do, but I think story of the day is that there weren't really any mistakes. They gave up the Heralds, but their team scales better, so they're okay to do that. And ultimately, their pick ban, getting the Ashe into the Ziggs, although I believe they picked it before the Ziggs, getting that matchup and then utilizing it pretty much to perfection. Bruce picking up an early Vamp Scepter, never upgraded into anything, just knowing the power you can have that early game. Their team comp also didn't allow really for the Rift Herald to go bot. You would have really had to force it, but still you could have, I feel like. But ultimately, the pressure that was felt in every lane was really good. Jace never had any impact whatsoever. Minji controlled that entirely, and not something you used to saying against Mission.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I feel like DCG kind of finessed themselves a little bit in the draft, because I think that, you know, coming into that second phase, right, your 4-5, I believe it was the Ziggs Renekton that comes through. It feels like you're picking Renekton into a potential Gragas, right, which is like, sure, maybe it's good for Renekton, but you're never really going to make any headway, right? And we're picking Ziggs after seeing Ashe. Not a good matchup either. I feel like the first three from DCG is fine, but going towards those second phase bans, they banned the Yone and the Gangplank. Feels like, what are we setting up for here?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. Either way, I think that intelligent drafting comes out of J Team and leads into a pretty big draft win, I would say. And yeah, but I don't know, the Ziggs Renekton, I feel like if you know how to get ahead with these champs, could actually be very good. Like, I think the onus is sort of on DCG and the control is in their hands, but if they don't do anything, then J Team will just so easily outscale. And I think just having your team be on the clock is tough, right? Like, you kind of know you have to play aggressive, and the enemy team is the opposite. They know, okay, if we just chill out and don't die, like, we're just going to win.
Yeah, it does. There is sometimes a fine line between being too chill and giving over too much.
Yeah.
But I think really in this game, J Team found the perfect balance there. They were giving over some objectives. I mean, they gave over the top tower after 2 Rift Heralds. But ultimately, I mean, they were using Minji's teleport there to save Driver up top, which didn't lose them too much. In fact, he maintained pretty ahead in his own lane, as well as finding roams around the map. So, yeah, I think J Team all around knew their win con, played around their win con. And I also want to say the item builds were, I think, pretty good in general. Like, Drivers had an interesting one, I feel like, but ultimately he didn't feel at risk of really dying. Like, who on that team is ever going to kill him? You have Mission? Maybe.
Yeah.
Ziggs not going to kill you unless you're constantly running at them and it's a huge, super long fight. But even then, that's when Gragas really excels. So going for the Rod of Ages gives him a little bit of extra healing, health, mana. I think it was a smart decision in hindsight. And just around the map, the build paths were really good.
Yeah, I like the build path. And also I think Ziggs' build path was horrific. But we'll come into the replay, and yeah, like, you can see the status effect on him. So I guess, I'm not sure if he was shopping or if he just didn't realize, but he must have known he was spotted there. And while this does kind of speed up the game, I think at this point, J Team had kind of already won. It was really just as long as they played it out slowly and safely, they would end up taking it home. But instead, that window allows him to shave probably a good 10 minutes off this game. Really wasn't anywhere for DCG to run. Now, MVP of this game, I'd probably give it to Bruce.
I think so.
Yeah, I think Bruce, solo AD of his team, also playing fairly a mobile champ up against a lot of threat. Admittedly, the threat fell behind, but I think he was dealing a lot of damage in these team fights, and yeah, had a very good game.
Yeah, I think Bruce pretty much was the person who had to carry in many ways, just being that he was literally the only AD on his team. Minji there obviously doing a lot of damage. Some of that will be fake damage where you're just landing bits and pieces there onto the Marika, onto the Renekton, but yeah, I think Bruce played well. I think it was harder for him to play than Minji, just being that Zeri can sprint away from people at Mach speeds. And ultimately, who else would you even argue for? I mean, everyone played well. There was no deaths, so you can't be like, oh, this guy got caught out or anything. I guess you can make an argument for the way Lalva was finding the fights, but then even then, Bruce was finding some with his arrow, so yeah, it will be Bruce. Oh, it's Minji.
Minji. I mean, you could pretty much give it to anyone, I feel like. I think Bruce deserved it a little more, but Minji, I think, coming in with the Zeri up against Mission's Jace, Mission's very good at laning, and Jace, while he's not the turbo stomper he used to be, he's still very good in lane. So being able to play a more scaling pick like the Zeri into it and have this performance is good.
Oh, this was exciting though.
Yeah, did he hit the ult? I think he
did
hit Mission.
He hit Mission. And then the one shot.
Flank.
I'm excited to see the one shot. This actually, like Chris Scarlett is like trying to get his teleport off. Absolutely not.
Yeah, look at this damage. Oof. Oof. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, given it was onto the most squishy member of their team, but that was an insane amount of damage. And Minji was just pretty much playing around his cooldowns and whatnot exactly how he should. And ranges. There was a bit of a weird flash at one point up top lane, but maybe just making sure it was a deathless game for the team.
Yeah, I can see that. And now, I think, as I was saying before, maybe ban the PCS teams from Ziggs. But I feel like, again, something we've seen so much is the double poke comp, right? And I think it's so different when you have the likes of Jace plus Kai'Sa, 2 champs that can DPS in fights, as opposed to, say, Jace plus Ziggs, or maybe like Jace plus Varus, or even something mid like, I don't know, what's another champ? Maybe the LeBlanc, another kind of poke champ that can't really DPS. So,
well, I think next week, probably a bit less priority
should be
on the LeBlanc.
13.13.
Yeah. And question, I mean, this was today's results, obviously. We've hopefully seen them all. Frank, no surprise winning there. Pretty easy first part of the roster, first part of the games there. I think big surprise, well, not big surprise, didn't know about the last game.
Really.
But J-Team, bit of a surprise in how clean it was.
Yeah.
Now, I've got a question. Looking at the standings here, obviously first 4 are a tie, bottom 4 are a given almost. Frank and DCG, who do you think after week 2 is looking like the stronger team?
Hard to say, because Frank, when they came up against all the top teams, did kind of lose. So I feel like you should still give it to DCG, but at the same time, I'd maybe go Frank.
Yeah, see, my argument against that, as you have a look at tomorrow's match, next week's matches even.
Game 5.
Oh, that is the exciting one. I think that, I mean, even game 4,
yeah.
J-Team have looked pretty good and surprisingly dominant over the teams they've come up against. So yeah, 4 and 5 I think are games to look towards. But as I was saying about Frank, I think Frank have lost to all the top teams, yes, but they were close games. I don't think they ever got stomped. Whereas we just witnessed DCG get absolutely dismantled by, I don't know about your opinion, but in my opinion, J-Team look the weaker out of the 3 top teams, or the 4 top teams even. I think J-Team don't look as strong as the likes of CFO, Beyond, or PSG.
Maybe. I mean, I think J-Team are looking pretty good. What I will say is I think DCG are very hit and miss, right? Like when they win, they seem to do very, pretty convincingly. But also, they have games like this where they just get annihilated. And I think that, well, I hope their drafting gets a bit better because I feel like they have these strengths as a team and they don't really use them. Whereas it feels like you see other teams really play into what they're very good at.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with all that. But ultimately, here on week number 2 even, it is going to be all over. Please enjoy listening to Walk the Line and join us again next week. You saw the matchups. It's going to be an exciting one. Have a good night.